Welcome to the Curios Cast, episode 100. We've had 99 episodes of the weirdest news stories, the most curious interviews, and the most dumbest arguments. We've got the beers in. It's episode 100. The most dumbest.
The most dumbest.
That's quite fitting for saying that, yeah.
Yeah. I've done that on purpose. That's the joke, guys. That's the joke.
Also, not just beer. I'd like to point out I'm on the Vin Rouge.
On El Vino.
Rob's a bit more sophisticated than me and George. Yeah. Maybe when we get to that age, George, maybe we'll back off from the beers and switch to little goblets.
Nah.
It's weird, this little glass, isn't it? This is the only sort of wine glass we have in the house.
I like a small wine glass, though. You know,
I like a small wine glass, yeah.
Places, they give you like a huge wine glass. There's obviously a size.
But you get a huge glass and they only fill it up a little bit anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe it's meant to aerate the wine a bit more, but that's bollocks, isn't it?
I was saying to Rob just before we started recording, Tom, I noticed that my first beer is 9%.
That's a big boy beer.
Yeah, Rob's probably doing the right thing by going for wine rather than a 9% beer, but
I've got, those beers that pretend they're foreign, but they're just, it's just lager. Well, I think they are.
Madry.
Foreign.
What's the new one in the UK? Madry.
Madry's going around. Is that only in the UK?
Yeah.
Is that new? I didn't realise that was new. It feels like it's always been here.
Well, I think, didn't it just suddenly it had an explosion of popularity, right?
I think it's always been around
for a while.
But I think it wasn't in many pubs. I think you could always get a bottle of it at the corner shop, but it wasn't on tap in a lot of places. And now I think...
Now it's like the new...
They've probably
Peroni.
been bought out by Heineken or something,
like
and now they're in taps. But yeah, I've got some Birra Moretti. Just finished that little one there, and I've got a San Miguel here.
I've got a Houblon Le Chouffe IPA.
No one's
little gnome on the front there, look.
Oh, a little gnome.
In a little glass from Harrogate, repping a brewery from Harrogate, Coldbath Brewing. Sponsorship deal, please.
Anyone who's listened to episode, I think it's 32 of the Curious Cast knows that I hate gnomes.
Even I don't remember that.
You wasn't on the episode. It was an episode of Ziggy, and we were talking about the Suez Canal that got blocked. When the Suez Canal got blocked by that ship, and garden gnomes couldn't get to the UK, and I went off on one saying how I'm glad. I hope they never make it back. They're ugly. I hate them. They're stupid. Why do you have them? And
they are weird, aren't they?
Ziggy was like, I've got
one in the garden.
Yeah, Ziggy was like, I've got like 14 gnomes in the back garden.
Does he? No
his daughter loves them, yeah.
What episode did you say that was?
32, I think.
32. Seems like it should have been a lot more than that.
Like older or...
Yeah, no, like more recent, like a higher number.
Yeah, so I've been going through some old episodes recently and sort of putting together some quiz questions for you guys that we're gonna do on episode 100. So listeners, stay tuned for that in a bit. We'll do some Curious Cast trivia. See who is the most attentive member of the Curious Cast out of Robert George.
I wonder if it might not be me.
But yeah, I was going through episodes and I'm thinking, this doesn't seem that long ago, but it was sort of, episode 20. And yeah. What's your favourite episode, guys? What's your favourite episode we've done?
Well, I mean, I am still a huge fan of the first conspiracies episode, just because I love talking about conspiracies. Yeah. So for me, that's still one of my favourite ones.
Episode 13.
I really like that one too.
And it was in person as well. Obviously, I'd say the bulk of our episodes have been like virtual at this point now. Right?
Yeah, it was episode 11 actually.
That was episode 11. Wow.
Yeah.
So yeah, any episode that's in person is a highlight for me. I think they always end up pretty good.
As much as we take the piss out of George for his story ones, and I sometimes accidentally fall asleep, I actually like one of my favourites is the one you did about like the people in the ship where they like ate each other and like
HMS Franklin
expedition.
Lead poisoning. I like that one. That was
everyone hated it because it's just like a boring story.
And I fucking hate to admit it, but I think that's our most listened to episode.
Really?
Yeah, so not
on the Franklin expedition.
I think so, yeah. I'll log into the Spotify account. Oh, no, I can't. I'm logged out, whatever. But I'm pretty sure.
Big up all the 1010 boys.
So our most clicked on episodes are the Naked Attraction episodes. So the one where we interviewed Brian and the other one where we just talked about Naked Attraction. They've both got about 80,000 views each on YouTube. But a lot of the views come from people that are clearly trying to have a wank on YouTube. And they stop watching after about, I think the average is like 17 seconds because they realise it's just three guys talking and not actually Bobs and Virgin.
I think we made this joke before. It's like either that or we're just so sexual. That's all it takes.
That's all they need.
17 seconds average. Yeah.
Yeah. And the demographics are, I think, all from countries where it might be a bit more difficult to come across porn. It's like India and Indonesia and Singapore and a lot of countries are out that way. But yeah, other than that, I'm pretty sure on Spotify and Apple Podcasts and everything, I think HMS Franklin is the one that pops up the most. And I think it's because it's one of those things that people actually search for. Like where our other episodes, which is like Chinese eyeball shaving and I counted every sneeze of my life, and
it's a bit more niche.
People counting chips in Weatherspoons, like those things people don't search for on Spotify. But HMS Franklin, I think people do tend to search for. So well done, George.
Makes sense. Surprising though.
George,
I would have thought the maybe the Watcher one would have been.
Westfield Watch was one of my favourite mysteries that you've come at us with.
Yeah, I was going to say that, and then the fucking TV show came out, didn't it?
Yeah,
Stormy Thunder.
So because that was before the TV show, right?
That was well before.
So I'm just wondering whether I was surprised. I would have thought that the fact that there was a TV show and then I think there was obviously loads of news stories around it as well. I would have thought that people would have been searching that and then
maybe you got buried a bit
on it and that sort of shit.
Yeah, that was episode 36, by the way.
36.
Yeah, probably got a bit more buried, didn't it? Though after that sort of came out.
Yeah,
yeah. I was hoping maybe more traffic would come to it, but yeah.
I was just being a proper crackhead then. I was looking around my corner. I was thinking, what guitar can I see in the corner of my room there? I'm looking at your room, George. There's a guitar. I'm looking around.
What's your least favourite episode?
I think we've all got the worst. We all recorded an episode and we agreed it was really shit. And
did you not even put it out?
No, I put it out, and it's still out there, and it's the worst.
Still in the wild.
What one was it again? Remind me.
It was a Weird History. It was episode 15, and
it was the most low energy.
I think we just all weren't in the mood, and we just didn't bother. Yeah, it was the second episode we ever recorded remotely. So whether we just weren't in the groove, like we didn't really know. Lockdown we hadn't figured out like what software to use and everything. So I don't know, but we just, I think we were just feeling a bit shit. So, and we were talking about, weird history things, but we just weren't feeling it, I think. And I put it out, but I told everyone not to watch it. I think like the people that we know that watch it, I was like, you probably want to skip this one. Like it's not that great. I think, I don't think Rose, I even said to Rosie, I'm actually embarrassed. Like, please don't listen to that one.
We should do another one. Redemption, Weird History Redemption special.
Yeah, we could do that. We just need to.
That'd go great.
Maybe do it like we're doing tonight with some beers, getting a bit more energy in us, and well, I think we just done it. Yeah, again, it was lockdown. So I was about to say maybe we done it after work and we was all tired, but it was lockdown, so we weren't working.
Might have been all that hard work we're doing during lockdown. It could have been that.
Yeah.
I can hear like some like thumping music going on, and I don't know. It's like anyway. I don't think it'll be picked up. I think it's some bad man outside with their car.
Oh, maybe
bad thing.
Doing some laps around the Curios studio.
Yeah, and the ends. Do you like Buan Cooler, by the way? So that is Buan. We call him Buan Cooler. It's one of those things that I'll show you.
You've told us about Buan Cooler before.
Have I? Did you see him?
You told us on episode 83.
Oh, good. Well, he's no need to explain again then. Fan of the friend of the show, Brian Cooper.
Yeah.
Back he goes.
It was next to him over there.
Who's next to him? I think it's Forks the Phoenix from Harry Potter. I got him from I played a gig at like a school fundraiser sort of. No, like a fete, like a school fete.
Yeah.
There was like someone I know in like one of the group chats over in like Kentway.
Was that your payment?
No, they needed a band for this like school fundraiser. I was like, all right, whatever. It was like 5 minutes from my house at the time. It was great. And but they had like a little, what do you call it, tombola, where you you pick a thing and it's got a raffle ticket on it. And I straight away bought like, it's like 50p or whatever the fuck it is. And I won it was like 4 tickets. Maybe it was £1 for 4 tickets. And I won every single one. And I was like, I don't want 4 things. So like, I thought I'd get something. Yeah, well, I thought I'd get something for Pippa, the dog, by the way. And I got a little fucking thing for her. And then I got that and I thought I'll give it to my niece. And then I won the other. I was like, I'll leave them. I'll only take 2. It's fine. But I liked it so much, I never bothered giving it to my niece. we just like put it. We just ended up taking it to gigs and like placing it somewhere at the gigs. So
like a little mascot.
Become a bit of a band mascot. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, some woman came up to me and she was like, when I was standing there with it, she was like, oh, you won the thing. She was like, cost me 40 quid, that did. She was like, and my kid never liked it. She was like, you probably got it for 20p or something, didn't you? I was like, yeah.
If it was 40 quid, then maybe it is like a Harry Potter thing. Because I think
it was her. She came up and told me. Yeah, she came up and told me. She was like, yeah, that's Forks from Harry Potter. It was like 40 quid.
That's Forks days.
I should sell it really, shouldn't I? Like those guys you see on YouTube. You ever watch them guys?
What? People
them
that
guys,
sell
yeah, them guys.
Harry Potter merch?
No, like flea market guys. You obviously ain't got into that realm of YouTube. I was right into it for a while. There's this one guy and he...
sounds like a hole that you can go right into.
Yeah, is it like a Storage Wars, Porn Stars type thing, but YouTubed?
I guess they go around to like flea markets. It's quite American. I don't think you could really do it in the same way. I think people kind of do it in the UK, but it's not the same.
Like charity shop.
America have these, or boot sales. Maybe see some boot sale guys. Flea markets are basically a boot sale, but there's a bit more of them, maybe, and a bit bigger. But like, I don't know if it's just because America's a bit more. I don't know what it is, but they seem to have more stuff that seems worth buying. I don't know. Maybe you could find a boot sales, but yeah, he goes around and he has a GoPro on him, and he buys stuff, and then he goes home and he sells it on eBay, and you see the whole lot. He sells it on eBay and how much he makes, and pretty good. But it is one of those things. It's like very relaxed. Yeah, just very they're like 40-minute long episodes. You just chill out with it.
I recently had a similar one where it was a guy, an American guy, and he was he buys loads of like rolls of coins from like the 60s. Like in paper, they have like the old paper rolls.
Oh yeah, well, like steal from the bank.
Yeah, I don't know where he buys them from.
Never got used, kind of.
Yeah,
thing.
and then but the idea is that within them, some of the old coins have like a really high silver content. Like some of the old, I guess like a dime or a quarter, whatever the coin is. So basically, and some coins are really rare because they've got like a certain image on them or like a certain mint. Because they could be like pre-1950s coins. So basically, he. Like Pokemon card traders, they turn it over in a certain way, and then they know exactly how to rotate it. So it's all, and then it's a big reveal. He does the same with these rolls of coins, and then as he comes out, you can see the silver ones in like the roll. So it's like, oh shit, he's got a couple of silvers like later in the thing. So then you're waiting, going through all like the shitty pennies or whatever they are, and he's like, hurry up.
That's good.
And he gets one silver one, and he like freaks out because it's worth $2,000 or something. It's great.
I don't really have any of those like. Those kind of channels that seem to be really popular that are almost like mundane activities. Rob, we've spoken about like the grass cutting one where people go around to strangers' houses. They've got all their lawns a mess and I'll cut it for free. But then they make a long 20-minute video of them just cutting it perfectly.
Or the pool cleaner guy.
Pool cleaning. Yeah, there's like jet washing.
So you do have those. You
go around jet wash like people's driveways and stuff.
Yeah.
You like
the delivery.
I was about to say you like the delivery guys like Uber Eats.
Delivery guy. He's great.
What London Eats?
London Eats, yeah.
Yeah, I love it. It's great. It's even made me
great.
think on my day off here, I might start just doing like delivery.
Yeah, I thought about it. I'd have to go up to London to do it, but
yeah. But,
just to like go on a bike ride. It's like, I'm going to go on a bike ride anyway. I might as well.
Yeah. Just spend if it's a nice day or whatever, just spend the day delivering food. But yeah, it's great. Like it's good sort of chill out, just mong out.
It is,
content.
I put it on when I'm doing the washing up or something.
There's London taxi ones as well. So it'll be like a black cab driver who puts cameras up in the thing. And, as he's trying to make conversation, if there's like, you're basically just listening to someone's conversation in a taxi. And it's like all small talk and stuff. But
that's the worst bit about being in a taxi, small talk.
Yeah. Do you sometimes think you're watching Fake Taxi? You're watching it and you're like, when's the part when...
Mate, maybe we should start doing that. Just do something mundane.
Well, I've thought about.
What could you do that's mundane? For
what, like this podcast?
Yeah. Just the format for this just needs to be like an 8-hour just chat of just bullshit.
Well, do you remember you're talking about like early vloggers and things like that? Oh, I don't know this before we started the call. You were. Is that like an early reveal there? Should I have not?
No. We were talking about early old school vloggers and stuff.
Yeah. And there was like this woman. I can't remember. She was called something, and that was the name of the thing. And she was one of the first people to do it. She just like had a webcam in a house or in her bedroom.
Yeah. What's her name? I was going to
365 or something.
There was a news story about her a few months ago.
There was a thing about her a little while ago. Yeah, someone did.
What was her name?
Catch up with her, didn't they?
Do you remember?
I can't remember, but that was the name of the whole thing, wasn't it? Whatever her name was the name.
It was just a one name.
Yeah. Like Annabelle or something.
It's like Sarah.
And it just completely vanished from the from the internet.
Yeah, and then that was it. Yeah, she went away and like, fuck this.
Yeah, I was gonna.
It was about the only times
episode about her or a topic or something. I was just like reading about her.
Yeah, it was only. I'm sure it was this year. There was a news story about her.
There was something came up. Yeah, I watched something about her recently. Maybe someone did a YouTube video about her or something.
JeniCam.
I definitely watched one as well. Yeah, JeniCam. That's it.
Yeah, Jennifer Ringley. And yeah, she would just. She's had the webcam in her room like all the time. So most of the time it was her just doing boring stuff, just working, eating food and like just whatever. But then like she would start fucking on there and like, and just rubbing one out every now and then. But it was like so rare that that would happen. So, and I think that was part of the appeal is it's like almost, it's not like you've just gone onto this porn website to watch someone get fucked. Like you, watch this person, you're like, nothing today. Like she's just been chilling out, doing nothing. And maybe you get to know her a bit, like you hear her on some phone calls and stuff.
Yeah.
And then one day you log in and like her boyfriend's there. You're like, who's this guy? They're both just laying on the bed. And like, and then but it was, when was it? It was
mad.
Like early 2000s.
And I guess it was at a time where you pretty much, people weren't recording it. Like it wasn't.
No,
you either caught it or you didn't, and there was no facility to record.
Yeah.
But it says the site ended in 2003, so it must have been before then. Years active.
Yeah, it was like late 90s, wasn't it?
Yeah, 96 to 2003.
She did it for that long.
Yeah,
but didn't she become like an actual, not a porn star, but that became a thing for a while? Right, like later into it, like she sort of lent more into that rather than just doing the general podcasting or whatever. Not podcasting, but like blogging. Or am I thinking of someone else?
I don't think it was her.
Because then she'd be like the first cam girl almost, wouldn't she?
Yeah, I think she is like labeled as that. It says she was in 2014. She was on the Reply All podcast. She spoke about her experiences.
She was, I listened to that. Yeah,
and basically, she just mentioned the fact that, she likes the fact that she's basically not on the internet now. Like, there's no traces of her, and because people still try to find her and get in contact with her and whatever.
Yeah, it was really hard for him to track her down, wasn't it? In the episode, he says, basically.
Yeah, so she obviously went on to Reply All and basically said, yep, that's how I like it. Don't want people to know who I am, basically.
I'm not dead. There was rumours that she's, classic internet rumours that she's dead.
Classic,
and stuff.
Yeah, I think they said she put pencils up her nose and like slammed her head on the desk at school. That's how she killed herself.
Yeah, and she sprayed a deodorant can on her nipple and it flicked it and it came off.
That's a friend of the podcast, that story.
Like that.
Yeah, I know.
6 times.
Have you gone through it? How many instances? We've got some like Tom stats. Like, how many instances have we talked about the flicked nipple?
The same thing. Yeah.
We can.
How many times have we talked about
the
shit?
javelin? Someone getting speared by a javelin.
That's a good one. Yeah, I feel like every PE teacher, right, was like, "You gotta be careful with these." 2 years ago, someone just before you lot all started. Same with
the towel breaking the ball bag in half. Did you whip the towel? Did you remember that one?
I do remember that one.
Yeah.
I remember the
split his ball bag
PT teacher saying like that someone got scalped. Did that ever happen? Like when you're using the sander or like the polishing
the
thing.
liner.
Oh yeah.
Well, we weren't allowed long hair, so we didn't have that. But it was a tie.
Oh, the tie.
And it would.
Yeah.
There was fireworks there and I just shit myself. I thought it was someone like tapping on the window. I was like, how is that possible? I wonder, you could definitely hear them.
Well, yeah, so I do have some stats because I brought some stats on episode 50.
I was hoping to bring some stats. Stats.
When was episode 50? Sorry to interrupt, but how long ago was that?
It's about 50 episodes ago.
It was. Do you want to have a guess when episode 50 was?
I reckon it was in like September 2021.
Rob?
Where are we now?
That's the first one. Rob, what month is it?
I reckon it's like earlier than that, like May 2021.
George, you're only 1 month off. October 2021 was episode 50, the 11th of October.
That's pretty poor on our part. That since October 2021, we've only released 50.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all changed.
And when was the first episode released? That was in 2019, maybe? When the very first
It was
episode.
2019.
So then that's also very, very
worse than that.
quality.
It was January 2019.
So it's actually not, but there's actually surprisingly not too difference of time between the first 50 and the second 50. I thought
that's true, actually. Yeah.
I thought we fucked about loads in the first 50.
Lockdown helped us because we started doing one a week for quite a while. I think we had.
Just to stop us from going insane.
But yeah, those fireworks, I don't know if they'll get picked
popping
up
off
on the recording.
If you can hear them, they must be getting picked up.
Yeah.
They're right fucking there. I can see them.
They look nice.
Oh yeah, I can see them. Yeah, I can see it in the very top corner.
Oh wow, yeah. There you go. They're celebrating episode 100. I think. So yeah, I brought some stats, but I thought I'd make it a bit more fun, and I've brought them in the form of a quiz. So just like we did then with guessing the date, we go into.
I fucking love a quiz.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you guys the questions, and of course I'll add up the points as we go along and see who is the best
Who's
member
the most
of the
curious
cast out of you two.
Yeah,
because obviously I know the answers. So if I just write down here, Rob,
you have to buzz in.
George. No, they're not buzz-in questions. I was thinking about that, and there's a website where it's like an online buzzer. So whichever one of you pressed it first, it would tell me which one was first. But I didn't do that.
Technology, eh?
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. And I also think I wonder how much it accounts for like latency,
Internet delay and shit.
Yeah, it can't, can it?
But yeah, so Curios Cast Trivia. There is a total of 20 points up for grabs in this quiz.
Wow.
Is there a prize?
I was thinking about a prize, but then I didn't get one. So no.
Honor.
I'll give you a round of applause on the soundboard.
Yeah.
There's a
Cheers.
soundboard, by the way.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay, well, question number 1. In the past 99 episodes, I guess. Yes. How many guests have we had? So if someone's been a guest multiple times, that only counts as one. Okay. So how many
does it include like interviewees?
People? It does include interviewees, but I'm not including like the £1 Fishman or Malcolm Brenner because they never came on the podcast. It was just a one-on-one interview. But if they were on with us, whether it was just two of us or whether it was all three of us.
Okay.
If there was a guest on, because sometimes a guest fills in for one of us, and sometimes.
Okay, so that counts.
So how many?
So are you saying that counts? Sorry.
That does count, yeah.
Does count, yeah. Okay. Shall we send our answers to you, and then we'll say them afterwards?
I guess so. Or yeah.
Otherwise, we'll influence each other's answer.
Yeah. So I think in the chat you can.
I'll just do it on WhatsApp.
Yeah. Okay. Let me open WhatsApp.
All right, I've got to think about it. But obviously, like we can't. So if like Faz has been on more than once, she just counts as one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Fun fact: Faz has been on 5 times, and she is our most guested guest.
Whoa! Unbelievable.
So
she's probably been on almost.
I think that was true for episode 50, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think at one point she'd been on almost as many times as I had in like the past 9 months of.
Yeah, definitely was.
Yeah, you did go through a phase of being unreliable.
Yeah. I'm submitting my answer, but I think I've gone too low.
Right, okay. I'm having
Yeah, Faz's last appearance was actually episode 83, which was in the studio.
I'm going to say percentage, yeah. That's my answer.
So, George and Robert both sent their answers in.
Oh,
let me check my WhatsApp.
This is great audio.
Yeah.
I'm sure that I think I've... Are you counting Lawford as a guest as well, by the way? What's his status at the moment?
That's a good question. I think because he's reappeared as a guest.
So I didn't count Lawford as a guest.
Okay.
Because I didn't count me as a guest because I came on as a guest before I was a host. So me and Lawford don't count.
Okay.
Do your answers
that changes
still
everything. Now, mine's still
stand.
Mine's still the same. I think it's low, but that doesn't affect it really.
I think my answer still stands.
Okay.
I think.
So George, you have said 4, and Rob, you have said 9. Quite a big
4's
difference.
9? Way too low.
9.
4's way too low. I mean, you can count 3. Just
I'm forgetting some interviewees. Then I must be.
Yeah, of course you are.
Your answers are locked in. The answer is 7. So Rob, you take the point for being the closest.
Only just.
Right. So who am I missing? So I've got Faz, Luke, Ziggy.
Yep.
And then Naked Attraction Guy.
Yeah.
Malcolm Brenner.
Yeah, but he doesn't count.
No, Malcolm didn't count.
Oh, why doesn't he count? Oh,
because he was on a podcast. I interviewed him solo.
You counting Frosty's kid?
I was counting Frosty's kid.
I didn't count Frosty's kid.
Oh, okay.
Right, so
that's why I got so high.
Out. Who else has been on the podcast?
We've got our friend James.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Fuck.
Lyndon York, the most eccentric man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And Jamie, Norwich Reptile Shed.
Oh, yes.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
And that gets you to 7.
Unbelievable.
The only guests that have been on multiple times are Faz 5 times and Ziggy twice.
Is that it?
Yeah, I thought Ziggy had been on more than once. Luke's been on once. So that is 1 point to Rob.
I have to get some of them on. Right. Again, it's been a while.
Excellent.
This one, again.
Fuck you, Rob.
Whoever's closest wins. What is the average length of a Curios Cast episode?
Oh.
Can this be a multiple choice?
No. It's just the closest wins. And I've got it down to the second.
Because I did start out very...
We've had some very long episodes.
Aggressively long.
Yeah, aggressively long we have. And then we had a couple of shorters.
Yeah.
This is tough. I know what I'm going for.
Reese asked for an aggressively long episode today.
Okay.
He wanted episode 100 to be at least 3 hours.
100
was
3 hours.
Jesus.
Rob's recommendation.
I've just realised. I've just gone down. I've gone way too low on my average. I think.
Average. I'm going to say.
Way too low. I've submitted now though. I'm not going to type it. You melt.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I'm going to go
obviously,
for...
mate, you're doing good radio thinking. You can't podcast thinking.
Yeah, you need to cover the dead air while you're thinking.
Yeah. Sorry, dead air.
That's what I needed to come with some extra facts for me to sprinkle in while you guys are thinking about your answers.
Yeah.
The little Faz one you did then was good. That was a good. I thought this.
Thanks. I don't think I've got.
Yeah, I've gone way too low.
Yeah, what is that longest
I've gone way
episode?
too low.
So our longest episode is.
It's got to be
You
almost
can't
2
have that
hours,
before the guess. You can't have that before the guess. That fucks
Okay,
that
well, so
completely
you both locked.
I've
your,
submitted.
Yeah,
I've submitted.
Oh, he's
so
locked
you
in.
both
Okay,
submitted
okay.
now.
Yeah.
But yeah, just out of curiosity,
Curiosity.
it doesn't say what the longest is. How do I? Oh,
I'm sure that
yeah.
we broke 2 hours at one point, didn't we? For one.
Oh,
We've had a
really?
couple more than 2 hours. The
fuck
longest
yeah.
episode, which was episode 50, was 3 hours, 27 minutes, and 5 seconds.
No way.
Hell.
The shortest
I don't
episode
remember half of it.
was 27 minutes and 24 seconds. I don't actually know what episode that was.
It was like in and out. We couldn't be bothered that day.
Yeah, that must have just been like, I think it was a
it's an
relatively
interview.
recent one. I think it was a.
It was a topic one, wasn't it? Someone's topic. We just did the one topic and we're like, done. And then we smashed out like 3.
Yeah, I think
No,
that.
I'll just pull back the
magic.
curtain there. No, they're always everywhere.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Loose lips sink ships.
Yeah, spoiler, we actually record these before they're uploaded.
Whoa.
There we go. I thought, so it's the shortest one was the £1 Fishman. It was basically just a teaser saying, go watch the actual £1 Fishman interview. So both your answers are in. You're both pretty close. George, you have said 1 hour, 10 minutes. Rob, you have said 1 hour, 13 minutes, and 12 seconds.
Oh, and 12 those 12 seconds could be the.
The winner is George. The average episode length is 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 38 seconds.
Oh.
Now, we'll probably raise that average with this episode because, as you can all see, listeners, this is an extra long episode this week. But yeah, 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 38 seconds. If you add up the 99 episodes before this, that is 103 hours, 55 minutes, and 36 seconds, which, according to Google Maps, will be enough time for you to drive from London to Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia. You could drive from Lagos to Cape Town for all you Africans listening. And for all you Americans listening, you could drive from Seattle to Miami to New York to San Diego. So you can literally go from the top left to the bottom right to the top right to the bottom left corner of the US while listening to the Curios Cast, and you'll get to you'll get to this episode just as you arrive at your destination.
And then that's when your sanity finally shifts and you just slip into madness.
I think we've asked this before, haven't we? Like, has anyone listened to all of them? And I think like Basie Josh has, and I think
there's a
Turkish
few
Glenn
people
has.
that have listened to all of them. I remember on episode 50, I shouted out some people, and then there was a couple people that we didn't mention that wrote in and said, listen. But there's quite a few people that have listened to every minute. So yeah, with that time, you could have driven to all those places. Also, I wanted to find out where you could drive to and back in that amount of time, and Israel is like the furthest point, but maybe this time of year,
I'd leave it a bit.
Not the best option. That's why Ulaanbaatar is probably a better option.
What about
sailing? Ukraine.
You could sail to like.
Oh yeah,
not that far. Not that far, probably. Yeah. Have you you keeping note of how many points we get, Tom?
You've got 1 point each.
It's only two questions.
Is it? No, I'm just thinking for future. Is it 2 points per question?
No. Why would it be 2 points?
No, of course it fucking isn't, right? We do this quiz night round the corner, and you get 2 points per question. And obviously, like,
but
no one told us this, and I know it's the same, but it's not the fucking same because, right, you can settle an argument here. So it's 2 points per question, which was the first time we did it. We like sort of sat round, they have it in like the main bit, like round in one bar, but he can pipe it through the audio to the other bar. And we were like, we'll do the quiz night. And he was like, I'll pipe it through to here then. So we're still a bit rowdy in the other room.
I like that
But
phrase.
when he goes to read out, it's good. Yeah, it's good. So the first couple of rounds, we read out our score. And then he was like, maybe it was on the second or third round, I'd got like an odd number. And he was like, everyone looked and was like, how'd you get an odd number? And he was like, well, you get 2 points per question. And I was like, I didn't.
But then how did you
that.
get an odd number then?
Because I didn't know we got 2 points per question. So I just wrote, I went in there and said like 7.
Oh, you were reading out your own scores. Okay. I think that he had marked your
scores.
paper and given you back.
Oh, no. You just walk in and tell him. And but then right, I was like, what the fuck, what's the point in that? So you get 2 points per question and they're all just like one question answers, apart from the music round where it's
one for the
artist and thingy.
Yeah.
But then, like, I can't put this out. So you get a joker. You get a joker in a quiz night. Have you ever played many quiz nights?
Yeah, but
normally a joker. So a joker doubles that round. So you can play it. So you get like the categories before the quiz starts, and you can choose which one you're going to play joker.
Bang it on the music.
So are you at an advantage or a disadvantage? We had such a blazing row about this in the pub. Are you at an advantage or a disadvantage if you play your joker on that music round?
Guess it depends. Because you could get 4 points per answer.
Advantage, surely.
But you could on all the other rounds as well. But then you could get 0. It's 4 or 0.
Yeah, but then...
Whereas I think this is 2... Because 0, 2 or 4.
Quite often at pub quizzes, you'll know the artist, but you just can't remember the name of the song. So that still gives you the chance to pick up 2 points, whereas you would get 0 on a non-music question. Yeah,
your options are 0 or 4. But mates were like, well, then you got double the chance. Like it's 50-50. Yeah. And you'll get double.
Well, I used to go to this pub quiz, and it's 1 point per question, as a quiz should be. But then the music round, it was 1 point for the artist and 1 point for the song, which meant that if you were good at your music knowledge, then you were at a massive advantage, because if a bunch of songs come up and you don't know it, and then another team does, they've just got double the amount of points that round. Whereas if
I've just thought about it, maybe that's why that could be why that's why they do it. Because
but what he should do is do half a point for the music round.
Yeah, I guess I was going to say, because in that scenario you can't have a joker system. Otherwise, you would just obviously play your joker on that round, then do mad good. Whereas with this guy's system, you can play your joker on there, and it's the same.
Yeah, I reckon
that's why he's done it. That's why he's done it. I've just worked it out.
I mean, it's good to know that
he's
affected you.
Yeah, I reckon he.
I know. It all makes sense now. That's why. Yeah. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair, would it?
I reckon previously he was doing 1 point per answer, and then half a point for the artist and the song. But then, because people are marking their own papers, and people probably don't know how to multiply half a point, people will get confused. If people are really bad at maths, right? So if you had we got 1 point, we got 1 point on that one, half a point there, half a point, half, then they try and multiply, add it all up, then multiply it by 2. People would get it wrong. Unless he took the papers in and marked them himself, it'd be a mess.
Maybe. No,
ask him why he does it, man.
I could have just asked him all this time.
Get him on the podcast. Yeah. All right. So at this point, Rob has 1 point and George has 1 point.
Sick.
No, it's all tied up going into question 3.
You keeping note of that though, yeah?
I'm keeping note. Yeah. Another question is: in 1 hour of the Curios cast, on average, how many words are said?
Oh, cool. Fucking hell, how'd you put that out?
So while you're thinking about it, the way I worked it out was I took 10 episodes at random, or not at random, the 10 episodes I found closest to an hour in length. So I found some podcasts that were 58 minutes long. Some of our episodes are 1 hour and a minute. And then I got the transcript from YouTube. So it is an auto-generated transcript, so it's not going to be perfect. And then I copied and pasted that into a word counter. And then I added those 10 up and then divided them by 10. And that would give us the average. And then I multiplied that by 103, which is the average length of, or the total length of the Curios cast. So,
but wouldn't you have had to account for all? Oh yeah, sorry, you counted. You basically counted as 100 episodes. So that's why you got the average over 100 episodes, essentially.
No, so I got the average. So I got those 10 hours.
Yeah.
Added them up, divided it by 10. So that gives you the average of one episode.
Of just 10 of
those
group.
10 episodes.
You've done a square.
But it was those 10 episodes. The number was very close between all of them. It was, I'd copy and paste a transcript in, write down a number, and then the next one, I copied and pasted it in. And I thought, that's really close to the last one. And all 10 episodes were within a very close, because I guess we're constantly talking, and it's not like there's minutes of dead air, right? So and our talking speed's pretty constant. So it's
really hard. Okay,
it's quite an accurate. But yeah, I don't know what I would guess for this, because I didn't.
Yeah,
I remember thinking, I don't know what it's going to come out as. I didn't have an idea before I copied and pasted it in.
So
I've gone for it.
I'm going to go
Rob's
for.
answer's in.
Yeah, it's tricky. Tricky, but again,
It's really tricky.
He's a really tough one.
I've just gone for it randomly. To be honest, I've just felt it.
So I've tried to think for like a minute to a minute and a half video script. Like it would be around 200 words, I think, if it's spoken at a normal
pace. Journalistic.
Oh yeah.
Fucking training.
But we don't speak.
I didn't think of this.
I don't think we speak at a voiceover pace. Like if so. I think it would be like 120,000 words if you're speaking at a normal pace, but then I think we're quicker. So that's what I'm trying to jib myself out with. So I've submitted my guess. We'll see.
Okay, your answers are very, very different. So,
but then my maths might be completely wrong. So I might have completely.
One of us has got to be way off. Tom knows which it is, which is funnier. He knows one of us is wildly.
What was the question? I want to make sure that I understood the question. It was in 10 episodes.
No. How many words in 1 hour of the Curios?
Oh, okay.
On average.
No, right, I've no. Then ignore that.
So you thought that was?
I thought it was
in 10 episodes.
In 10 episodes worth of an average of an hour long.
Okay, so I mean, if.
So
I could have just read the question wrong or explained it wrong. I could divide that by 10 and then
just do it then. Do it.
Okay.
Yeah, then that's your answer.
Because your answers were Rob said 13,695 and George, you said 160,000. So we'll take that as 16,000.
Yeah, 16,000.
Which is actually, we're quite close then,
Yeah, so Rob, 13,500 and George, 16,000. The answer is 10,365 episodes on average. So you're both not that far off, like in the grand scheme of things, because you could have been like 1,000 or a million.
Yeah.
But
I was pretty happy
fairly close. But Rob gets the point.
That's a pretty like surprisingly even number as well.
It is, yeah. So as I was putting those episodes,
what was it say again?
10,000.
You said 10,000, a new odd one.
10,365.
Oh.
So
I thought I said 65. I was going to get a bonus point because I said 65.
Got close.
He wants bonus points now, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I had a 60.
So I took the transcript from episode 21, 22, 32, 36, 40, 55, 60, 65, 84, and 96. And the word counts were like 10,061. Then the next one was 10,076. And then it was like 10,500, but the next one would be 9,500. I'm like, wow, this is really evening out to about 10,000. And it was close. So over the 104 hours of the Curios cast, that is in total 1,077,960 words. So if you was to print out the entire transcript of the Curios cast onto pages and stack those pages on top of one another, it would be as tall as about 2 big books. It was
that was a bit underwhelming at the end there.
Yeah. I was like, oh man, it's going to be like as tall as 3 stories or something. And it's basically, it's 24 pages short of the entire Harry Potter series. So if you stacked up all the Harry Potter books, you'd get 24 pages short. So you wouldn't ever find out what happened to Voldemort. It's bigger than the Bible.
But that's also, that's over, you've worked this out now over hours though.
Yeah.
But then you times it by the amount of hours, 103 hours.
Yeah, because I took 1 hour of the Curios Cast season and we've got 104 hours of content. So, yeah. And apparently War and Peace is a big book. So, it's 2 of those.
Oh.
Well,
probably a lot more insightful and,
Yeah, a lot more seminal.
Yeah. A lot more people have heard of the Curios Cast and War and Peace.
Well, people start saying that now. Cool, mate. It's not. I didn't ask for fucking Curios Cast entire back catalogue.
Episode 1 to 99. Yeah. I always, when I was a kid and you hear it, be like, oh, it's not War and Peace. I always thought people were saying Warren Peace, like it was a person
Yeah.
called Warren. And I always thought Warren Peace was like someone who rambled a lot or was known for speaking a lot or something, like he was a TV presenter or something. I was like, who's this Warren Peace
Funny
guy?
you say that. I think there is like a rapper, or maybe might be a spoken word artist called Warren Peace. I think I hear Scroobius Pip talk about him. And he's obviously done it on purpose.
Yeah.
Is that not Warren G? You get it mixed up.
No, Warren Peace is an English vocalist, composer, and dancer, best known for his work with David Bowie.
Oh, David Bowie.
Warren Peace. Maybe didn't mean it as a pun on that, but
Yeah, maybe that is just his name.
Yeah.
it's just his name.
Oh no, it
yeah.
says his name's actually Jeffrey Alexander McCormack, better known as Warren Peace.
Doesn't rhyme.
So, going into question 4, Rob has 2 points and George has 1. Come on, George. You can get it on this one.
I'm getting a bit nervous, to be honest.
So, one of the staples of the Curios Cast is weird news, of course. So, how many of our episodes have been weird news episodes? So, of course, sometimes we might theme an episode, or we're talking about a historical thing, or one episode is just one big topic. And then sometimes we all come with some weird news stories. How many of the 99 episodes are weird news and how many are not?
I think I've gone low here, but I hope not. It'd be nice if this was correct, I think.
It would be. That I tend to think that when I'm doing quizzes as well, is that it would be nice if my answer
if I was right. No, I mean, it'd be nice if there were more topic episodes.
Oh, right.
Like the amount of topic episodes that this means, my answer means, it would be nice.
I'm going to say...
I think I'm being ambitious.
Okay, I've submitted my answer, but I think maybe I'm a little bit low.
So you both think you're a bit low?
I think so.
Yeah.
So
because the first episodes were styled as weird news as well, weren't they? They just weren't what we refer to as a weird news. So, but they are still included in the weird news category. Sort of
yeah, they are. So the first 9-10 episodes before we kind of decided on a bit more of a format. But even on the first episode, George, when you're introducing the episode or the podcast as a whole, you say Curios Cast is a podcast where we go into it blind and we all bring some weird news stories, and you do actually use the phrase like weird news.
Okay, so that's been a thing from the beginning.
And yeah, and it was, even though you didn't call it weird news, like it was just that, because that is what it is, right?
It's really great being told like what you've said, because I just can't remember at all. Like,
yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I feel like I've got Alzheimer's.
Do you ever wish like a bit like a Black Mirror episode where like it obviously happens a lot when you have an argument with your girlfriend or something, and it's like, I swear I said that, and you're like, no, you didn't say that, but I swear I said that. Like I have it with fucking my housemate now, like, and I feel like, man, this proper feels like I'm like, I did say that, and he's like, you didn't, and then he'll be like, don't gaslight me.
See, I'm quite good at being able to pull up the receipts when needed. Like, especially if it's in like a group chat or in a chat, I tend to remember.
What, you're like constantly recording everything?
No,
like,
I remember. Well, I remember how it was phrased, and you can obviously search back, and I'll remember, and I'll find, and I'm usually
right. I'll ruthlessly search for something if it's been said in a.
But when
in a
you
WhatsApp
said it
chat,
in
but
person,
I mean in person, yeah,
you can't do that. I can rewind my brain. I can promise you I said that, but
my brain's like like security, where they wipe the footage after like 12 hours.
Yeah. Well, memory's shit as well. Everyone's memories is like dog shit. That's why all these like fucking people get wrongly convicted in that.
Oh, yeah,
people
like
just
don't.
Always wrong. So like that's why those arguments happen, because the both of you are like, no, I swear I said that, and the other one's like, well, you didn't. And you're like, well, I know I did because I don't feel like that now. You know.
Well, it happens quite often, and I realised it when we started doing this podcast, is that, you know, when you say something wrong, but you're convinced you said it right, like your brain has said the right thing, but for some reason the wrong word has come out of your mouth. And like you'll say 85, but you actually meant to say 83. And for some reason, just the wrong number came out. And someone says, do you mean 85? You're like, what did I say? Did I say the wrong one? And it happens quite often. But you don't notice it unless you get pulled up on it.
Yeah,
anyway, both your answers are in. George, you said 85, and Rob, you said 67.
Ooh.
The actual answer
You
is
think you're low.
you both thought you were low, but you were both high. The answer is 43.
Wow.
43 weird news.
Wow.
And
That's
56 not weird news.
That's crazy. I think that's a lot less than I was expecting.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah, I thought a lot more was weird news, but we had a
That's
run in
Good
like
going.
the 50s where
In the 50s.
yeah, where we were talking about
on a lot of topics.
yeah, the Moscow Signal, Ken M, Curios Cast on the Road, the Tar Barrels, the Aline Moore mystery. So yeah, Naked
God,
Attraction.
fucking hell, I forgot about that one. That was another
Yeah.
sleepy episode, wasn't it? The
It was.
Lighthouse.
So
Yeah.
another point
I
for
like
Rob. 3-1.
Ah,
But it's all to play for. There's 20
Renan on
points
the
in total.
Mars.
boys.
I'm gonna bring it back at the end.
Yeah. This one, I think you can both get this one right.
Okay.
I would like you to put in order who has been on the most episodes out of us three. So I want you to type name for who's been on the most, the second most, and the least.
Oh, shit. Okay.
And I'm counting, all the way back to episode 1. And yeah.
I can't remember who
it's-
was on the most on episode 50.
I was going to say, I think we did have a count up on 50, yeah. So,
Can we have that number?
trying to
Can we
remember
have
that.
that as part
nah,
of
no, you can't.
No,
No.
I don't have that.
I've already submitted my answer anyway.
I'm gonna say because Rob, you went a bit AWOL for a bit, and then I went AWOL for a bit, and there was some ringers, weren't there? I'm gonna say,
Yeah, we've brought in some guests to cover. We've brought in, we've done episodes of just 2 of us.
right, my guess is in.
Your guess is in. Wait, no, you've done it wrong, George.
Out of
You
the
need to
3 of
say-
us.
Yeah. You've said who you think has been on the most, but you need to say who's been on the. You need to put us in order.
Oh, okay. So okay.
basically.
Right.
George is really not understanding.
That beer, I'll
Do you
be
know what we're
honest.
doing, George? Do you know what's happening here? We're doing a quiz, mate.
That 9% beer is definitely
Yeah. Doing a
affecting
number
my
on it.
head at the moment.
I should have said at the beginning for people who are listening to play along, like you can, I guess play along in your head. I'm sure you're probably
yeah.
doing it just
Yeah.
by.
Oh, yeah.
I reckon it's probably about this.
Yeah,
Okay.
write down your answers. Write down your answers and tell us text us in what score you got. Yeah, that would be good.
So you've both got in your answers. You do have different answers.
Ooh.
You have both put me at the top, and then you have both put yourselves as second. And then you've put
But
the
you know
other
what?
person
You know what? I
third.
fucked it. I fucked it, Tom. I know I fucked it because I haven't considered the episodes like the bar barrels and shit.
Mm.
Anyway, I think I've already lost the point, but please go ahead.
George, you said Tom, George, Rob, and Rob, you said Tom, Rob, George. Rob gets another point. It's Tom, Rob, and George.
Unbelievable.
So I have been on 93. Rob, you have been on 90, and George, you have been on 88. So it is close.
Oh, it's pretty
only
close. It is close. Yeah.
2 episodes between it.
Who was top on episode 50?
I can't remember.
I think
actually.
I might have been top.
You might have been
Yeah.
top. I think it was.
I thought Tom was still. That's why I put Tom up there.
Because my thinking was that obviously Tom, you came
I
in
can probably work it out.
a few episodes in, but then obviously since then you've done a lot more things, just the 2 of you for the YouTube channel, but also releasing
Yeah, I
an
think
episode,
Yeah.
like a podcast episode. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, because I mean, just looking at the stats here, George, you didn't miss an episode until episode 39, but Rob missed episode 3. Which I filled in for.
Brilliant.
That's good.
Yeah, George. So George, you by episode 50, you had missed 5, and Rob, you had missed 6. So
you were ahead
it
then.
was close then, and I was not on 7. Like I was on
Yeah.
up until episode 9.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh,
So
so you
that
did win
is. Did I write that down? Rob's point.
I'm not sure I love this wine.
What
It's
wine
trouble
is
with
it?
wine, is it? Like the co-op's fair trade. Malbec. I thought I'd had it before, and I thought it was
Can you
all right.
give us a review of the mouthfeel? What is the term? What notes are you getting?
A bit. I'm getting like a sort of. It's a bit more acidic than I would like.
Yeah.
I guess that's what you say. It's a bit not quite as fruity.
Has it got a full body to it?
It's maybe it's a bit too full bodied. Maybe that's why I don't like it.
Dear.
But yeah, no way I'm finishing that. But I feel quite pissed already. I only had 2 small goblets.
Goblet.
I have had a fair old go on the old 10-10 as well, though. That's definitely a contributing factor. Shout out all the 10-10 boys.
Ben 10.
Question number 6. It does favour Rob a little bit, George. I'm sorry.
This has been set up from the start. It says
no. There is a question or two that favour you as well.
Okay.
So at the end of some of our episodes, Rob has sung a little jingle or a custom outro song. How many episodes has Rob performed or composed a custom song to end this with? Sometimes it will be something that's mentioned during the episode, and Rob will be, I've got a song about that. I'll do it at the end. Or
are we only counting it at the end, or are we counting?
I don't think you've ever
intros.
done one. Oh no, I'm not counting intros.
Times,
so yeah, when you played us in for episode 50, I didn't count it.
Yeah.
I think you might have played us in for a Christmas episode. I didn't count that.
Like a spooky one I played in for, I think. Yeah.
No, the Halloween one I didn't count either.
You know when we did that? I did the organ and you were like, welcome. Yeah. That's good.
Whilst wearing Lynn's dress as well.
Great. All right.
That's a tough one. I really do not know. I wouldn't even know where to start with that.
There was one or two that I'd completely forgot about as well. There was actually a few that I'd forgot. I thought it was only going to be... I thought it was going to be less than what it was. There was a few that I'd forgotten about.
I've gone low. It'll be funny if I don't get this one, won't it? I don't think I'm going to get this.
I've sent my answer, but I think I'm really low.
Oh, okay.
But I think my memory is just so bad that I can't remember. I can't remember any of them, to be honest. There's not one now that I could name.
All memorable, clearly.
Okay, your answers are locked in.
I couldn't honestly, I couldn't tell you one. No, it's terrible.
Okay. There's quite a gap between your answers. So Rob, you've said 4 and George, you've said 12.
Brilliant.
So the answer is somewhere in between those two.
Ooh.
Drum roll. The answer is 7. So that is Rob. You get the point. Yeah.
That's more than I thought.
Yeah. So
clearly that's more than I thought because that's more than I said.
Episode 10, you done a fart song. It was a song about farts or recorded fart?
Sampling my friend's fart.
Yeah. Episode 22, you performed a song from Othello, or you made a song that was a quote from Othello, Top in Your White You.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Not what I am. Topping your white you, the old black ram.
Episode 33, which is all about memes, you covered the Chocolate Rain song.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Chocolate rain. Some stay dry and others feel the pain. Chocolate rain. A baby born will die before the sin. Chocolate rain.
Episode 37, you performed a sad piano rendition of It's Coming Home. Episode 52 was you performed a whale song that you wrote, I think.
Yeah, I remember the whale song.
Lone stranger, you're far from your home. Somewhere in your journey you went wrong.
What was that episode about? Why did I do the whale song?
That was about
Did the 52
unexplained sounds from under the water.
Oh, yeah, that was another classic. Absolute classic episode.
George episode.
Yeah, absolute classic.
Yeah. There was a Blue Monday
I did a cover of Blue Monday. I forgot about that. I want to find that.
What, a Blue Monday cover?
Yeah.
How does it feel when you treat me like you do? You've laid your hands upon me.
On that episode, Jimmy actually left a comment on the YouTube video saying like, "Oh, after hearing that song, like, where can I go to find more of your music?"
Yeah, I think I replied to his comment and said my YouTube channel. Yeah.
And then
Shout out Almost Minor.
Performed the Shrovetide football song on episode 72.
I remember that one. Yeah.
The leather for to gain, and they play the game right manfully in snow, sunshine or rain. 'Tis a good old game, deny it to count.
Haven't done one for a while though.
Yeah, you can perform one
let's
for us
get one
today,
back.
episode 100.
Yeah, you can write an episode.
I could do,
100
couldn't I? I was thinking about that. I was thinking about it because like I've done fuck all else. I was thinking I could write a song encapsulating all 100 episodes, but obviously I didn't do it yet. But I could have it done. by the
Yeah,
time
because
we
it
have
does
this.
require effort, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does require effort. That's the trouble. The trouble with me in this.
We mentioned earlier. Oh wait, let me write down another point.
I've forgotten about the fart song. I can't believe I forgot about the fart song.
I'd forgotten about that one, and I think it's because I was on that episode, but I think it was just so long ago. I just forgotten about it.
What episode was that? Episode
10.
10. Okay, I'm going to listen back to that again because I remember having to play it just on repeat.
Yeah, because I didn't edit or upload the videos or anything. There wasn't even video at the time; it was just audio. So I don't know. It just wasn't in my memory.
Yeah,
forgot about.
Why did you do a fart song? Was there a story on the?
Yeah, well, I was in a WhatsApp group. I must have spoke about this. What happened like on the episode? Yeah, I was in a WhatsApp group.
The Windy City.
The Windy City. Yeah, there was mates would just post their farts, obviously, and one of them was just this fart that was just so musical. It was like. And I didn't even have to do anything like pitch wise to it. I just cut it out, and it was like the rhythm as well. I think I maybe like stretched it ever so slightly just to change the rhythm to fit, but barely.
Could we maybe play the fart song now? Like,
we can play it over the
yeah,
top
we'll put it in there. But I remember like listening to it. And we were cracking up, like me and my mate. I was living with my mate in the flat at the time, and I was like, I've got to do something like that. And I managed to like loop it. And as I was standing there with him in the kitchen, and then like we was laughing, I was like, that's fucking. And then he said he was like, he could hear me. He could hear me in my room. We were both on the bed, and he could hear that I was still up. He could hear like the tapping of like the keyboard or something. Like, and then he said about an hour later, I just sent him the fucking MP3 of it. He was like, fucking brilliant. Did like a harmonised solo too. I harmonised with a fart.
There's still a lot of points to play for. So, George, you can still claw your way back.
Okay.
It's going to be some tough work, but I think you can do it.
I'll give it a go.
Out of the 99 episodes, how many of those have been recorded in the studio?
Are you counting my house as my old flat as a studio?
No.
So
now, I think I'm actually not counting the first 10 episodes because I don't know where they were recorded. So I'm actually episode 10 to 99 because I can't remember I don't know which ones were recorded.
Okay. Some of those would have
your
been
living
in the
room
studio.
or your kitchen or Lawford's bedroom.
I think only the first 3 were elsewhere, and then the 7 were studio. Maybe.
Okay.
I think. Well, you're better to hear on the audio quality because the first 2 are just not worth listening to.
But yeah, so I'm actually only counting from episode 11 to 99.
Okay.
So whatever if you think episode, what would you say, like 3 until 10 or whatever, just take
maybe
away.
4 because I wasn't on 3. 4 until 10, I think.
Yeah. So
studio.
If you think that, then
so why don't you plus 6 to your answer, Tom?
Okay. I'm going to plus 6 to what I have written down. If you're that confident.
Yeah. I'm pretty darn confident, yeah.
You're pretty confident?
No, there is 4. There was from episode 4 we did till 10 in the studio at least.
Of course, would have had a lot more if COVID never stepped in and kicked us all back home. George will get to return that mic to Amazon soon when we go back to the studio.
Oh, I've put it in the chat in here. I glitched out there.
Oh,
Joel,
yeah,
don't look at the
Rob's,
chat.
I know Rob's number.
Have you seen it? Have you seen the chat?
Yeah, yeah. That's a lot higher than I was going to say. That is a lot higher than what I was going to say.
Well, I might as well say it out loud now. Yeah. Well, unless I don't want to ruin the people that are playing along.
Right, I'm going to go for. Right, I've sent it.
Oh, fuck it. What a cunt. That's completely screwed it.
No, but I wouldn't have been close to that anyway.
Yeah, you've gone for very different answers.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
but if you want to keep doing that throughout the course of the evening, then just send it in the chat.
George, you've said 28, and Rob, you've said 43. So quite a difference between the two of you. George, you got a point. It is 16.
Oh,
16?
Oh, God. 16, is that it?
It's not that many
No way.
recorded in the studio. Many more recorded from home.
Fucking hell.
Because recently, since I moved abroad, we've probably only recorded together. We've only done maybe 4.
Yeah, so we've done 4 episodes between episode. When I came on as a host, that was episode 10. So 10 to 14 were in the studio, but then COVID came pretty quickly, and we didn't get back into the studio until episode 87. So we recorded all the way from 14 to
I didn't know that. I didn't know that far.
And then we've done 6 since you've moved away, George. We've had 6 in the studio. So 16 in total. So that is a point for George. Let me write that down.
That's crazy.
Points now are 5 and 2.
Oh shit! I thought I was doing a bit better than that. 5 and 2.
This one's up your alley, though, George.
Whoa.
You mentioned him earlier. It's just
Satan's alley. Bigfoot.
It's Bigfoot.
Yeah, friend of the podcast.
How many episodes has Bigfoot been mentioned?
Mentioned? Oh, fucking
mentioned.
How did you work this out?
The same way as the other one. I went to it took me ages. I went through every episode, loaded up the YouTube transcription, and then Control F and typed in Bigfoot. And for the episode,
so wait, this is an important question. Then I'll go.
The episodes that aren't on YouTube, I put them into Adobe Premiere and transcribed them in there, and then searched for the Bigfoot there as well.
Okay, so it's every single time the word Bigfoot is said.
Yeah, not every single time. So if it's said multiple times in an episode, that only counts as one. How many episodes was Bigfoot mentioned? So it doesn't have to be a topic, because there's sometimes where George just goes, well, I couldn't find a Bigfoot story, so...
I mean, it's got to be pretty high, right? It's
got to be well high.
There were some episodes I'm clicking on. I'm like, the episode with the £1 fish man. And I'm like, why has he said Bigfoot there?
If I don't get this right, it's going to be terrible. But I'm really nervous to give an answer.
Well, it's unlikely you'll get it right, but if you get it...
Imagine if you get it exactly right.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, this is the only thing. You know every single one. You know?
I mean, there must be a couple where I definitely wouldn't have said Bigfoot, like the Westfield Watcher. I don't think he would have been mentioned then. Like the Lighthouse, I don't think we would have spoke. But knowing me, I probably did talk
with the fact that you were not on 12 episodes. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah, shit.
Although in fact,
I haven't accounted for that. I barely accounted.
But then we do. I think there are episodes that you weren't even on where we mentioned Bigfoot. Like I think Rob's like, I had a Bigfoot story, but I'll save it for when George is here or something.
Yeah.
That is.
Talking of which, you're seeing there's a Bigfoot thing come up recently. I think we chatted about it.
That video?
Not on an episode.
Oh, the one that's from a helicopter or something.
From a train.
Yeah.
A train.
Yeah, it's like a train going through Colorado or something. And it's true. It's actually Bigfoot. It is actually.
Come on, George, get your answer.
Anyway, okay, right. I'm going to say. I'm going to get this wrong. This is going to be wrong, George. Right, it's in.
Okay.
I'm so
Robert
nervous.
said 77. George, you said 94.
I'm just going for, it's got to be high. It's got to be high.
It's got to be high.
So I'm thinking of all the episodes that I've been on, there's probably only like 2 where I don't mention Bigfoot.
So the answer was higher than I thought it was going to be going into it. I didn't think there would be this many episodes.
Mm.
But both of you have gone higher than what I thought was going to be, what the answer was going to be. Rob, you've said 77 and George, you said 94. The answer is actually only 32 episodes.
What?
Oh,
That's insane.
That's surprising.
I can't believe that.
And also
32.
when I was flicking through the episodes, I would type in Bigfoot, and if it came back with nothing, then I would type in big and then just see if it like separated the words. I'd type in foot, and then I'd type in Sasquatch and Yeti and like try and see if it was mentioned in another way.
What about woodwlouse? Did you use woodwlouse?
I did, but in that episode we talk about woodwlouse. We also talk about we say the word Bigfoot as well.
I can't believe that. That's
32,
a lot lower than I
so
thought. Yeah.
Rob gets the
Yeah,
point.
it's low enough.
Fuck's sake. That's embarrassing. You know, for a self-proclaimed Bigfoot aficionado.
I mean, it's
You
like
need to
a
start saying it more.
third of episodes. I think that's enough.
Pretty good.
that's
Listeners, do you want Bigfoot to be mentioned more on the podcast, or are you happy with the frequency that he's currently being mentioned? Use this episode as a feedback opportunity, you know?
Yeah, thank
Please
you.
let us
Yeah.
know.
Yeah,
I'd like to know as well.
you can tweet at George James.
Yeah, GW James on all
Um,
platforms.
Next question.
Speaking of potentially mythical, potentially actual creatures and cryptids and monsters, on episode 13, our first ever Halloween episode, I brought a story discussing an Argentinian werewolf, and we repeated the Argentinian werewolf's name multiple times. What was the name of that
I know
Argentinian
it.
werewolf?
I know it.
Do you know it? Oh.
We said it many times.
I don't know if
no,
the
we
spelling's
did.
correct. Does the spelling need to be correct?
Nah, if you got close enough, you got it.
I never forget a cryptid,
Yeah.
apart from how many times Bigfoot. Never mind. When was that Halloween episode? 3 years ago now, I guess?
I know it's
When-
not this, but I can't think of.
That was
Maybe even 4
the
years.
30th of October, 2020.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, because remember it was like after first lockdown, we could start hanging out
Oh,
again.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
you and Faz had your big Monsters Inc. costumes.
Yeah, it's great. Those days.
That's a good episode to go back and watch. And that's where we had Sven, the Frosted guy on. So,
That was a good episode.
Your answers are in.
Erickson.
Rob, you have said El Chupacabra, and George, you have said El Lobison.
El Lobison.
The answer is El Lobison.
El Lobison.
El
Yeah, I got it
Lobison.
right. I got the L bit though. I was,
Yeah, I like that you wrote Chupacabra and then you typed El Chupacabra.
yeah.
Just to make sure it is Argentinian. Okay, so I went all the way back to episode 1 and listened to it. Can you name
You poor man.
as many topics as you can from episode 1?
Oh.
So
Oh.
both of you were there, and there's a couple. So there was 4 topics.
Was it just us two or was it Lawford?
Lawford,
Lawford
yeah,
was
it was-
there.
yeah, you two and Lawford.
Lawford was there.
Okay,
Okay.
so yeah, I guess kind of a hint is that there was 4 topics, and yeah, so name as many as you can, and you'll get a point for each one.
Oh.
So,
Okay.
but there were 2 topics that were mentioned in. Basically, George done his thing where he's like, "I've got a million topics. I'll read all the
Yeah.
headlines from them, and you choose." So,
Yeah.
I'll be surprised if you managed to get the ones that he mentioned but didn't go into detail on. So, George, you actually read out 4 headlines, and then you actually spoke about 2 of the stories.
That's
So you
news
spoke
to
about-
me.
Yeah. Rob brought one thing, Lawford brought one thing, and then you spoke about 2 of George's stories, and then 2 were mentioned in passing.
Fucking.
I can remember.
Um,
I remember there was something. I can't remember the full story, but I know like the general topic because it's a topic that I think we've mentioned quite a lot since.
Mm-hmm. Some of them are classics
I
that
remember
have
what it's called.
come back up a couple
I need,
times. you know?
I need to like not listen to yous for a second to try and remember the name of what.
what would
I think I
Rob-
should get a point for what I've just put, but I know it was called something.
What would Rob have brought?
You're gonna kick yourself when you like if you don't get any of these.
Oh yeah, there's definitely one. Yeah, that
Kick yourself.
Oh, I see it.
Like all four of these,
remember
when
that
I
bit
say it, you'll be like, "Oh, of course!" Like we've spoke about that loads since all of them.
Yeah. Yeah, really.
I don't know if we spoke about. You remember? Well, way back in the day when I spoke to the other Jimmy, that never happened about the meat falling. I don't know if that was episode 1 or not. I think that might have been more in. I'm just gonna have to go for the 3 that I've put because I don't think I can remember.
You've both got 3 answers in there. Any last topics, or you're locked in?
No,
I'm just gonna have to lock in with 3. I think.
I actually can't think of one of George's ones. I think that's what I think I'm locked.
You're locked in. So, George, you have said Fatberg, ghost lover / husband, and man shot thinking he was Bigfoot.
Oh.
Rob, you have said meat falling out of the sky, the sewage blockage thing, the Fatberg, and urine therapy. The answers are Fatberg, that's a point for both of you. Urine therapy, point for Rob.
Oh.
Bigfoot lookalike shot, point for George.
Oh.
And you're going to hate yourself, George. Italian sausage crashes through roof.
Oh,
so Ross gets
Italian
the point.
2 points each.
Oh, so that was
why do I
the
get a
Jimmy
point?
one.
We got 2 each, didn't we?
That was Jimmy.
Oh.
So
no, we had 2 each.
No, you get more.
No, the
you got
Fatberg
one more, didn't you?
Oh yeah, you both get 2 points. So yeah, George, you got man shot thinking he was Bigfoot and Fatberg, and then Rob got 3. Rob got meat from the sky.
Meat falling out of the sky.
And Fatberg and urine therapy. So
Shit.
George didn't get meat falling out of the sky.
No. I thought that was episode 2.
You said it out loud, but
I know, yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
And if it makes you feel better, Rob got it in before you mentioned it out loud. So Rob,
unbelievable.
had remembered it. He remembered your topic.
I think in episode 2 you'd rang him.
Yeah, maybe
by
that
this
was
point.
it. Yeah, I took myself out with that.
Yeah.
But then I didn't ring him back because it cost me like fucking £6 for 20-second call.
No such thing as didn't even consider Skype.
Yeah. He didn't know what Skype was.
He was like an old country guy, weren't he? Like he didn't know how to use the internet.
Funny, probably would now. Everyone does now, don't they? Or some form of something.
True.
So yeah, that between you got all 4 topics that were discussed on episode 1.
Oh.
The ones that you mentioned in passing were a man licking a doorbell for hours. It was like a Ring doorbell, and some like crazy guy was just licking the doorbell for hours and hours.
Yeah.
And
I remember.
It just like fast forwarded through.
Was the whale on that one? You know, Lawford got obsessed with that fucking whale.
No, that was in the studio.
No,
how can you train a whale? That was in the studio.
Or a dolphin.
I remember that in the studio.
Oh no, it was a whale, wasn't it? Russian whale.
It was a whale.
I think it went on for a few episodes because in that story about the whale that was returning the there was like a spy whale. There was like the Russian spy whale that they said had like some sort of harness on it, and there was another whale that was returning like a mobile phone. And like for a while that was like Lawford's thing. He was obsessed with whales. That must be in episode 2, episode 3 maybe.
It wasn't on. It
well,
wasn't
I'm fucking
on
storming
1.
ahead then.
You are storming ahead. Yeah, it is 9-5.
This is just
so 9 for Rob.
Dolly Parton.
I think that there needs to be an independent assessment of this.
The other topic that was mentioned on episode 1 that you didn't talk about was a seal getting an eel stuck up his nose.
I can see why we didn't talk about that.
Yeah. George, this is you. This is a point for. Sorry, Rob. This is just a straight point for George. On episode 26, which Rob was not on, George declared that he hates this popular brand of crisps. He said it makes him feel sick after just 4 or 5 of them.
I know.
What is the popular brand of potato chips that George hates?
So you say brand or like flavor or something? We're saying a whole brand.
Brand. Yeah, it's a brand. It's not a flavor.
Got to be this then.
I bet Rob's going to get it because I think I might have mentioned it a few times.
Maybe. So both answers are locked in. I'm just doing my B-reel.
Cool.
Oh, is it time? Oh, I can't.
It's B-reel
that's not
time.
fair. I can't do
your
mine.
phone's in use.
Yeah.
So, both of your answers are in, and George, you have said Pringles. Rob has said Pringles.
No way!
Oh no!
No way!
Oh.
No way! I got that. That was a pure guess. I just thought, what could possibly be like one whole brand of like crisps? No one else. There aren't really
Like
any
Walkers.
other type of crisp that you would say is a whole. I don't like any of them.
Fuck's sake! That was my chance. That was the turn. That was gonna be the turning point.
Oh, mate, what a guess! What a
that
fucking
was
guess!
yeah. Ziggy was on that episode, and I can't remember how the Pringles. Ziggy brought up the fact that when you buy a bag of crisps, they're like half empty now. It's like there's so much air in them, like and they never fall. And then I said, well, Pringles are the only brand that you can really buy, and they can't do that. Like they can't skim off the top because they fill them up to a certain point. And then you said that you just hate Pringles; they make you feel sick.
Yeah, just never enjoyed them.
Me and Ziggy were baffled at that.
Do you like Pringles, Rob?
They're so good.
I love Pringles. Yeah, banging. Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you know what they remind me of? If I eat, still to this day, because I don't get them that often, if I get the ready salted Pringles, it like instantly like snaps me back to like watching like Noel Edmonds' House Party or something, sitting on like the living room floor with my mum and dad on like a Friday night, and the Pringles are out.
Oh,
yeah, nice. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Oh,
All right, next.
Next.
Do you remember when the Pringle can? There was such
Next, fuck you on your
the Pringles were such a big thing that people started having those things in their lunchboxes that were
I had those.
specifically designed to hold a certain amount of Pringles.
I think we spoke about this before. I had those.
Yeah.
Take them to school. We're like, you get about 10 Pringles in it. Yeah.
And that must have
I
been
think
like
you got it free with the
from
Pringles.
Pringles, surely.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I think you got it free with Pringles, or you had to send off for it.
They look like the thing people put like their retainers in.
Yeah,
like little clamp.
I think you did get it free. I think you like it was one of those things if you bought a can of Pringles, it was like there in the supermarket and you picked it up.
Okay, yeah.
I think it was one of those things. You know, like sometimes you get a free glass with your your beer or something, or like, you know, at a certain time of year.
Yeah,
when the football's on or the rugby's on or something.
So these next few questions, it was quite hard to put together because you'll know it just took a long time. And I don't know if it's that good of a round. But anyway, it's a who said that round. So I've got some quotes here. And then you're going to say which one of us said these quotes.
Okay, is it just us three?
It's just us three.
Okay.
So this... I don't know if I should give
How did you work this
that.
out? Did you just pick like a random spot in a random episode, or
I was trying to remember funny moments, and I went through like our like Instagram reels and stuff, and tried to like remember what were some funny things that we might have said. But I've only got a few, and some of them are quite easy. Some of them are very like out of context. But yeah.
Okay.
If it's really hard, I'll give some context into like what we're talking about. If you both are like, it's just a stab in the dark.
Okay.
The first one is, there still is an element of clench. You ain't as agape as you once were.
Still is an element of clench. You aren't as agape as you once were. I think I know who said that. I think.
I think I know who said that.
Oh wait, I just sent my answer to Lynn.
Okay, you've both gone for different answers.
I think maybe
Rob,
I've got it wrong.
said,
I think maybe I said it, but I've not said I've said it.
Yeah, Rob said George, and George said Rob. Who said the phrase? There still is an element of clench. You ain't as agape as you once were. So this
I think maybe
quote was while discussing wiping your bum, sitting down versus standing up. And I said, I don't get standing up because your bum cheeks must go together. And then it all smushes. And Rob said, there is an element of clench. You ain't as agape as you once were.
Yes.
So, George, you get a point.
Look at that.
Done.
I knew as soon as you said, speaking about wiping your bum standing up, I was like, it's not me because I just don't. I just don't subscribe to that. Whereas Rob would be more into.
Rob said he used to. Yeah.
I used to. Yeah, I used to.
That's weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
Would you still be bent?
No, it's weird.
Like when you stood up, would you still like bend over to a certain degree.
Just a bit, yeah. Which is even almost,
It's kind of like a squat. Yeah.
I mean, I do that. I used to do that on like a public toilet when you don't want to put your hand in the too close to the toilet bowl or whatever.
Just to get off that bowl as quick as possible.
Yeah. Because you'd probably be
I've done it
hovering
at
anyway.
festivals, yeah.
Yeah. But yes.
No, I can't hover. I can't deal with a hover.
No?
Can't do it.
You haven't got the knee strength.
It's
I just
hard,
can't do
isn't
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next quote.
All right, so we're having that as a point. Like these are all
a
individual
point
points.
for George, yeah.
Okay.
So it's
I'm coming for
10-7
you.
now.
I'm coming for you.
Okay.
Next one. So whatever 30 divided by 4 is, you can't work that out in your head. It's impossible.
All right.
So whatever 30 divided by 4
I've
is,
got to listen out the window. Just
you can't work that out in your head. That's impossible.
I'm basing that on. The fact that has Rob said his answer?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm basing that on the fact that I'm shit at maths. So I'm going to say myself.
Oh, I was pretty confident in my answer as well.
George has said himself. Rob has said me. This was, for context, this was when we were discussing the 4 men who ate 30 kilograms of oranges before getting on a plane to avoid paying the baggage fee. And we were working out how many oranges that is. And I did say, so whatever 30 divided by 4 is, can't work that in your head. It's impossible.
Shit. I think you've made similar jokes fairly often. I think it's a bit of a recurring theme for you.
Yeah. It's incalculable. 11-7. So
comebacks
George,
off. Comebacks
you
off.
can still, if you get 11-8, 11-9. Yeah, actually, I realised I got 6 quotes, not 5. So it's still possible.
So I could still do it.
Yeah. The next one. My testicles are already the darker point of my skin, so I'm not sure how much darker I want to take them. I'll be honest.
I seem to remember that conversation.
I think it might have been talking about like bumhole sun. Oh, testicle tanning. So like there was bumhole sunning, and then there's testicle tanning. And someone said, "My testicles are already the darker point of my skin, so I'm not sure how much darker I want to take them." I'll be honest.
That could have been any of us.
It is true. I'm sure for all of us, it's probably factually true that your ball skin is darker.
I really, I don't know. I'm just gonna have to putting it out there.
Okay, your answers are in. You've both said different. Rob, you have said it's George, and George, you have said it's Rob again. This answer does come from Rob Oliver. It is Rob who doesn't want to, who's not sure how much darker he wants his balls to get.
I never said that.
I uploaded just that clip out of context on Instagram. It's just up as a reel on its own. I'm pretty sure there's 1 or 2 people commenting just like, I don't want to know this. Like, why? Like on TikTok or something.
Brilliant.
The next one. So it's 11-8 to Rob. Hello, everyone listening. Hope you're enjoying. Just had to butt in here because I realised during editing this that I gave Rob an extra point. So I said 11-8. It's actually 10-8. And going forward, I always read Rob's points as 1 extra. So just take 1 away from Rob's score in your mind. And if you're watching on YouTube or Spotify and you've got the screen open, the scoreboard on the screen is displaying the correct score. I'd had a few beers by this point, so we'll blame it on that. Anyway, back to the quiz. Next quote. I could punch a penguin. Punch a penguin, he'll be off balance. Fuck him.
Again, that could be any one of us, I think.
Yeah, it could easily be any of us.
I think I'm going to jib myself out with this one.
I could punch a penguin. Punch a penguin, he'll be off balance. Fuck him.
Punch a penguin. I'm thinking it's either you or me, Tom. Because Rob's, is a lover, not a fighter. Well, I can't remember if I said it or you said it. I mean, I've not been an answer yet, so fuck it. I've just sent it to Lynn again. Fuck. Right, my answer's
She's just got like Text
Random names.
Us names. Yeah.
Did you no, it's only both times it's been your name as well. You're just like a Pokemon. You're just Pokemon in Lynn.
Okay, so George, you have said yourself, and Rob, you have said me. We have all discussed fighting animals quite a few times, I think.
So I don't think I'd have said I'd punch a penguin. I knew it wasn't me because I like penguins.
I think it's Tom. I think it's you, Tom, isn't it?
It was on episode 50 where we were discussing what animals we reckon we could take in a fight. And
yeah,
it was George who said that he reckoned he could take a penguin. And then, you said punch a penguin. It'll be off balance. Fuck him.
Oh, it's true. But I can't remember saying that.
The question was, what is the biggest animal you could take in a fight? And you said a penguin. And I said, obviously, like you could easily take a bigger animal than a penguin. But
the thing is, though, thinking about it,
king penguin's quite big.
Like an emperor penguin, they're pretty big.
They are.
I think we probably had this discussion at the time.
Yeah, they're like pretty big. I don't think I could. I sort of want to take that back. I don't think I would punch a penguin.
Yeah, but you could.
It's not about whether you would.
Yeah.
Could. Yeah, you could punch anything.
Yeah, I mean, like, would you take? Did you think you would beat a penguin? though? You still not like
maybe not an emperor penguin. That's what I'm thinking now. Like a big.
But they fuck you up. I bet they got a savage. Peck
They wouldn't
on them.
fuck you up.
They got a savage peck on them
Out of the water, unless you're in water.
I've never heard the a peck. A peck, like a peck isn't savage, is it?
Yeah, a peck is not savage, is it? But what else do you call it? What do they do?
I don't know, like a jab or a stab.
It's a peck, though, isn't it? It's still a peck.
I guess a
Because a peck, like I bet an ostrich will fuck
but inside,
you up.
Inside like a penguin's mouth, they've got like loads of little little teeth, like razor sharp teeth. So they could like strip your arm of your flesh. I don't know. You sure?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Also, I think I probably want to take back my statement from that episode.
About orangutan.
No, that was a different episode. I said I could fight a full-grown crocodile and probably win.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I've seen a lot of videos of people getting killed by crocodiles since then. And
Have you?
Yeah.
Where have you been on the internet?
Brutal. Just like Reddit and Twitter and stuff. Twitter's savage now. It's great. It's getting close. Rob, you're on 11 and George, you're on 9. So you can still win.
Shit.
Oh, no, you can't actually. You can only draw.
Oh,
Two more questions. I haven't got a tiebreaker if it gets to tiebreak. I'll think of one throughout the episode. Yeah. I won't say what we were discussing because it will give it away. But we were discussing something.
Why don't you also not reveal the answers until we finish now? Because otherwise, there might be a couple that are null and void. Yeah.
All right. The next quote is, the next step after that is skinning human beings and wearing their skin to the supermarket.
I know this is 100%. I know the context, and I'm so sure I know this.
Wow. Do I give an extra point for context?
Oh. Yeah, if you want, because I definitely know the story. 100%, I'm sure. Well, 85%, I'm sure.
Yeah, I know what it's from, but I'm not sure I've got it right.
At least I think I know. I'm pretty confident with this one.
So you've both got your answers locked in.
Yeah. All right, now we've got to move on.
Yeah,
so we'll move
keep the
on
tension up.
to the next one. So yeah, and then we can do the 2 points at once.
Yeah.
The next quote is, Brexit means Brexit.
All right. I think I know who that was as well, unfortunately. Is Lawford included in this? Because that sounds like something he would say.
It does.
It's just us three. Okay, so the answers are in.
It's getting tense now.
How do I reveal it? Do I just reveal who the winner of the whole thing is, and then we can do the answers?
Say the answers as they were, and then we'll know.
Okay. So the first one, which is, the next step after that is skinning human beings and wearing their skin to the supermarket. That quote was, Rob.
Yeah. That was about the stuffed mice or something, wasn't it?
It wasn't actually. And Rob, you also said the same thing. You said it was a taxidermy episode.
Yeah.
We was talking about fake grass in your garden, and you said The next step after having fake grass in your garden is killing people and wearing their skin to the supermarket.
That's the very next step.
Yeah.
I stand by that.
I think you actually said the next step after that is torturing animals, and the next step after that is skinning people's faces and wearing it to the supermarket. So yeah,
one of a 3-step program.
Yeah, it was about fake grass. I think Rose's mum, who's got fake grass, saw that and was very offended. So you both got a point for that because you both said Rob.
So it all comes down to this, Rob. In fact, does Rob need to not get this right for me to draw this next one? Or if we?
Well, no, I've already got 12.
So he needs to not get it right, and I need to have got it right to draw.
No, I've already won.
Rob's already won. Sorry.
Yeah, but I got a point as well.
Yeah, you was on 11.
But I thought you said that I could still draw. It's just bullshit.
Yeah, if Rob had got both of those 2 wrong and you got 2 right.
This is bullshit.
So Brexit means Brexit. That was in relation to how you pronounce the word Ibiza, because Lynn believes it's Ibiza.
That's me.
And then we were arguing with Lynn about it, and George said, Brexit means Brexit, get out. And he was referring to the room, not the country.
Was she in the room?
No, she was just outside the room. You stuck the microphone in the doorway, and she said Ibiza down the microphone.
Oh, it's terrible. I can't believe she still married me.
And it turns out we discovered on the episode, and I knew it all along, that Ibiza is the American pronunciation, and then the Spanish say Ibiza. So they say it with the F, not the Z. And then we say Ibiza. So I think we're closer to
you say
Spanish.
Just say beefer.
Yeah, but the rest of Europe,
safe.
like the Dutch and the Germans and the French, they say Ibiza. They say it like the Americans for some reason.
Just
but
wrong.
the Spanish say Ibiza.
Yeah, they're all wrong. All of them.
So that is
shout out.
So it was fucking tight. It was close.
Trivia. Yeah, it was close. 13-10 in the end. So it was 13-11. Sorry,
I can't believe Bigfoot.
2 points difference.
Yeah,
I'm actually buzzing that I won that. Like I was like, my heart was going a bit at some point. So I was like, I really want to win this. I don't know.
I get like that with every quiz. I'm too competitive. It's better that I'm the quiz master.
Excellent.
Then it, gets angsty.
Well, congratulations, Rob. You hold the. We're going to do another quiz in another 100 episodes, so that's going to be in one time.
Good game,
So in another,
I really enjoyed that.
In another 4 years, I'll see if I can take
try and
your
keep
throne from you.
Yeah, I can. What I'll do is I'll see if I can share this with you guys because I'm going to keep this going. I can reveal the Curios Cast spreadsheet, which has and it needs. So it has. This is a spreadsheet I've made which has every episode, and this is how I can pull up the data so quickly. Every episode, who was on the episode, the length of the episode, whether it was a weird news episode or not. Just a random comment about the episode, so I can quickly pull up.
This admin, this is unbelievable admin. You need to be. We should be paying you a lot more.
Unbelievable admin.
And then more recently, I've had like the timestamps for like all of the topics we'll talk about. Whether
this
it was
unreal.
an interview, whether it was in the studio, and whether it was a Bigfoot was mentioned.
Bigfoot's got his own column.
It got to a point where I was like, oh, okay, but there's some big gaps in there where you don't mention Bigfoot.
That's crazy, yeah.
I did notice, like, in this little section, there's a section of, 7 episodes where Bigfoot is mentioned 6 out of the 7 episodes. There's just one episode where you don't.
Bigfoot thing. Then.
Yeah. And you don't actually mention him in the Halloween episode, which was like the most mind-blowing thing, like the episode where we're talking about cryptids and monsters and everything.
It's unbelievable.
I guess
Really?
because it's a given that, like, but yeah, you didn't actually, and I had to double check. I was like, did he really not mention Bigfoot in this episode? I'm like flicking through, typing in like Woodwose and Yeti and everything, but I even typed in like monster and cryptid to try and find the section where you speak about Bigfoot, but you didn't on the first Halloween episode.
That worked great, by the way. You sharing your screen there, like shout out Riverside. That was like one of the best screen share things, experiences I've had on a chat.
Hopefully, Riverside can sponsor us at one point because good little bit of software we're using here.
It was sick.
That was a great little.
Have
quiz.
any
I
of you
enjoyed
guys
that.
got like a weird news story or something while I go for a piss? Because I've been fucking busting for like the past hour.
Okay, I haven't got a weird news story, but I know I have got, and I've got a special treat for George.
Ooh.
Okay, I'll go to the toilet and I'll join back in.
I have.
Yeah, but
well,
you
you
need
have to
to-
see what I've got though, Tom. Before you go.
Yeah,
All right. Oh, it's the
Oh, is it
I've
the cards?
The cards.
Oh, it's probably best you go, Tom, because this
it's
might
such a cop out for
send
a
you over the
topic.
edge. Oh, listeners, you are
Go-
in
you go-
for such
you go-
a treat. Honestly,
Yeah, you go for your piss.
you're
Tom.
listening.
Yeah, I
You're
can't
about
remember.
to listen to us talk about complete shit.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah,
to
I
see,
can't remember that.
It was episode 91 that the cards last came out. No, 89. Sorry.
Oh,
The
not that
cards
long ago.
last came
God,
out,
the
so
cards
not
are
too
like
long ago.
this mythical force that appears.
Yeah, that was.
What's the format?
only a
How do I
33-minute
draw the
episode.
cards?
Yeah, how did you?
Did
do
I
it?
just shuffle them and just pick one out?
I think
Like,
so. Yeah.
What did we do?
I think
I
just
think you
shuffled
picked one
them.
out at random, showed the picture of it to George, and then
Oh,
he
that's
tried
it.
to,
George
work,
had to
he
guess.
tried
Oh,
to
yeah.
guess what
Oh, yeah, that's
mystery
it.
you was talking about.
Yeah, that's it.
But just because
okay.
there'll be a lot of people
Perfect.
listening instead of watching, we need to
I need
describe
to,
the
I need to
card
describe it.
as
I'll
well.
describe the,
yeah.
the picture.
and
Yeah.
then, and then
Yeah.
like make your guess as to what you think.
I
it
tell
is.
you what, this is riveting audio.
Okay,
All right, go on then.
it's a good one. It's a bit weird to sort of guess, really, though. I'll be honest.
The fuck is that? So it's a black and white photo of there's like a really tall man. There's either a really tall man and a tiny. Is that a person next to him or like a monkey? Or like a little. I've got no idea. It's like a picture of a really tall man. Looks like he's been having his photo taken, and there's like a
Yeah,
child. or a-
if I describe it, it gives it away. Really,
Is it? Yeah,
it's a
that
bit
one.
weird as a mystery. It's more of a phenomena.
Is it just like? Is it the world's tallest man and the world's shortest man next to each other? Is that what it is?
No, it is levitation.
Oh,
Bit of a shit.
is that
It's just
actually
like-
is that actually a small person next to him, or is it just like a?
No, so he's like levitating in the air. He's like right up, a good like 6 foot in the air. There's a good like, and they're like a crowd around him.
Ah,
I say
okay.
6 foot. It's not 6 foot in the slightest. Like 2-3 foot.
Oh yeah, I
but
see
like,
it now. Yeah, yeah.
More than like David Blaine. David Blaine would go like half a foot, wouldn't he, in his things? And then you watch how they do that. He would do like the simple illusion of levitating. Did you ever learn to do that back in the day? I used to be able to do it. Like you could trick if you stood people in a certain direction from you.
Yeah.
You could make it look like you did it just by basically lifting your leg up
Yeah.
and covering the other foot. And but he did like a good version of that. But then they would do a camera edit where they would make it look like he floated way up high in the air, but then edit in their actual genuine reaction to him doing the small magic
Yeah,
trick.
yeah.
But I guess this is like old school version of that. Reliable as well. Reliable records of human beings who have risen into the air and hovered there for a while go back to at least St. Joseph of Cupertino, 1603, who made several well-witnessed flights over considerable distances. That's mad.
That's not. When does levitating become flying?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Although one authority lists some 230 levitating saints, the phenomenon is not exclusively Christian, and similar experiences have been claimed by tribal wizards, witches, and spirit mediums, among others. An illustration shows the medium Colin Evans photographed by infrared light during a séance in 1938. Comparison of several photographs of this event shows that he remained in the air for some time.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Colin Evans, medium.
Did George guess the
was a-
mystery by the photo?
no,
did not. It was-
I thought
it
it
was
was. I thought it was a
levitating,
picture of a really tall man and a like a
It was
really
a bit weird to say what it was.
a tiny man.
Let's see the
next to him,
picture.
but that's a pretty cool picture, though. Even if it, obviously it might.
It is
not
a
be-
cool picture, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
like I expect
put
that to
that
be
there.
used as for an album cover or something like that. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
pretty interesting image.
Mate, it was so easy to trick people back in the day, wasn't it? Like you could do anything. You could do that
Yeah.
trick where you just put like your toes behind your foot and levitate, and people would be like, oh,
That's
Yeah.
what I was talking about. I was saying,
Yeah.
because David Blaine did, didn't he, in his thing, and they would basically edit in like footage of him actually doing the trick. I was saying to George, and then like with footage of him where they just lifted him up much higher, and then they'd edit in the actual reaction of the crowd, like to him doing the sort of loose trick like you described, like hiding your foot.
he's a fraud.
I mean, this is one that I'm picking out a couple that you might get, George. I think it's like better
Okay.
to like look at a couple of the pictures. I mean, that's a classic. Everyone knows that one. But there's no point putting that. This. I mean, maybe that one.
We'll do
Right,
that.
a couple more now. That'll do. This one you might get. Okay. All right. What about this one? First of all.
Look at it. There he is.
Oh, yeah.
The famous Bigfoot footage of
that's the
Bigfoot.
classic, isn't
Yeah.
it?
What is that? I can't remember what it's called now.
I was going to say, do you know the name of the it's
the
like named
film.
after the person who captured it, right?
Yeah.
Is it?
There's something.
Roger
tape.
Patterson.
That's it. Patterson tape.
Cine film.
Yeah. And it's when it's famous shot of Bigfoot looking over his shoulder as he walks away into the woods.
It's the famous, iconic, isn't it?
I remember
Iconic.
seeing.
Anyway,
I think
I
last
did that
year.
for crack, really, but
Was it last year or maybe the year before? There was an interview with the guy that, even not the guy that shot the film, but he was there with him. You know, because I think the context was that these two guys were going off into wherever it was shot, like somewhere in America, and they were off in like on horseback in the mountains and blah 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 blah. And this guy was telling the story of it, which is pretty interesting. But to this day, like this guy hasn't made any money from the tape. You know, the other guy obviously eventually sold this footage, I guess, to different newspapers or whatever, and then made a bit of money from it. But this other guy hasn't made any money, but he still, like to this day, says it was 100% legit. You know, I saw something, whether it was like a guy in a suit, I don't know, but there was definitely something there that, I've never seen since, and it looked real, which is quite interesting. Like if you look at the documentary, he's pretty, just like a normal guy. You know, he's not like a. You know, sometimes you get a feeling from people and they're like sensationalists and they like the attention and all that sort of shit. Just like this old cowboy, basically. But,
all right.
Classic.
What about this one then?
Love it.
That was. I mean, I did that just because I knew you'd obviously get it. But yes.
What is that?
Something
people
running away from.
Get it. Is it
Is that like a chariot on?
Is it Pompeii?
No, that's not a mystery though, is it? That's
true. Yes. Is that someone? Is that
a
a person?
like a cannon? Oh, they're fish. There's loads of fish raining from the sky.
Oh, yeah.
Is that like
so I
from
guess
the Bible?
Oh no, it happens, doesn't it? Like they get loads of fish fall out of the sky. It happened a few years ago. Is that what it's talking about? Like fish rain or whatever it is?
It is the fall of fish.
Yeah. They get sucked up by like water spouts over the ocean, and then it carries
I think
on
it's been
over
proved that it legit has happened or something weird. Yeah. In February 1861, following an earthquake at Singapore, a great number of fishes fell from the clouds during an extraordinary downpour lasting 3 days. This remarkable incident is typical of a great many documented from Roman times to the present. Not only fishes have fallen unexpectedly from the sky, but also frogs, seeds, stones, and huge blocks of ice.
But it happens quite far inland as well, right? Like,
yeah, I guess, yeah. I love the inverted commas. The official explanation blames the lifting action of water spouts or powerful winds. But how these winds select creatures of one species, transport them without scattering, and dump them on a tiny area has not yet been explained.
That's true, actually, yeah.
That's crazy.
Mad.
It happened I'm sure it happened this year or last year in Australia or somewhere. There was definitely somewhere where it happened. But that's a good one. I like that.
Yeah, I think like, the theory is that, like a little water spout, so like a little, essentially like a typhoon or like a little tornado sort of sucks them out of the water. Or sucks the water up into like the cloud, and then it just, I guess, launches them inland somewhere. And it's obviously super rare, but I think it is one of those things that does actually happen. Of course, most people, when it happens, will assume it's a god or something supernatural rather than a freak like nature.
I feel like this is. I don't know what this is, but I feel like this one you might get, George, because you just might know what this is. You might have heard of it.
Is that the Tunguska event?
It fucking is. Yeah.
Which I've always just a big comet that hit the Earth, right?
Yeah, so it's in Siberia, I think, and it was like a huge. It was like in 1908, maybe, or 19.
Oh my God! He's actually got. Yeah, he's actually got the date.
It was like the meteorite didn't hit the Earth; it exploded just above the Earth, apparently.
Oh,
and then it flattened like a mad circumference of trees, like
hundreds of miles.
Miles and miles of trees, and it wasn't until like might have been like 1914 or 1911 when scientists actually got there, because it's in the middle of Siberia, right? Like this thing happened and they knew that this massive explosion had happened in Siberia, but then they eventually had an expedition there and they just found like trees just fully knocked over. If you look up online, there's like mad photos. Maybe we'll put one on the screen. And there's like a little bit of a crater, but they still sort of don't really know what it was, like whether it was a comet, whether it was a meteor or something else. But I think it's the largest. It's like the largest.
I can't believe you got a year.
It's like the largest, explosion on the Earth or something.
But it says one of the biggest explosions of the pre-nuclear age.
Okay, yeah.
Can you get the day and month? Because they've given it a date and month here, exactly.
So it was 1908, and I think it was like in winter, I think.
Oh, no. It's 30th of June.
Yeah, winter.
1908, it's very impressive. You imagine if you got the day. All right, one last one then, and then we'll move on from this. I'm not quite sure how this really sums up what the thing is, but you definitely heard of the thing.
That's a plane.
So someone disappearing, maybe. Is it Valentich disappearance?
It's
no, it's less bait than that. I mean, more bait than that.
More bait.
More obvious, yeah.
Bermuda Triangle, maybe.
Bermuda Triangle.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say it was. Yeah. I forgot her name though. That woman from Tiger King's husband. No.
Yeah, but this was before Tiger King.
Did he disappear in the plane?
Huh?
He disappeared in the plane.
Yeah. What's her name? The other woman. Hey, all you cool cats and kittens.
Carol Baskin.
Carol Baskin. Yeah.
Her husband. Bitch, Carol Baskin. Yeah.
What's the Tiger King?
Oh yeah,
name?
they say
Johnny Tiger or something. What's his name?
Johnny Tiger.
What was his name? Yeah. Everyone says that he tried to make out that she fed him to the tigers.
But apparently he used to go for
what was his name? Joe Exotic.
Yeah. What did I say? Johnny Tiger.
Johnny Tiger.
Apparently Carol Baskin's husband used to go for like long flights over to like Brazil and stuff on like a single motor engine and like barely make it quite like because the petrol runs out and shit. And it was quite a risky thing he used to do, and apparently that's where he died. But who knows? But no, Bermuda Triangle.
Maybe there was a tiger in the plane with him. She put one in there, and then like halfway across the ocean.
Maybe get about those things.
Yeah.
I could take.
I'm surprised we haven't had a Bermuda Triangle episode. Because that was always one of the classic. I always talk about these books when I was younger, like mysteries books or like ghost books. Bermuda Triangle was one of the things that I was just obsessed with. The giant squid. And all
was the Mary Celeste?
Well, the Mary Celeste everyone thinks that's part of the Bermuda Triangle, but I don't think the Mary Celeste was in the Bermuda Triangle. That was like in the Atlantic somewhere.
Okay.
But yeah, maybe we should do an episode on the Bermuda Triangle.
Is there much to actually talk about with them? Other
that's
than
the thing, because I've always looked it up and I thought, I should do a Bermuda Triangle episode. And then there's like old accounts from like the 1700s where people were talking about giant squids and stuff like that, but it's not really interesting to talk about. And then there's a few things like more recently, like there was a flight of planes in the Second World War that they all disappeared because all of their instruments, like their navigation stuff, stopped working. But apart from that, it's not really that interesting. You're just talking about a ship disappeared, and then the plane that went to look for the ship also disappeared. But 9 times out of 10, it might be because of like a storm or like bad weather or something like that.
The thing is with the Bermuda Triangle, I'd be pissed off if I was Bermuda because it gets called the Bermuda Triangle. And if you say Bermuda, the first thing you would think of is Bermuda Triangle. You don't think of like beautiful like holiday destination. But the Bermuda is only one of the 3 points of the triangle. Like it goes from Bermuda to like Miami to like Puerto Rico or something. Yeah. Like somewhere in Florida. Yeah. So like it's only one of the 3 things. Why is it not the Miami Triangle? Why is it not the Puerto Rico?
They've probably
triangle?
done that on purpose, haven't they? I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a Miami fucking newspaper or whatever that first called
it the Bermuda Triangle. And then now
Yeah,
Bermuda's
mate.
like,
Yeah.
we didn't do anything. Now people are scared to come to Bermuda. And like, to go to Bermuda, you don't even need to go over the Bermuda Triangle because it's just one of the points. So you could just go like round it. But now people are like, oh, I ain't going to Bermuda. I've heard things about the planes that go there.
Yeah, the Bermuda Triangle's mad.
I feel like the Bermuda Triangle is not even like that big a deal, right? Like,
No, I remember as a kid, like thinking, oh, the Bermuda Triangle, like I need to make sure I don't fly over the Bermuda Triangle at any point in my life because things just go. And I thought growing up, I would hear so many stories about, oh yeah, another plane's gone missing in that Bermuda Triangle.
yeah.
It doesn't happen.
Yeah, strange. It's a shame, really. Like,
It's a shame more people don't go missing.
Well, if there was like a mysterious, patch of somewhere on the planet where, weird shit happens, but they just don't know. They're like, legit, just have got no idea what goes on there.
I think that happens in Hull.
Yeah, Hull.
But, yeah, that's where DJ
dreams go to
Smiles
die.
from. Yeah, on the Huddersfield.
Oh God.
Yeah, but people fly over the Bermuda Triangle every day. And it's fine. It's quite a big triangle, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the same. I always see the comments that like, I thought quicksand would be more prevalent in my
like
life.
a bigger deal in my life.
Yeah. As a kid, you're like, Bermuda Triangle, quicksand, don't put the toaster in the bath. Like all these things that like might happen. And you're like, all right, I need to make sure that when I'm having a bath that the toaster don't fall in because that could happen.
Imagine if he's having a bath on a ship traveling through the Bermuda Triangle with a toaster on the side. I mean, that's like,
yeah. And then I got trapped in quicksand.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Have you ever seen quicksand? I suppose there's some areas of the UK where there is actually notices. There's quicksand. I think like up north around Morecambe and places like that.
Yeah,
I think there legit is quicksand, but I've never seen it. Even in documentaries, like in the jungle, and you never see. Oh, here we are in Colombia, and there's the famous quicksand.
I don't know what counts as quicksand and what doesn't, because I've been out in the Thames estuary at low tide, and when you walk out there, the sand and the mud sucks you in, and it's really hard to get out. And also, me and a friend done the Morden mud run, and it's basically just a river that's at low tide. Like the tide's completely gone. It's just a mud bank, and you go out there, and it's kind of like quicksand. Like you tread on it, and it goes up to like your knee.
And the more you
can't, you struggle out of it. And the thing is, as you say, your right leg's in there up to your knee, and you lift your leg up, you're obviously pushing down with your left leg. So your left leg goes even deeper, and then your left leg is now deeper than your right one was, and you're constantly pulling. And it's like, but that's not quicksand, because if I stood still, I wouldn't start sinking. But I think it's the closest thing to quicksand that we've probably got, really. Yeah. Because when we first moved here, like me and Rosie have been going for a swim like in the sea, and it's one of those like cold water exposure things. We're like, and we went, and it wasn't really low tide, but we were like, we just got to walk through a little bit of sand, that's all, and we'll get in there. And it just sucked us, and we had to back out because you can't move in that stuff.
Yeah. I remember when I was younger, I probably mentioned this on the podcast before, but we used to go to Southend for the day, and then at low tide, me and my sisters would go all the way out and like look for crabs and shit, like in the the bits of water that were left. And there was one day in particular where my sister got her feet stuck in the mud. It just like legit couldn't move, and then started screaming, and it became like this traumatic experience being stuck in the mud, like out in the Thames estuary.
Your sister was actually terrified of quicksand.
Yeah, well, we always got told, you got to be so careful. Like if the tide's coming, it can be in like a second. Like all the water can be back in just 1 second. So as like a 8-year-old, we were thinking at any minute, just the water's just going to go,
like a tsunami. Yeah. Like back to head height. Yeah.
And do you remember the jelly shoes? Kids' jelly shoes.
Oh yeah, I remember those. Yeah.
Like she lost her jelly shoe, because it wouldn't come out the mud, so we had to sacrifice a jelly shoe. You know, like in a film.
Damn,
and you're like, shit, quick, take your shoe off. It's stuck in the door.
It's like when Tom Hanks loses Wilson on the boat.
It was like Wilson.
Yeah.
Oh,
Poor
I know
Wilson.
them jelly shoes. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like see-through sandals.
I did
See-through
basically
sand.
that with I did like a Wilson. I had this when we was down in the van once on the coast by like Norwich, and I was like rooting around inside the van or something, and I was like, oh, there's an inflatable ball in here. Like I didn't put it in there. It was like,
You've said
the
this
previous
before, I
owner
think.
must have bought this.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I blew it up, went out, and I was like, I'm going to fucking play with that in the sea. Went in, and I think I instantly, must have been the first thing I did. I hit it, and wind took it, and it went, and then I just tried to swim after it, and I was swimming. I thought I was getting out. I was thinking I must be at my depth by now.
Yeah.
And if I don't get this ball, I'm going to be knackered. Like if I get it, I'll be able to hold it. But I thought if I don't, I'm fucked. And I had to watch him go. I was
Traumatic,
Wilsoning him off. Yeah, that was straight away.
Maybe
It must
he
have
might
been
be
that
in the
many years.
triangle now.
Could be. It's probably I've just contributed to ocean waste.
Yeah,
and like,
turtles.
Yeah, it's over a turtle's head.
yeah.
Right, I'm going to go to the
Doesn't know where
bathroom
he's
now.
going.
I'm going to tap
All
out.
right.
We're all on a similar time frame.
Yeah. Have you seen that Liver King has lost his eye?
No way. Lost, as in his eyeball gone.
Liver
One
King.
eye.
Yeah, I mean, his eyeball is still in his head, but it's like broken.
He's blind in one eye.
He's blind in an eye now. Yeah. So
No
he.
way, I've not seen that.
So he's go on his Instagram or something. You'll see. So he obviously he posts quite a lot of content, and a lot of it is clearly recorded quite a while ago. But he's started posting content where he's got a eye patch on, and so some of his stuff he's not eye patched, and some of it he is. And obviously people are asking, "What's wrong with your eye?" Apparently he was working out and he was pulling some resistance bands, and a resistance band snapped, or like he let go of it and it whipped and hit him in the eye. And lots of people are calling him out, saying he's lying, he's doing it for attention. And obviously, he's not known for being the most truthful kind of guy since he got caught with steroids. So people think he's doing it for attention. But he posted the other day his documents from the ophthalmologist, like opticians and stuff.
Yeah.
And you can see from his pupil, like when he zooms in on his pupil, his eyes, his eyes fucked. But he's got one eye now.
He looks even more ridiculous now. Like, has he just gone on like, well, everyone knows me using stories now, so I'm just going to go wham on it? Like,
he's claiming that he's still natural. He's saying he's natural
Fuck
now.
off.
And ever since More Plates, More Dates called him out, he was like, yep, sorry, I've been lying to you, but I'm natural now. I'm going clean. And he posts updates like 200 days clean, 300 days clean, like Liver King 2.0. But he does look, I feel like he looks more fucked. Like he looks unhealthy.
yeah.
I mean,
He looks more absurd
who are we
than
to sit
he
here
ever
saying
did.
Liver King looks unhealthy? Like he's clearly fucking jacked, but like a lot of in his face and like he I don't know, his skin like doesn't look healthy.
Nah, he looks mad. And this photo I'm looking at here, this is obviously edited as well, but like, yeah, loses an eye, savage.
Yeah, it's
Well.
it's rough.
Subprimal.
Subprimal. Yeah. Liver King gets quite a lot of comments on Instagram like, why is your skin so red, bro? Because like his skin is pretty red. And in some videos he looks like extra red. Like he's just, I guess, like a lot of people do when they get out of like a really hot bath or something. But he claims he doesn't wear sun cream because it's bad for you. He doesn't wear sunglasses because we're not naturally meant to. And he's obviously spending a lot of time in the sun without his top on, so he just gets red as fuck.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, George, we're talking about Liver King. He's lost an eye.
Has it fully gone? Because I saw he was wearing an eye patch.
Yeah, it's gone. Well, his
What
eyeball's
happened?
still there, but his pupils all, like you could tell by looking at his pupil that it's actually fucked. Apparently, he was working out with some resistance bands like wrapped around a pole, like to his squat rack, and I don't know if the band snapped or he like let go and it whipped him in the face, but a resistance band basically like fucked him in the face.
Mad. Yeah, he's fucked.
Yeah, he seems to be taking it in his stride, and he's like, "Is what it is."
So I was looking at his website. Apparently, sleep is subprimal.
Oh, really?
Sleep subprimal. Yeah.
I swear he's spoke before about like making sure you get a good night's sleep.
Well, according to this, currently, this week, it says it's Liver King subprimal versus primal this week. So maybe it changes every week. But currently this week, subprimal. And he said, feeling this, I keep justifying that I'll sleep rest when the eye surgery is scheduled. Well.
On his website, that is.
On his website, liverking.com, yeah.
I wonder if he's still making a lot of money. Like, it must be.
Oh, yeah. He was making like hundreds of millions a year before he even got on like social media and stuff.
Oh, yeah?
But yeah, I'm pretty sure because when we first done our Liver King episode, I went through like the ancestral tenants, and one of them, I think it's like the top tenant is sleep. And he says, yeah, look, we can only go a few months without food, a few weeks without water, but only a few days without sleep before we die. To improve sleep, blah, 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 and all the stuff that you need to get good sleep. So, flip-flopping, man. Liver King. Buck up your ideas. Get on the Curios Cast and explain yourself.
That would be quite an episode, I think, if he was on the Curios Cast.
Yeah, I don't think he does...
media appearances.
No, he does do... He went on a lot of podcasts, but... always in person. I don't think he does online interviews because he doesn't use electronics that much.
Yeah. Apart from to upload his own content.
Yeah. Well, he says that he doesn't like keep his phone near him. Like he has obviously someone filming his TikToks and stuff for him. But then it's like, get that phone away from me when we're not filming. And in his house, they don't have Wi-Fi. He uses like wired internet, and he doesn't want all that EMF radiation like getting into him and everything.
Well, it looks like he's really healthy. So fair play to him. Doesn't look like his chest is about to burst.
He's got his net worth here. I don't know if this is true. And who are these fucking kids he's got lifting this shit with? He looks absurd. Like he's so veiny, like vascular.
He's
that's what they say, isn't
vascular.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, that's a steroidy thing, isn't it? I don't even know how to say this number. Apparently, according to his website, this is, so obviously he's a pinch of salt. His current net worth is, so it's 310 and then 6 zeros after it. What's that number?
310 million.
310 million.
You know what? I actually believe it because apparently,
do you think? Yeah.
He and his wife worked in like the pharmaceutical industry beforehand. Or she was a dentist. She was like a really well-paid dentist, apparently. And he worked in like pharmaceuticals. And then they started this like supplement business, which done really well. And then now he has, he can obviously afford this like massive house on this big ranch. And he flies private jets everywhere. And
not very primal, is it?
People do say that to him. People are like, oh, what's so primal about? Because he goes to these like expensive clubs and flies private, and he basically says our ancestors would pride themselves on getting to places in the most efficient way possible, or not wasting time getting from one place to another. And when we invented the wheel, that's how we got around. When we invented the motor, that's how we got around. And like, if you've got the resources, use it. But yeah, he's fucking loaded.
Yeah.
Which is so strange.
Ancestral supplements in like years ago. He sold a business for like 3 million. Yeah.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. But it's surprising that he's still doing all this like Instagram shit, and he's like clearly putting a lot of time and effort into like trying to be famous and making all these TikToks, even though he's already like fucking set. Like he's obviously not doing it for money.
Must be a narcissist, though.
Yeah, maybe that's true.
Surely he's a narcissist. Must be.
Wants the attention.
Like, he likes to be in control and loves the attention.
Cool, that's mad. How old do you think he is?
He's like mid-50s, isn't he? Like mid-52 or something. Like early 50s.
He's 45.
45. What was you? Are you saying that like he looks older.
He looks older. Yeah, he looks way
like
older.
his face looks really. He just looks.
Yeah, because a lot of these
the
like
beard sort of changes.
fitness guys or like the biohacking guys on YouTube and shit, like these guys who are like, this is how you optimize this part of your body and this. They'll hopefully, and their goal, I assume, is to look younger than what they are and keep their body young. But yeah, he doesn't look. I can't see him living to a high number.
No.
It doesn't seem likely, does it? But maybe he's got it right. Who knows?
He's got big
asset
muscles,
class.
that's what I know.
I love at the bottom of his website. There's a whole thing about him. Asset class, liver king, the dominant man. That's what he's decided. His asset class is the dominant dad, the dominant husband,
the dominator,
the dominant CEO. There he is with a few of his Wham employees. Yeah,
Wham employees.
Interesting. Well, he's got a few of his like. I guess these are his employees because he's the dominant CEO, and like a couple of them are pretty jacked, and one of them not so much. But still looks pretty shredded, but not like as beefcake as them. You'll see it on his right at the bottom. It's a really weird website because it's just one big, long, huge fucking scroll. Like there's a lot of content on this website. Like he's typed so much, and he must have typed this. He's fucking mental. It's all about himself.
It is written like he typed it himself, yeah.
Yeah, and it's mad, and there's loads of it. Must have taken him fucking ages.
But his farts fucking stink. You imagine?
Apparently he stinks. Like a lot of people that have met him said that he stinks because he doesn't wash. He only washes in the lake. Like so he'll go and get into the lake and wipe himself with water, but he won't use soap. And he doesn't brush his teeth either.
Isn't that quite a part of the ancestral thing that we like? That's basically how humans, like a big step in our evolution, is that we discovered soap.
I think so. I think that is like a big thing that separated us from other species was like hygiene and, you know, obviously we discovered germs and stuff and like diseases and kept ourselves from dying.
Yeah, wash yourself with like lime and sort of stuff, like some sort of basic being able to make a thing.
Yeah. He doesn't brush his teeth either, but because his wife used to be a dentist, she like digs around in there every now and then. That is genuinely, he's like, she like has a go and will use like a pick and like scrape away at his mouth every couple months or whatever, but he doesn't brush his teeth. And I think people that have met him do say he stinks.
No, I'm surprised.
Ancestral tenants, eh?
Yeah.
Stink King. Stinky King.
You got any weird news stories for us on our 100th episode, George?
Well, I've got a few, yeah. So in classic George style, I've done like a little roundup, and there's actually a couple of stories that touch on some of the themes that we've discussed tonight and some of the callbacks from many of the other episodes. So I have got one that discusses Bigfoot.
Of course,
got a Bigfoot story. I've got one that discusses the chupacabra, which we've discussed a couple of times. And we've got two stories about women sleeping with ghosts, which I think is probably second only to Bigfoot in terms of frequency of
it might
discussion.
be, yeah. I should give that its own category on the spreadsheet.
There's also, I've got a story about Florida Man, which we've spoken about Florida Man a few times as well.
Yeah.
But so this first one, I think is just quite funny. I think I'm pretty sure it's bullshit. I mean, it's on the Daily Mirror, so you can draw your own conclusions as to whether this is top level journalism. But the name of or the title is "I divorced my ghost husband. Now he's stalking me in bizarre disguises." So it's about a woman who's being stalked by her ex-ghostly husband.
Okay, I'm sure you'll get to it, but was he an ex-husband that became a ghost because he died? Or was he a husband that died and became a ghost? Or was she married to a ghost and then divorced him?
She was married to a ghost. So it's classic.
Of course.
Married to a spirit. So she, a woman, I'll just read it through. So a woman who divorced her ghost lover claims the spectre is now stalking her after their breakup. Singer-songwriter Brocard, never heard of her, from Oxfordshire, fell in love with Eduardo, the ghost of a Victorian soldier, in late 2021 when he
Brocard
appeared in
and
her home.
Eduardo, power couple.
Eduardo is spelled Edwardo. It's like Eduardo
Normally
with a
be a
lisp.
U, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not a U, it's a W.
Yeah, W, straight.
Yeah.
However, a year after she said they got married, she called quits on the relationship and accused the spirit of cheating on her. She called in an exorcist and was convinced Eduardo was gone for good, so she treated herself to a trip to France, where she says she met another ghost named Fabienne near the Eiffel Tower. When it followed her home, she became suspicious, and her worst fears were later confirmed. It was Eduardo in disguise.
Whoa.
So he's pulled a little trick on her.
Oh, right.
But she says, I thought that I'd started a new ghost-free chapter of my life. It wasn't until I started to think about moving on that disturbing and creepy thing. No, wait. It wasn't until I started to think about moving on that disturbing and creepy things started to happen. I embarked on a post-divorce trip to Paris to find myself and ended up finding Fabienne, or so he called himself. This is very poetic, this next bit. I was walking down the banks of the River Seine, chasing the shadow of the Eiffel Tower, cowering beneath my umbrella as raindrops poured off of it. And then it struck me, glistening in a puddle, the reflection of a Frenchman. I tilted my umbrella back, but nobody was around. I looked back towards the puddle, and the man was as clear as the ocean. A holiday romance with a Parisian ghost was surely too good to be true. He later revealed himself as Eduardo. It was a honey trap all along. I couldn't believe I'd been catfished by a ghost. She says Eduardo has become jealous, as she now only wants to date men who still have a pulse. She added, I cautiously started to go on dates with living humans. I returned home from a date with a bunch of flowers, and Eduardo thought it would be amusing to pull the heads off of all the roses and scatter the petals on my bed.
Oh, mean.
He's even learnt to play Careless Whisper on the saxophone. I mean,
What?
she says,
Right.
I've even learnt to play Careless Whisper on the saxophone. I mean, at least I think it's him. The sound echoes in the distance sometimes when I'm taking a bath in the candlelight.
What?
That
What?
I would.
Okay.
I don't see a problem. If I was having a candlelit bath and I started to hear Careless Whisper off in a distance,
It's
I think
quite
that would
nice,
just
right?
add to the
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I mean, she didn't
Ambiance.
say it's a problem, I suppose, does she?
Yeah.
yeah.
However, the problems might come from she's scared of his jealousy because she's saying he's getting really jealous of the fact that I want to date a modern man. He knows I no longer
Okay.
find his uniform attractive, so he's going to extreme lengths to pull me in. He's even given himself a modern makeover and presented himself as a Ken doll. Bizarre. I thought I was going crazy when the image of
What?
him with cropped blonde hair and a pink suit appeared. I could tell it was him, though, as his gaunt, harrowed-out eyes locked into mine. And slowly he merged back into a rugged Victorian soldier. A medium told me Eduardo would always be with me, and that's a thought I can't come to terms with. I feel now I'm not consenting of Eduardo's presence, and I'm having trouble getting him to disconnect from me. Moving forward, I feel like I need a bit of flesh on my bones. Skeletons and dead men may seem hot, but in reality, they are stone cold, unpredictable, and scary.
I like that. It may seem hot, but let me just clarify.
Yeah, just need to clarify that the dead are not sexy. So
I've
there's not
just
really a
looked her
conclusion
up.
to the story.
Yeah, go on.
There's not really a conclusion to the story. She's presenting herself as being stalked by her ghostly ex-lover. But I like the sort of self-awareness in the story where she says about the saxophone. She even said, at least I think it's him.
Yeah,
She's even like
she
presenting
did
the
a
fact
couple
that-
of times say, I thought I was going crazy, but then I
Yeah.
saw him. Well,
Yeah.
that doesn't rule out the crazy thing. And I've just looked her up, and she does look exactly like someone you would expect to be sleeping with a ghost.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of the exact
Yeah,
image I had in my
kinda.
mind for someone who
Yeah, maybe.
Brocard.
has married and divorced a. Also, her name's Brocard. Like, what is that?
Yeah. Brocard.
She was on
It's
this
it's-
morning as well.
Brocard
So
is-
there's Dermot O'Leary and Alison Hammond like talking to her, and she basically said like the same kind of stuff that you just said there. But so she's been on TV with it.
She's got 183,000 followers on Instagram, so Got a fair presence.
Now I get the motivation.
Yeah, I wonder what it's about, really. But yeah, so that was the classic Married to a Ghost. Slight different take on it. The fact that the ghost is sort of doing a bit of japery by disguising himself as other men, which I feel like he could have gone a lot further than just pretending to be a Frenchman for like all of it. Sounded like 5 minutes and then gave it up. He should have kept up the facade for longer. Striped shirt, onions hanging around his neck. A little baguette over his shoulder. So if anything, Eduardo, if you're listening, you need to try a bit harder, in my opinion. Long con, not short con, long con.
This article that I found here, which is from The Sun, is basically just summarising her interview on This Morning, and then it's dug up some tweets for people who were tweeting about it at the time. By the way, I'm still calling Twitter. I'm not calling it X. It's Twitter.
Yeah.
And what's a tweet if it's not a tweet?
I think it's a post. Yeah.
A post on it.
Because I listened to Elon Musk on Joe Rogan, and for one, he's one of the worst public speakers. Like, he's one of the worst CEOs for public speaking there are. Like, he's very uncharismatic. But even Joe was like, "Oh, what do I call it now?" And he was like, "Call it what you want. I don't know." Like, he didn't seem to really know. He was like, "Oh yeah, like the website's called X," but he was like X, formerly known as Twitter. Like, he kept saying that, and it's like,
are they trying
just
to
call
make
it
that
Twitter
the thing?
then? Twitter was better.
Like the artist formerly known as Prince. Like,
but
are they trying to make it the like X formerly known as
But that
Twitter
never even
thing?
worked. People still called him Prince. Like, it was.
Yeah, but you know why he did that?
Announced as the artist formerly known as Prince, but everyone still called him Prince.
You know why he did that though? It was a.
Like
I
label,
read about this
right?
recently. It was basically they had him locked in and had all the fucking rights to his records and had the rights to his name. They basically owned Prince. So he was like, "Well, fuck you then. I'm going to go out as a symbol." And
Elon Musk.
And he got 100% of his royalties after that.
That's good on him, but
yeah, Elon
he
Musk
also
not
could have
that
just changed
cool,
his name to something else. He could have just been like fucking King or Princess or something. Like, he could have just, like,
but it was just more rad, wasn't it? Do you know Taylor Swift did a similar thing? And this was really quite clever. All her records, again, the record company were like, "You owe us, X amount of more records on this deal," and they basically had all the rights to her records, but they own the rights to the recordings and that specific one that's released, but they don't own the rights to the song. So she just re-recorded it all and then told all the fans, "Don't listen to those ones anymore. Listen to these." And
fucking good on her. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I know. I think I read that, like, Kate Bush, when she first was on the scene, that again the record label were just taking the vast majority of the money, and sure, she made good money from it, but nothing like what the music was actually bringing in. And then when Stranger Things used her song like a year or two ago, last year, at that point the record label's like contract had expired and it had gone to her, so she now owns all the rights to her music.
She owned her masters.
But
yeah.
It obviously, maybe that happened like 5-10 years ago, but it wasn't bringing in much money because obviously not that many people in the grand scheme of things are still listening to Kate Bush. But this whole new generation of people have just discovered Kate Bush, and all people, I guess, kind of like our age, my age, and younger, like, are now like listen. There's like Gen Z kids that are like, "This is pretty sick. This is like 80s vibe," and like listening to Kate Bush and loving it. And she's making a shit ton of money because like Stranger Things use a song, but the record labels aren't involved anymore. I also heard a fact. I don't know if you guys ever listen to the No Such Thing as a Fish podcast, which is like
sometimes,
it's by the QI elves, and they have their own podcast. And we actually got a review on Apple Podcasts comparing us to No Such Thing as a Fish.
Unbelievable.
Really?
Yeah, it was by a friend of the podcast, Jup, who left the review. But
Shout out, Jup.
Shout out, Jup.
He knows what he's talking about. Jup is very...
he does, yeah.
Webby Jup.
Webby Jup.
Webby Jup. I don't even know why. I don't even get the reference there.
Well, he does like websites.
Webby job.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that's what he does.
HTML job.
Yeah, I thought like
HTML
hot sauce Jup.
Oh, hot sauce chap's good one.
Yeah.
Spicy chap.
But on No Such Thing as a Fish, I think it was just the last episode or two, Kate Bush was the first ever person to use one of those like on-face microphones. So like, you know, little microphones that, you know, like Britney mic.
Yeah.
That wear, like,
Yeah.
She, Kate Bush was the first
Famously
ever
called the
person
Britney
to
mic,
use one
yeah.
of those. Yeah.
Oh,
Apparently
really?
she had like I also didn't know, Kate Bush only ever had one tour, and she went on tour and it was so like crazy choreographed that they needed to put a mic on her and she couldn't use her hands. And it was just some techie that like used a coat hanger and folded it around her head and put the microphone on the end of it. And they were like, that's actually pretty sick. Like, you know, it works. And then it caught on. And like
That's
Britney
fact.
used
Should
it.
have
Didn't know that.
patented it. Patent. Is it
Just
patent or
I
patent?
think it was. I think they said in a podcast it was like almost impossible to patent because it was,
just a
Just a
the
thing.
shape
for the
can
thing.
be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a headset
Yeah.
basically with a mic, like with the purpose of
Okay.
just spreading
Yeah.
audio. But like,
You could probably patent
Yeah, they
like a
couldn't
particular
really do.
design, but then anyone could just like.
someone could do it slightly different. Yeah,
yeah, it was the same.
that's a good fact. Though.
What else was it? I read. They was also talking about something on the same podcast. They were talking about. Fuck, I can't remember. They spoke about something else that was quite interesting.
They were talking.
That was. They were
Are you sure that we're
You should
similar
have-
to?
Yeah.
Are we certain that we're very similar to them?
Well, we do talk. We are
That
talking.
is true, and we do give some
We are.
facts. Just that they're very
Yeah.
niche facts about the Tunguska.
And there's a
event, and,
crossover of listeners as well. We know there's at least one crossover of listeners.
that is very true.
Jup.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably in a similar
Yeah.
category on like podcast categories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We actually might be.
What category are we in?
Miscellaneous fact.
Are we in politics?
There was 1 week. No, we were in comedy,
Oh.
which
Yes.
it's a bit
Okay.
of a bold statement to put yourself in comedy and like declare
Yeah.
that you are funny.
Yeah, but comedy is very subjective.
I've got fireworks now. Fucking hell.
Blimey, sounds like there's a
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not
intense. That's
battle going on out there.
Why are there so many fireworks going off on the 12th?
I guess it's just the sun. It's Diwali, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
Oh, it's
today,
Diwali. It is
Yeah.
Diwali. Well done.
Shout out
gotta
Diwali,
be
Yeah.
man.
yeah.
Yeah, big ups.
Yeah. Big up to the
That makes sense. I was well confusing.
Hindus?
Is it Hindu
Are they-
festival? It is a Hindu festival, isn't
It is Hindu, yeah. It's an Indian thing, isn't it?
it? Yeah, that doesn't mean Indian thing.
Hindu,
It
yeah.
could be Sikh or Muslim.
Well, Diwali is the
In-
Hindu
yeah.
festival of lights with its variations also celebrated in other Indian religions. Hindus, Sikhs, and Jains celebrate Diwali. So, George, you're celebrating as well.
It's my festival, basically.
Get out there, George.
Jains.
Yeah.
What is the
No, I've never heard of
Jain?
that. Have you? Jains, Jains.
They're not the ones that like they try and avoid killing anything, like literally an ant. You know, they really
It's like Buddhists, I thought, did that.
is it Jainism, where they're like
It says
Quite
here
extreme.
that Janes is a global open source intelligence company specializing in military, national security,
Yeah,
aerospace,
boy.
and transport.
that's my jam.
I don't think it's that.
I'm
probably-
a multinational corporation specializing in conspiracy theories and interesting events from around the globe. But yeah,
it's one
I'm
of
sure
the oldest
Jainism.
religions.
I'm sure that
It's really old, yeah.
they're like vegetarian, you know, like strict vegetarian to the point of even some plants and shit they don't consume for particular reasons, and they really don't like treading on grass. You know, if they tread on grass because they believe that they're going to kill, you know, like ants and insects and stuff, they have to. There's a certain ceremony that they need to ascribe to offset that. I think that's the Jainism, or it might be like
It
a
looks,
subsect.
reading it, it says, it looks like it's similar to like Hinduism, where it's like, it says the goal of Jainism is to become liberated from the endless cycle of rebirth and to achieve an all-knowing state called moksha. So it's like similar to It is Hinduism where you like get reincarnated and then you get to nirvana. Like that is like the top of the reincarnation thing.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, they believe in no form of everything. They believe in bad karma, etc. So
I don't know much about religion at all.
Yeah,
I live around a lot of Jewish people now, and I see them about. I don't know. I don't know much about it. I've been buying more bagels than I usually do, just because there's a lot of them.
Brilliant.
Around.
Nice bit
here.
of stereotype. What about any salted?
You walk past
salted meats.
No. That's not. You walk past a koshery. There's a koshery on my high street, and it's bagel central in there. Like there's just so many
different
bagels.
types.
Bagels and
Different
lots.
types,
Bagels are good though.
Filled bagels or like empty bagels or both.
Like plain-made.
In the window, they've just got like bagged up, just bagels, not already made ones. Like just not like a deli,
like
plain bagels.
Roll.
Yeah. But yeah, they love a bagel, man.
I mean, I like bagels as well.
Also,
they're pretty good.
I'm not Jewish, but I was victim to some anti-Semitic comments on the Curios News YouTube channel.
Really?
They
was it?
It was on like the Ronnie Pickering video, and I don't think he got like what we was getting at, but he basically just pointed out the fact that I have a big nose and that I would probably take any amount of money for an interview.
Ronnie Pickering said that.
What?
No, that's what a random commenter said on the Ronnie Pickering video.
So he's stereotyping.
Yeah, because
you as a.
I think it's stereotyping the fact that like Jewish people might have a particular shaped nose and like money, which is a stereotype you hear quite a lot.
Yeah.
And he was attributing like I think he assumed I was a Jew and started giving me some.
Welcome to the internet, Tom. It's a very it's a
Brilliant.
A very interesting but also combative environment. And people say what
Thanks
they
for
want.
that summary, George.
Yeah, that'll be on the Wikipedia page for the internet.
Yeah. Welcome to the world's most interesting and combative environment. Good luck. It should just say good luck.
Rob, that bird behind you just looks like a spider climbing, like a massive spider climbing on your wall. When you move your head, you keep your chair. Like, if you keep your chair there, and it just looks like there's like a spider climbing up your wall every time I look at it.
So I found the thing that I was talking about with Jainism. It's called ahimsa. Ahimsa is a fundamental principle forming the cornerstone of Jainism's ethics and doctrine. So it's like a non-violence, non-injury, and absence of desire to harm any life form. So they are vegans.
You're a ahimsa.
I'm a what? I'm a ahimsa. Well,
Okay.
it's fine. I'm a Jains, so it makes sense for me to be a Jain. Yes, they
Get bang on the Jainism.
should do. Yeah, but sounds like a lot of stress. If you're stressed out about hurting any little living thing, I mean,
Sounds like a lot of stress. I'm sure they're very much not Jainism monks. I'm sure they're probably one of the least stressed people in the world.
You reckon?
Probably they just chill out. They just sit down.
But do you think
they don't say
I don't
much.
think you could have that. You could have the belief, I guess, but you couldn't practice it to that level living somewhere like the Netherlands or the UK, like in a city. I don't think. You'd have to maybe live somewhere a little bit out the way.
If you was to rank the least stressful to the most stressful religions,
Fucking hell, no, that would get us.
How would you rank?
I'm not getting involved. I'm not getting involved. I'm tapping out of this discussion.
Yeah, I'm tapping out.
Who are the most stressed out? Come on.
I mean, if I was a religion, I'd be the most stressed. I'd put myself at the top.
George Jainism.
Yeah, Jainism, I guess. Jainism. The Jain. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that discussion's going to develop into. So I'd be very worried about our comment section.
Yeah, I'm not going for that.
As long as that guy don't show up again, we're all right.
That's true.
Go on.
No, you go ahead. I was going to hit you with another weird news, but you go ahead.
Yeah,
well, me too, kind of. I was going to say
I've got
some fun videos to share with you guys because videos do quite well on TikTok and Instagram and stuff because that's the main point of them. But like when we upload a clip and we're talking about a funny clip and the clip is above us and we're talking about it, it does well because people have short attention spans and they like to watch us talk while they're watching the other person talk while the subtitles are coming up like really quickly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, for the algorithms. But I came across this on Reddit the other day, and you've probably seen clips like this before, and it's one of those like it's not on the Sweaty Palms subreddit, but it should be on the Sweaty Palms subreddit. It's not loading now, the fucker.
So what is the Sweaty Palms subreddit for those that don't know?
Sweaty Palms subreddit is like things that make your palms sweaty. So like someone climbing up the side of a building, or someone doing some mad shit on a motorbike, or someone like this one here is someone going cave diving, spelunking.
Is it? I think I've seen. Well, I've not watched it, but I've seen it on Twitter where there's like an air pocket or something.
Spelunking. I've never heard that.
You never heard that?
No, I never heard that.
I think spelunking's different to cave diving, though, isn't it? Spelunking's like.
Did I tell you that I did a cliff jump recently? Have I told you about this?
You pussed it out, didn't you?
You did, yeah. It was on episode 99.
In Scotland, was it? Or
That's not uploaded yet, but it will be.
Okay. Where was it? Scotland or Wales?
Wales,
you hurt yourself. Because it was like the next day or so we were recording and you were like,
okay.
So you did do it.
Yeah.
In front of the younger people, wasn't it? You got
clientele, younger crap.
So I saw this. I haven't watched it, but I saw this on Twitter and I couldn't bring myself to watch it.
Yeah, so it looks like this guy has a channel that's called Underground Explorers, or maybe this is like a channel that just shares lots of different ones. But like,
Jesus,
it's mad. They're so deep and they're in these like little air pockets. And
how do they know when they're going to find an air pocket?
So what happened there? Someone else came up behind him then, didn't they?
It looked like it. The title
was he like freaking out or something?
Like, I think he does panic. You can see there's another person over there.
Fucking hell. So basically, the video. If you're not watching this, it's a guy in like a cave with water like up to his neck, like a chin, basically. So he's having to put his head, really high up. There's probably like a gap of.
There's literally like 5-6 inches of water.
6 inches.
Yeah, and then his head is touching the ceiling after
and then
that.
It looked like another person came up from another. So obviously swimming through underwater and then coming up into these little pockets. And it looked like someone that came up behind him, but like was panicking. Yeah, it looked like he was
and like pushed him along.
Yeah. Like maybe he was worried that he wasn't going to find the air pocket or something.
Yeah, because the title of it is Caver Misses Air Pocket and Panics. And then, the comments are just like, I would never do this. Found what I would not do for $1 million. Okay. Like, it's mad shit.
Fuck that. Have you heard about the it's quite a famous like caving accident. It's not to do with water, but it's called the Nutty Putty incident.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
brutal.
Brutal. This
Nutty
guy,
Putty,
the cave was called Nutty Putty, the Nutty Putty cave. I don't know why it was called that. And this guy it had a particular name. I can't remember what it was called now. Like they name certain parts of caves, so it might be like the squeeze or the like the leg breaker or the nonce, whatever. But this guy had to go through this.
They're the most popular ones.
Yeah, they're the most popular. But this guy, I think what the gist of it was that he had to go face down, so he was like crawling vertically, and then there was a bit of the cave that it was like a U-bend on a toilet. So you sort of need to squeeze yourself through and up, and then you sort of come back up. Obviously not as extreme as a U-bend because you can't bend backwards. But this guy got stuck head first in a part of the cave where he can't then go backwards because his legs can't bend back your sort of knees would bend back the wrong way.
Oh, why did he do that?
And then they tried to get him out.
Is this what you've got up?
Oh yes, this is a diagram on the screen. It'll be up on screen for people watching the video. So they were like trying to, jig up some sort of system to pull him out. But obviously they're working in spaces where you can't even move your arms, your chest is completely squeezed and shit.
Did he end up like, was that a mistake? Like was that a dead end?
No, I don't think so. I think it was a part where you can continue going, but I think he was just too big to get through it. And then obviously you can't back up. Or was it a dead
I
end?
don't know actually. Like if you look at the diagram, like this part here, I think
they
he
go the
was
wrong
meant
way?
to maybe go down
Okay.
into the larger part, and he ended up like the path kind of forks one way, which you want to go.
Oh yeah,
down
it says
you want to go down
yeah.
this part, the birth canal.
Yeah, narrow,
and then you
unmapped tunnel. So you went the wrong way.
Unmapped tunnel, yeah.
But then they
so
we're
he
trying
went
to get him out
down
and
and basically got to a dead end where it got too narrow, so he couldn't go. Yeah, the space was too narrow to pull him backwards without breaking his legs. I mean, he ended up dying.
Yeah, so you're asphyxiated. How'd you say it? Asphyxiated.
Yeah.
Because he was like,
Because I
all the
think
blood
he
pooled in
got
his
down
head
to where
and-
it was so, and it was so thin that every time he was breathing in, like the cave was like pressing on him.
Yeah.
And he was like, every time you breathe out and you get a bit slimmer, you just slip further down. And when you breathe out, you can't breathe anymore. Like it was fucking brutal.
And then they just cemented the cave up, like his body's still in there because they couldn't get the body out. So they just had to like concrete the cave up. And I think it was over like the course of a day, maybe, or maybe even longer. They were trying to get him out, and then he was obviously just like suffering, fucking horrendous.
But yeah, those people, that cave guy that I showed you with the water, like I get why people will comment and say, I don't know why people do this. I don't understand. And it's like, I do understand because it's just like the thrill of it. And
it's interesting seeing places that no one else is seeing.
Yeah.
That sort of shit.
No one else has been there, and like you're doing it because no one else does it. And there's that element of risk that I guess makes it exciting, but it's also just not worth it when it gets to that intense level.
Being underwater in a cave, I can't think of anything worse. There's a good Netflix documentary. I don't know if it's still on Netflix. I think it was in Norway or Finland or somewhere about some cavers that died in they were swimming for a cave, and then the documentary is about their friends going back to try and retrieve their bodies in this cave system, and you sort of see how difficult it is to even pull a body out. Obviously a body doesn't move and all that sort of shit. So you haven't. It's crazy. I don't know how or why you'd ever do that.
Remember when Elon Musk called that person a pedo guy?
Oh, yeah, the Thai cave rescue.
Yeah, the Thai cave rescue. And he was like, I don't want some pedo
Thai.
guy's gonna. That was fucking mental, wasn't it? What the fuck was wrong with him? Like completely honest, like some guy that was like one of the rescuers, one of the head rescuers, and he was like, And Elon Musk had come forward and go, I'm going to send in my mole digger thing. And it was the rescue guy was like, well, you obviously ain't going to do that. And that's just a stupid suggestion.
Yeah.
So back off, Elon Musk. We got this. And then he was like, I don't want to hear what some pedo guy has to say. What the fuck? He's unhinged, isn't he?
That's such a weird, like, series of events.
Yeah, such a weird series of events to lead to that. Yeah.
Obviously, I get that Elon Musk is just some rich guy, which just means he's some guy as well. Like, he's just the same as everyone else, but he's just got loads of money, right?
Yeah.
But, like, I don't know, when you look at, like, the people who are the richest people in the world, you don't see Bill Gates, like, just calling people out on Twitter and, like, mad, tweeting out conspiracy theories. The same with, like, Zuckerberg and stuff. You don't see that kind of stuff. Like Warren Buffett, like they talk about what they know. They talk about like finance, and but Elon Musk just seems to like want to get involved in everything.
Yeah,
and
he's obviously got a certain trait where like, I guess he's got a trait that makes him like. People chuck about the word narcissistic too much, didn't they? But like, I guess he likes the attention, and he's discovered that when he says this mad shit, he gets attention, whether that's positive or negative, and a huge load will be positive. So he just leans into that and has his own little like fucking
Well, I also think like
following.
A lot of these people get surrounded by yes men, right? So he's constant. Like most of the people he surrounds himself with are going to be his employees and people that are living off of the Elon money, right? Like people that get to be around him, so they get to experience basically yachts and jets and stuff. So they just can't. You can beat up Mark Zuckerberg easily. Like that Mark Zuckerberg Elon Musk fight is. They've been talking about it for ages, haven't they? But
is he older?
Elon
Musk must be quite a bit older.
Elon Musk is older. He's fatter. He's like less fit.
Yeah.
Zuckerberg. Have you seen Mark Zuckerberg recently?
He's lost weight.
Is he a beast?
He's got the
He's
advantage
fucking
of being like a
Is he?
bionic lizard creature, though, isn't he?
Yeah, that's true. Mr. Beast has got to be jacked lately as well, hasn't he?
He's another one that was always getting like shit, Mr. Beast. Like some of it's justified, some isn't justified, but it's just one of those people that whatever he does, like people are just gonna fucking hate on him.
Yeah, he'll like cure blindness
without getting a bit of shit. Yeah.
I've sent you a photo in a WhatsApp. This is a photo of Mark Zuckerberg training with some MMA fighters, and he's the one in the middle.
That's crazy. Yeah, it's mad. Yeah, he definitely beat the shit out of Elon Musk.
Yeah, like he's got abs, like he's got big chest, big arms. Like he's fit guy, and he's been training jiu-jitsu for like a few years now. He's got his own octagon in his back garden, like where he invites like MMA fighters over, and they like.
He's basically what's his name off Friends. He's Monica's boyfriend off Friends in like series 3 or whatever it is.
I remember
the one, the guy
like rugby.
No, it's like Monica's boyfriend, and he wants to be the ultimate fighting champion, and he's obviously at a time in Friends where the UFC was quite small, but they speak about it, and like they have to get Joey and like Ross have to get it up in like fucking ESPN to show him. And he's got the guy's basically meant to be like Bill Gates, but not Bill Gates. He's he's the guy that invented. They call it Moss 865 or something. He's meant to be like the guy that invented computers, invented Microsoft or whatever. But he's the richest man in the world, and like she meets him, and he doesn't realize he's famous, and he does UFC. He's basically like the real life version of that right now.
Do you know? I've only ever seen I think I've probably seen like maybe less than 10 episodes of Friends. Crazy.
I mean, I see it too much. It's one of the things I watched when I was a kid.
It's one of those things that I always mean to watch.
That's Jon Favreau as well.
It is Jon Favreau. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't Jon Favreau also in The Sopranos for a few episodes? Behind you, Rob.
He is. He's one of like his neighbours, I think, isn't he, or something? Or
I thought he like had a cameo as an actual film director in like one of the episodes with Chris.
Oh, okay.
But that lovely box set you've got behind you there on your side table.
Yeah, you know, I ain't finished it. I started watching it, and then I hate to be that guy, but like it just wasn't as good as The Wire. Like it just isn't as good as The Wire. And like I know it gets good, and I know it gets better. And I need to carry on. I need to push through and finish it a bit. Like I was enjoying it, but like I just when you just stop watching it for no real reason.
Yeah.
Actually, no. I'll tell you the main reason, and it was like one of the biggest first world problems ever was that I didn't like have it because I was watching it on Blu-ray, which is one of the only ways you can really watch it. Like I borrowed off a mate. I had to like change the disc, and or more so when you'd go back to watch it and be like, I don't know if I'm at episode 2 or 3 or 4 of the disc that I'm watching, and you'd have to like press play on an episode. You have to go through quite a long load up, probably about 30 seconds to 40 seconds in total of like loading screen and stuff that you have to watch. And then you have to choose your episode, and then you have to start watching it to go, oh, this ain't the right one. Then it just completely resets the DVD, the fucking Blu-ray, and you have to go right back to beginning and start again.
HBO Max in the Netherlands. I don't know if it's out in the UK now.
I've got HBO Max. See, I might have to do some fucking VPN shit to like just
curb the enthusiasm. Enthusiasm is all on HBO.
How much does HBO Max cost?
I think it's on Sky. What's the Sky thing? Now TV.
Oh yeah, probably it's on there as well. Yeah,
I think so because that's Sky, which has all the HBO stuff.
I'll tell you what, Tunguska event to Now TV. I mean, that's quite a that's a pretty good segue.
Yeah, we've meandered there, and we've done pretty well for Reese, haven't we? I think as well, haven't we?
What we at?
Getting there.
Almost at 3 hours.
I just want to say, like, so with that Elon Musk thing, he was on Joe Rogan recently, and he was saying that he's confident in the fact that he could beat Mark Zuckerberg in a fight.
Can't.
And he has
can't.
no
He's not
like
in shape, is he?
He has no proper training. He's not in shape.
Yeah.
He thinks that he will be able to beat him with a move called the walrus, which is where he just lays on top of him, being fat.
He must be joking a bit. He must be joking a bit when he says
I
that.
don't think so. He doesn't seem... And like, what was annoying is that obviously
he generally
Joe
believes
Rogan
like his weight will just beat him.
Yeah, he's like, well, he's like, look, imagine if like a horse fell on top of you, you wouldn't be able to move, would you? And Joe's like, well, no, but you're not a horse. And he's like, yeah, but he's like, yeah, but obviously not that extreme, but I can just lay down on him and he won't be able to move. And Joe Rogan didn't push back enough, I think. Like Joe Rogan's like he knows his fucking fighting. He knows UFC. Like, that's his thing. And Joe's just like, are you sure you can beat him? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, okay. And he says,
but
how's
maybe
your
part
cardio?
of him is. Yeah, it's probably part of Joe Rogan that probably thinks it would be good for the fight world for this to happen. So I'm not going to completely discourage him from it and just be like, whatever, shut up.
They've also got completely different stories as well. Like Elon Musk says they organised to have a fight. They both agreed, yeah, let's fight for some reason. I don't know. But
got nothing else fucking to do.
Yeah, Elon Musk says that Italy said they can use the Colosseum and they can fight in the Colosseum.
No way. Fuck off.
And apparently they said you could use the Colosseum. And Elon Musk said, okay, cool. But because it's a historical place and we don't want to be disrespectful to the Romans, no, we're not going to like plaster advertisements all over the place. We're not having like Monster Energy and Facebook like adverts everywhere. And apparently that's when Mark Zuckerberg said no. He wouldn't do it if he couldn't advertise.
He wants Meta all over the place.
Yeah. But then Mark Zuckerberg has also posted on Threads and said, like literally a picture of the octagon in his back garden and said, I will do it here. I will do it in a gym that you choose. I'll do it anywhere you want. And Elon Musk is also saying, I will do it anywhere I want, anywhere you want. Like there's no, like, doesn't matter where it is. But they're both saying this. They're both saying, I don't care where it is. And then they're both saying that the other person is backed out. So no one knows. But I feel my bet is that...
I think it's Musk because Zuckerberg feels, he seems like a bit more of a, like a, not trustworthy, but like an average Joe.
Less.
That's become...
Yeah, less 100% mental.
Yeah. And, like he's got an actual... normal family, like he likes to keep all his stuff out of the limelight. And, he likes to have a life with his family.
Yeah.
Whereas Musk is just like...
He's a bit more mysterious, isn't he?
Yeah.
As like a CEO probably should be. Like, why do you know so much about his...
So I think Zuckerberg's probably...
Yeah.
He doesn't really talk about anything other than like what he knows. Like when you see him on a podcast, he's talking about some VR headset or he's talking about some Facebook software or something.
Facebook.
He's not talking about like political shit and I don't know.
I like to think
Elon
I'd be
Musk
like Zuckerberg, but I think I would end up being like Musk, talking about conspiracy theories.
Yeah, you don't know, do you? Yeah. Fucking know.
It does seem quite fun being Musk, to be fair.
Imagine having enough money to buy Twitter and then tank it and then still be like, just
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Insane.
He said on the podcast, he was like, yeah, that was pretty expensive. And Joe was like, do you regret it? And he's like, I'm kind of like happy that it's becoming what I want it to be. Like he thinks he's improving it and but he does wish he had like all those billions of dollars as well.
Yeah. Oh, who wouldn't?
It is
What a stupid thing to do as well. To just have this thing that you just still use. Like in the same way, like it's just an absurd thing to do.
Yeah.
Like I want to keep using this thing, and people are messing it up, so I'm just going to buy it. Like, that's when
it's
people
like
get
if I just like bought Volkswagen and was like, just like, I'm annoyed that they like changed the air conditioning setting to this, like change it back, and then like still just driving a normal, like not change it massively. But
still just use it pretty much the same way as you were doing. Yeah. It was free before. And now it's cost you billions to just...
Imagine being the guy from Twitter that sold it to him, though. Oh, that was like such a great deal.
It was publicly traded, wasn't it? Like, so I guess there obviously was like majority shareholders and stuff. But I think Jack Dorsey, who was the original creator, he went out a long time ago. We know some people that went and worked there and then they stopped working there. And then...
Yeah. So they stopped working there pre or post Elon Musk?
Some of them stopped working there pre and then some post, yeah.
The Musk era.
But yeah, speaking of autistic people, not the people we worked with, but the people that Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk is autistic. But this guy as well is also very autistic. He broke the world record for like the fastest Guitar Hero solo or something.
Is this the one? Is this real? Because I watched a video where people were speed running this, but it was fake.
Oh no, this guy's real. I
Fakes
think.
of
Like, yeah, he's got like a lot of people watching him live on Twitch all the time, trying to.
Right, it's speeding up now. It was playing a bit slow, it was laggy before, but now it's
That's insane.
Oh right, yeah.
No,
So,
it's
yeah,
not
it
anymore
says,
for me now. I'm getting bits of it.
Apparently, he comboed Freebird from Guitar Hero 2 at 300%. It took him 530 attempts. It says there.
That's insane.
So yeah, he's fucking going for it.
Yeah,
That is insane. I've always wondered if these people can like play guitar either as well, because not necessarily. The two don't really translate. Like,
No, I don't think so.
there's only one guy I knew like years ago when Guitar Hero was first a thing. There was one of my mates who was good at Guitar Hero, who was also good at guitar. And I think Lawford used to play it as well, actually. I think Lawford was quite good at it, and Lawford was always quite good at guitar.
I should have got Lawford.
But yeah,
to
they
try
don't
that.
necessarily. Yeah, they don't necessarily translate as.
No, like the only
It's
thing
interesting.
really is just being able to move your like left hand fingers that like quickly if you're doing like a quick little shred. But like,
yeah, mad. I know there was a big controversy of I watched a video on that of speed running Guitar Hero, but they were doing it like they were faking it. There was one guy in particular,
Right.
I think, that was really faking it somehow, and it was like I guess it was one of the things that was relatively easier to fake compared to others. So there was like a bit of a spate of one guy doing it, maybe more than one guy.
I reckon if you're good at playing guitar, you're more likely to be good at Guitar Hero. But being good at Guitar Hero doesn't mean you're good at playing guitar.
Yeah, maybe.
Mm.
Yeah, maybe. I think you just have to dedicate a lot of time to either, and you can't necessarily dedicate a lot of time to both. So to be like rinse at one or the other, you
Yeah.
have to choose your lane and stick to it.
Choose your fighter. All right, let me
What you got, George?
hit you with another weird news. So we have had. I'm not going to do the other woman has sex with a ghost because it's sort of been covered. Now we've done that.
Taking off feel at them, yeah. Are we going to do I know we missed a Halloween episode, but are we going to do a ghost in the pub episode
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, I think we're all
when
up
you're
for it.
back?
We'll try and.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, I guess when I'm back, it might be a bit difficult, but we should make that a priority to organise.
Well, that's probably when it's the least difficult. Is
I know,
when you're
but this
in the country.
I know, but this time when I'm back for Christmas.
Well, you're going to have to make it happen. It has to be a Christmas ghost episode.
I know.
won't
Yeah,
it?
if we've got,
He'll have Christmas decorations up as well, so it'll be
if we have a
Christmas-
night where we're all available, then absolutely we'll do it this Christmas. If not,
Well, I guess as soon as you know when you're coming back, we'll do this mostly off.
yeah,
air,
off air.
but like when you know like when
I
you're
do
back,
know.
Yeah.
I do know. So
I know
I'll
that
send
you're
you-
I know that you like get booked up with like seeing your family
Yeah,
and all
we'll
that
do
shit.
boring
But
stuff,
like, yeah, but like,
Sorry, I can't
Yeah.
come round for Christmas
Obviously.
lunch today because I'm hunting ghosts instead. But yeah, so listeners,
Yeah.
it is in the works. We are going to finally do a ghost hunt. It's not going to quite be a spooky special in like a haunted house, like a proper old spooky mansion, but there is going to be
it's a legit haunted pub though.
haunted pub where we're going to look for ghosts.
Yeah.
And
An
Tom's going to
old
invest.
traditional
We're going to
English
use
pub.
all of the Patreon money
Yeah.
we're getting, and Tom's going to buy ghost hunting equipment like a white noise.
I've already
machine.
invested so much.
Yeah, he's getting like EMF reader and
This has to be this is you job, isn't it, George, to buy a spectrograph?
spectrograph and
Yeah,
so we'll do some
and a Ouija board.
Oh fuck that! I ain't doing a Ouija
Yeah,
board. You can
we
do
could,
it.
I did think we could do a Ouija
I ain't
board. I
doing
did think
I
that.
ain't doing it.
I think we should.
I ain't doing
I
it.
think we should.
Okay, I might do it, but we'll see.
Yeah.
But anyway, so listeners, if you're excited for the spooky special that we've been promising for like since day one of the episode,
4 years.
it might be sooner than you think. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Anyway,
But I wouldn't count on it.
yeah, don't count your chickens until
Yeah.
they hatch.
Yeah.
So I know I said that I've got a Bigfoot story. However, it's not really a very interesting story. So I'll just give you like the sort of gist of it. The reason
most of them are though.
But basically, this guy he's spent quite a few years, dedicating his life to researching the woodlouse, which is for non-Bigfoot aficionados. Woodlouse is the British Bigfoot. It's like a old.
I didn't remember this when you said this earlier. I thought, what are you on about?
Well, do you remember we spoke? I can't remember what episode it was. It might be in the cryptid one. And you found that map. There was a map of all the cryptids in the UK.
Yeah,
and then
I remember that.
And then we spoke about woodlouse, which I think is from like Somerset and Devon and Cornwall, and that's like the old Cornish or whatever dialect.
I think it was episode 12.
Wild man. So anyway, so woodlouse is the the sort of cultural phenomenon that people used to say of these wild men living in the woods, and it's become Bigfoot. But anyway, so this guy dedicated years of his life to researching woodlouse in the UK, and he's sadly come to the conclusion that woodlouse are extinct in the UK. He believes that they've been extinct for a long, long time, from way before the 15th century. And he believes that now they've become just a part of cultural myth, but at one point they were a real living thing. So, on our 100th episode, I know it's sad, I know it's depressing, but we have to unfortunately put the woodlouse to rest as an extinct cryptid in the UK, according to research undertaken by, what was his name? Let me just double check his name.
Yeah.
His name was...
How has he come to this conclusion?
So he's been researching, obviously, sightings of woodlouse. He's been putting together a map and a list. Been using, local stories, all that sort of stuff, eyewitness reports. However, he notes that all of them lack attribution. So they're like, my cousin's wife's friend said she saw a woodlouse. So it's never like, I saw a woodlouse, I saw a Bigfoot, in the woods after I was walking home from the pub. All of the British stories tend to be, my girlfriend's sister's brother's dog saw a woodlouse.
I think it's funny with the internet age, you get like a 50-50 mix of like more stories, but then like way more skepticism. Like I'm in a Facebook group. I joined a few like big cat Facebook groups to like learn about, like when we started, I think shortly after we spoke about the cryptid map thing, like Beast of Bodmin and stuff. And it's every single one that comes up. I'm just waiting to read the comments of like, this is just a fucking domestic, and people even like joke about it. Like in come the comments saying it's just a domestic, when they really think it isn't. And even when they post a picture, they'll be like, I'm telling you, it's not a domestic. Like,
yeah, it's true.
I guess you get an equal part of more people are going to be skeptical.
Yeah. I mean, the big cat thing's pretty interesting. Like I know that we sort of talk about Bigfoot and it's a bit of a meme. But I think the big cat sightings in the UK are like genuinely, some of them are quite interesting. Like some of the theories behind.
Oh yeah, there's loads of theories. Obviously, like it's not even like a theory. I think it's pretty much basically fact that people did release like panthers and shit when the Dangerous Wild Animals Act came in.
Yeah.
And people used to be able to keep them, and then all of a sudden they weren't, so they just fucked them off and went, I'm just going to fucking release them. And then like some of them would have bred, but probably died out. This was like the 70s and the 80s. So
yeah.
I think a lot of people say there's probably not any about now, but other people are like, well, maybe there might be. There might still be like, muncing about.
Muncing about? What's that? Is that a new word?
Just like having a little mission about muncing.
So the Bigfoot, the woodlouse guy, his name is Andy McGrath, and he had a 6-year study for woodlouse.
I know him.
Well, Andy McGrath?
I know him. Yeah.
Where'd you know him from?
Yeah, he's the Bigfoot guy, isn't he? I know him. Me and Andy.
So one thing that he does say, so he's described. That was a good crack. I like that. He's described woodlouse as being extinct. However, he has reinforced his belief that the Loch Ness Monster is a real creature, a real being
Oh, he's back. Oh,
So-
so he's good for my. What's his name? Andy McGrath.
One door
McGrath.
closes, another one opens.
Or it might be Andy McGraw. I don't know. Sometimes, isn't it pronounced McGraw? But
I say Andy McGrath is a Tour de France journalist.
I don't know how
Oh, I
you
know
describe
him.
Andy McGrath.
Maybe that's why I'm thinking of him. I do like the Tour de France. I do like the Tour de France.
Cryptozoologist. I think he's published a book called Beasts of Britain. A cryptozoology enthusiast who has spent over 25 years of... Oh, that doesn't really make sense. Doesn't give me
Have I
much
spoke
space.
about the cyclist?
Says,
Have I spoke about my favourite cyclist from the Tour de France before?
you haven't. Is it going to be more exciting than talking about the extinct woodlouse?
Yeah.
Is it a joke?
His name is...
Brilliant.
No, legit. This is a cyclist from the Tour de France. And I always remember just 'cause my dad used to say it. Because it's just, for the Westerners, an interesting name. Jamaluddin Abdul-Japarov.
Jamaluddin Jabru.
Jamaluddin Abdul-Japarov, yeah. Jamaluddin Abdul-Japarov. Good name,
It is
isn't
a good name. Where's he from?
It's a good name.
I don't know.
How good is he
Not
on
sure.
a bike?
Good enough to be in the Tour de France, so pretty fucking good, I suppose. I don't even know how you spell it to look him up. I guess get close.
Yeah, I don't think Andy
Jamaluddin
McGrath's book is particularly well reviewed, to be honest, either.
Oh.
Which is a
Don't
shame.
get too off track from this topic while I'm going for a piss, all right? I'm really interested in the Jamaluddin Abdul-Japarov.
All right,
Jamaluddin,
he
I'm
is,
going to guess.
from
don't-
Uzbek.
Ah, you ruined it. I was going to try and guess. Because it sounded like he was going to
Oh,
be... He could have been like a Russian state, but then maybe also like Asian.
Yeah, so when I show you like the spelling, you'll be more like, yeah, okay. It's so it's spelled
Oh, yeah.
DJAMOLIDINE, Jamaluddin, and then Abdul-Japarov is a bit more phonetic, isn't it?
Yeah.
ABDOUGAPAROV.
He looks pretty hardcore,
weird.
doesn't he, as well? Like, he's got a very...
Did I give it? Did I give it away when I said, "Oh, you've looked him up now"?
but he's got like a very
Uzbekistan.
distinctive face, like a proper... You know, like some people, you just look at them and you know they're like memorable. They've got like a memorable face. You know, they're going to do
Yeah.
something. You know, they're sort of...
He's a
They've
bat,
got a
isn't
bit
he?
of something about them.
So he went for. He was in the Olympic Games. I wonder when was he in the Tour de France? Oh, his last complete tour in 1996. See, my dad must have spoke about him like before because I was how old was I then? I was 8, and I still remember him. My dad must have spoke about him
Like,
for a few years. The failing 7. Oh, he failed anti-doping tests in the 1997. Oh, so it wasn't the 1987 Tour de France. So he was in it, but he didn't complete it. Okay, so I guess I remember it. My dad talking about him then. Jamaluddin Abdul-Japarov. What do you reckon, Tom? Where do you reckon he's from? I've dropped his name in there. That's how it's spelled. Where do you reckon he's from?
Maybe
Put it in the chat, in the chat in here.
Oh, okay. That's not what I was thinking. It's mad because like the Aparov at the end would make me think like Eastern European. Like I know it sounds weird, but like Russian or something, or like Ukrainian. But Jamaluddin sounds a bit more. It could be like Caribbean, but it could also be like
Caribbean.
but it could also be like Middle Eastern as well. I'm gonna go somewhere in the middle and go Tajikistan,
Oh, very close.
Oh.
Turkmenistan, Afghanistan.
Very close. It's one of the stands.
It's not. Is it Pakistan?
Not
He's one of the
Pakistan.
stands. That's Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan. Ah, okay. Tajikistan's
That's
not
pretty
bad.
good. Yeah, that's a
good
bordering
deductive.
country.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, good deductive. Yeah. And
Well
you went
done.
like it says it was in the Soviet Union, so you went for like a sort of Soviet
Yeah,
thing
well, I went
initially
for like
with your like Aparov.
the end of his name. Yeah, is a bit more like
Yeah.
like you say, like Eastern, like Russian, Soviet kind of thing. But then like the beginning of his
Yeah.
name was a bit more. I don't want to say Asian, but Asian. And
Yeah, I don't even know where
That's just
Uzbekistan is. I'm terrible with geography. Oh, Afghanistan. Okay, Kazakhstan. Okay. I was right. So you said Turkmenistan first. Is that what you said?
I thought I said Tajikistan. I don't know what one I said first. One of them.
Oh, Tajik. Either way, it's right fucking next to it. Yeah, that was a great guess. Yeah, good work.
I do. I spend quite a lot of time on Sporkle doing the geography quizzes. I love geography. Like, yeah,
Nice.
I can put all of the US states in their place on the map.
And yeah. That's
Yeah.
impressive.
So that is. What was your thing? Bigfoot.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sad
dead.
Bigfoot story.
There's
That apparently would.
Honestly, I've got no idea what you're talking about.
But
I couldn't tell
basically,
you right now. If you paid me, if you paid, try and get me to guess. Let me try and say what I think you were talking about. I ain't got a clue what you were talking about to do with Bigfoot. I reckon.
What were you doing? Like, what were you doing?
I'm not sure. I ain't got a fucking clue what you're talking about. Bigfoot. Something. I can't remember. It's gone.
I can't.
News.
Give me a clue.
Did you have like a micro sleep or what? What?
No, give me. I don't know. Give me a hint.
It's to do.
Give me a hint.
To do with
The woodwow.
You even fucking contributed to the discussion. Oh, what?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, right. It's the British guys concluded that Bigfoot doesn't exist.
Yeah.
That's such a
No,
normal story.
he did exist, but he's now extinct. So he's concluded that it was a thing.
Right.
But
How did he? Because he hasn't found any remains, has he?
he hasn't. But
So
yeah, what makes
obviously
him
he's come
sure
to the
that he did
conclusion
exist,
he doesn't exist anymore.
yeah,
But how does he conclude that he doesn't exist, or he had existed?
that he did once exist.
yeah, he doesn't really go into the detail on that, unfortunately. Maybe that's going to be in his next book. You know,
It's a book. It's a fucking book.
Maybe.
That's written.
well, he's got a book on Amazon, but the reviews are pretty.
Is he?
Oh, George. In the next episode, episode 101, I'm pretty sure you're going to mention the fact that you want to talk about the alien from Mexico, but we already spoke about it. We're going to speak about it now.
Ah, yeah. I feel like I've gone into a time warp. Guys, have you seen? Did you see the,
pretty confident.
Did you see the aliens from Mexico?
The Mexican
No.
aliens.
The Mexican aliens.
I did, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, we all saw them, I think.
yeah, we all. Have you discussed?
Did I see him?
You didn't see them?
Let me get
I don't
let me
remember.
get it. So basically,
It was a while ago now.
yes, I think it was about a month ago, 2 months ago. In
Yeah, a
the
few months
Mexican Congress, equivalent of Congress in Mexico,
Oh,
they
I remember.
like
Okay,
presented these
that.
two alien bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's still like it hasn't really gone any further. Like I don't think there's been any updates, right? They've sort of done some X-rays.
I think it was just debunked that it was fake.
Oh, it is, yeah.
Like, it was apparent. I think the guy, I don't know how he fucking, I guess because it's Mexico, but like, I don't know how he got into the equivalent of Congress or Parliament or whatever. Like, he got there in front of all these people on national, like, live TV, the equivalent of like BBC Mexico, like MBC. And he was like, I have proof that aliens are here in Mexico.
Yeah.
And he brought out these dead alien bodies.
So
But-
good.
This guy has been caught doing alien hoaxes before. Like,
I
he
saw
done
that, yeah.
alien
Yeah, I
hoaxes
saw
like
that.
10 years ago or something. And like with an X-ray of an alien, and there was like eggs in his body, like the alien's body and shit. And
it was like one of
somehow
those,
he
like,
got there.
remember those alien, like the toys you can get in the egg?
You rub them back to back.
Yeah,
when
what
you make
was
babies?
like? What was that?
We've definitely spoke about that
Yeah?
before on the podcast.
We have.
Yeah.
I think.
And
so,
I
yeah.
think I must have said this if we did speak about him, that in my fucking secondary school, there was one on the ceiling for pretty much like of a massive school hall as well. It was massive, yeah. And it was up there for pretty much the entire time I was at school.
Brilliant.
That's
Someone
cool.
lost it up, maybe my first year. Don't know who did it, but it was there. And it was, yeah, really, they must have had a good old go for it as well. They must have had a few attempts. Finally got it
Yeah.
sticking. It was stuck. Yeah, it may be still there now.
Just like absorbed.
No reason to
into
think
the,
it's
yeah.
Yeah, well, there's no reason to think it's not. Like, what? It was like high enough that, you know, it's like no one's getting up there.
Yeah.
Like, I remember it being like so unfathomably far away that like.
Unfathomable. I can't even conceptualize how far away it was in this
No.
school hall.
I like the phrase unfathomable, because then it suggests that people also say, it's very fathomable. You know, it's a very fathomable distance.
Yeah. I guess, yeah.
It always makes me think of the on Hook when he says, "A man so deep." It's me talking about Captain Hook coming out. "A man so deep, he's unfathomable." And no one laughs because they're meant to be like thick pirates. And he goes, "Oh, all right, a man so quick, he's even fast asleep." And then they laugh.
Do you know Lynn?
That's a good one as well, though. Yeah.
Lynn's never seen Hook.
Yeah, they're both good.
Never seen Hook.
I've started watching things recently on YouTube where it's like it wasn't critically well received, and it's sort of almost like culty.
And Steven
niche.
Spielberg was like disowned it. Like he says he's happy with like the first half an hour, and then he said after that it was just a mess. But I remember I love it. Like, it's such a great film.
I love it.
Yeah, I haven't watched it since I was a kid though. But like I loved it when I was a kid.
Everybody look at the internet is like, we loved it. There's like a whole like thing of like, we loved like what's everyone on about? This was like a thing that we loved and still love to this day.
The thing is, I saw it before. I don't think I've ever watched any of the other Peter Pan films. I think that's the only Peter Pan film I've watched. So like that was the only. I watched that not knowing the whole lore of Peter Pan, and obviously it starts off where they're like, "Come back to Neverland."
Yeah, you sort of need to know the story
and everything.
Yeah,
it's meant to be a grown up.
I was just filling it in my mind as a kid, being like, "Well, I guess like he was some G on this like Neverland. Like people really like him over there. Like and like he's an adult, but they're all kids. And I don't know. I didn't get it.
So you didn't even need to know. It didn't even need to know to enjoy it. It's got the wildest fucking Rotten Tomatoes disparity. 29% critic score, 76% audience score.
Always
quite low, like 76%.
Always go with the audience score.
Yeah. Critics don't know shit, man.
No, they don't know shit. That's always been my thing. And if you ever see a film, the only couple of films I remember, like there was one in particular where I watched it with my fucking mate James that I live with now. We watched it maybe fairly early to moving in here. Oh man, I wish I could remember what it was. And the Rotten Tomatoes score was higher. The critic score was higher than the audience score. And I was like, James, that's a fucking I was like, that's a cautionary flag. Like this
Industry
is going to be
plant.
poncy. And he was like, oh, he thinks he's all fucking cool, doesn't he? And arty, like, oh, it's fucking obviously it's going to be excellent. And it was just so confusing. It had Joaquin Phoenix in it. I'll try and find it while we're chatting, but it was so fucking confusing.
Oh,
and we both finished it.
Was it the one about
and we were both trying to
when
be
he's
like
in love with the computer?
No, not that one. That was quite good. But it also felt like that's just been done a lot. Yeah, it felt like that wasn't original in any way, shape, or form, was it? Like I quite enjoyed it, but it was been done now. This was like bizarre.
I just tried to spell Joaquin Phoenix, and I've never been more wrong about anything in my life.
You spell it as in whacking. Like whacking one out.
I don't know what I've done, but somehow Google worked it out. So shout out Google.
I mean, I'm not even sure I know if I see it. Are these in
Joaquin Phoenix, bad film.
Tell you what, we've entered a genre we've never touched on before on this podcast. We've gone into film review.
Rational man.
We've gone from
Woodhouse to film. Me and Tom did a film review before. We did we did that Christmas episode film.
Oh
review.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I'm gonna ask James. What was that weird Joaquin Phoenix film we watched? He might not reply.
Just to fill the gap whilst we're waiting for that to come back, I mentioned that I had a Florida man weird news story. It's not really a news story, but it's something that we should watch out for. We should keep an eye out, because it's been announced that the world's first Florida Man Games are due to be held in February of next year. So a Florida Man competition is going to be held starting in February 2024.
What does that entail then? How does that work?
Yes, it's described as the most insane athletic showdown on Earth. It's going to involve such events as the evading arrest obstacle course, in which contestants jump over fences and through yards whilst being chased by rural police officers. There will also be the Category 5 cash grab, where participants try to grasp as much money in a wind-blowing booth. The weaponized pool noodle mud duel.
Crystal Maze, basically.
And beer.
Yeah, what's that got to do with Florida Man?
I don't know. I guess they like stealing money. I'm not too sure.
It's all like criminal based stuff. Yeah.
So it's based on Florida Man headlines, I guess. So it's going to be like Gladiators, but with a Florida Man twist. I'm hoping that, what the other Florida Man news story I had was about, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. Florida Man arrested for slapping woman with a slice of pizza, which I thought was...
Oh, I've seen that one.
Yeah, obviously it's not nice because it is technically domestic violence, but the idea of slapping someone with a slice of pizza to me was a little bit funny. I mean, I can't see that working very well. It depends what sort of pizza it is, whether it's a deep dish or like a New York slice or like an Italian thin. I don't know what the best slice of pizza would be to slap someone with. I suppose a deep dish would be good as like a custard pie thing. If you were just trying to pie someone in the face.
Are you saying what I would rather slap someone with, or what I'd rather be slapped by?
I don't know. Like if you were gonna slap someone with a pizza,
yeah.
A, what toppings would you want, and B, what style of pizza would be best? Because
I think like a
Domino's
pepperoni is pretty brutal because it's so greasy.
Yeah,
like getting grease on someone's face, they wipe it off. It's not that grease is still there.
That's true.
On
Getting
face.
your beard and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But then, how do you slap someone with a slice of pizza? Because then
I think you want to get them crust side. I think you want to get them crust side. I don't think you're hitting them with the toppings. I think you're hitting them with the crispy crust. I'm holding it by the triangle, and I want the weighty side of the crust to.
Oh, okay.
You want to stuff.
Also, in an ideal world, I don't want to cut. I don't want it to be a pizza. In an ideal world, it would be a whole pizza that I've then cut all the way through in a big line.
Pizza half.
So I've got a pizza line. I've just cut a line out.
Okay.
Just
like a whip.
A straight line out in the middle. Then I've just got a line to slap. And I'll get you with the crust
That's
end.
like a whip.
Yeah.
Pizza whip.
Yeah, exactly. Pizza whip. Slap in the face with a pizza whip.
I swear there's like a viral video of like a pizza slap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it like? Remember Happy Slaps?
Yeah,
that was.
I do remember Happy Slap. It's just assaulting people.
Yeah, I'm sure we talked about this on a previous episode.
It was just assaulting people. Yeah, I think we have. Yeah, it was just assaulting people. It's ridiculous.
Do you know what else?
I remember I was in like primary school at the time, but I remember it was like kids would go up to you and like slap you in the playground. But happy slap, and it's like the fact it was a happy slap almost gave them a pass.
Yeah,
like it's they weren't trying to fight; they're just trying to happy slap.
It was like seems like a very like early 2000s thing as well. Is Asbos. Like Asbos were like a big thing for a while. Like
Asbos just not called Asbos anymore.
I don't know. Too sure.
What it stand for? Antisocial behaviour order or something. And like it was
correct. Yeah.
But I guess maybe that was to do with happy slapping. Maybe that was a response to that.
Maybe. I think it was just in general, like people being pricks. There was a kid in my school who got Asbo, I think. You know what I've seen too much of recently?
Go on.
It's people slamming other people's heads into birthday cakes. Have you been seeing
this? Is that a thing?
Everywhere. Yeah. Like, I stop saying
this.
yeah like that. But I started seeing it about a year or so ago where people do the whole happy birthday, put the cake in front of you, you blow out the candles, and then a loved family member will grab you by the back of the head and slam your face into the cake. And like, it's meant to be got you or whatever. But it never goes well. I see so many videos of them doing it to children that are way too young to like get the joke and just like start crying because their birthday's been ruined.
Yeah.
I've seen people that have got like these decadent cakes that have got like support posts in the middle, like little spikes, and it goes through their eye. Oh. Like I saw a video where someone like slammed this girl's face down. She comes up and she's got a fucking like wooden spike coming out of her eye.
No.
And then there's
people
other ones
done it on
where
wedding
people
cakes and that, like done it on their wedding cake.
I've seen it with like people do it on people's wedding days and they get like pissed off about it. But like it's usually like the best man thinking that the bride will be up for it, and they're obviously not.
Yeah. They're just not. Yeah.
I saw one the other day where the person whose birthday it is this girl, and she's got a knife in her hand because she's about to cut the cake, and then her friends start like pushing her head down to like get her head in the cake, but she's resisting. She's pushing back upwards. And then, so it's like a back and forth thing. They put her head in the cake. Everyone lets go, like how we got her. So she comes back up quite quickly with the knife in her hand and pokes this guy in the eye who's like standing behind her. So some guy who's just been like, get your head in the cake. He gets a fucking knife in the eye. It's getting too much, okay? There's too many people sticking their faces in cakes. It's not going well, okay? I guess you just don't see the ones that go well because they don't end up on Reddit and stuff. But like I've seen way too many people. And what someone will do is they'll like grab the back of someone's head, go to put it in a cake, think that the person they're grabbing is gonna like resist a bit, so they go way too hard and they just slam their friend's face like into the table. Let me get some videos.
I don't want to see
like,
anyone getting stabbed in the eye. Like, fuck that.
No, I won't do it.
But so what you're saying is that the Curios Cast does not endorse this. We are going on record to say that we do not endorse this behaviour.
I've got something really Curios Cast to talk about as well in a second. I've had a listener happen to be messaging me.
Oh.
I probably won't reveal who they are because it's a bit graphic what they've said.
Oh. Okay.
This is one example. I'll share my screen. Like that's just too much. This is some guy reacting to it. But like she's there blowing her candles in. I don't know if it's like a mum or a sister or something, just fucking standing.
How do you get knocked out
in
from
it? How do you stay in it?
Yeah.
Oh, she actually knocked her out? No, she really knocked her out?
She's got knocked out.
Birthday cake smash goes on, but there's loads of these.
There's loads of them, yeah. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with this guy. Oh, this is a 3-minute video. Oh, they just smashed his head into the table. They just missed the cake. They just smashed his head in the table. On your birthday as well.
Such a cunt, isn't it? The cake stabbed him in the eyes. That was one you were talking about there.
Oh, that one's a little
Why are you doing it to a baby? Fuck off.
Oh, fuck that. I don't want to see someone get stabbed in the eye. That's on YouTube.
No.
Brutal, man.
No.
But
that's
people need to stop doing this.
Yeah.
It's fucking...
Yeah, fuck that.
Just don't do it. It's not funny. It's not even that funny. Even if it goes well and someone's like,
it's funnier to like actually come behind someone and put the cake in their face. I feel like if you had like a smaller cake or a second cake.
Like a custard pie.
Yeah, custard pie or something.
Yeah. Have you seen that?
Oldest time,
Have you seen this video? It's like set in like it's not set. It is in a high school in America or whatever. And they've got like a custard, like a cream pie type thing. And like their friend walks around the corner. They like splat it in the girl's face. But the majority of it just goes flying and hits this other kid in the face who's like sitting down just eating his lunch. We're like,
I've not seen this, no.
Oh no, wait. Just typed in schoolgirl cream.
That could be a disastrous.
Don't worry about it. I don't know what to type. It's not going to come up wrong. What did you have to say, Rob?
All right. So, listener of the show has just happened to message me saying, just wow, man. So they've had to take some laxatives ahead of a precautionary colonoscopy that they've got to have, right?
Okay.
And they said, crazy, I didn't know you could shit like this. It's like a torrent. Had to drink a pint of the most disgusting thing, and then within like 15 minutes, they're shitting. Seemed like a normal shit at first, and now it's just waves of absolute arse blast. like a huge, powerful arse piss.
This sounds like Lawford. I'm sorry. Weird. It sounds like...
it does sound like Lawford. But they said it's weird because I'm not ill either, so I just basically feel normal, but there's chaos occurring. That's got to be weird, isn't it?
That's true, actually. I never thought of that. Like the only time that you ever have like bad shits like that, you usually feel a bit shitty in your stomach.
You don't feel
like,
good, yeah.
Even if you're not really sick, you still feel a little bit like, oh, my stomach ain't great. But if you felt like perfectly fine,
do you think that's what that like Ipcac must be like the equivalent of? You know that Ipcac is that thing you can drink that makes you sick.
Makes you sick.
Do you think do you think it's kind of like that, or do you think when you're sick, you still feel sick? Or is it not? Are you just being sick? Are you just being, because it's so quick and so violent, you're just like, I don't actually feel bad. I just can't stop being sick.
Yeah, like
I don't know.
But I mean,
That's
the act of
Yeah.
being sick isn't very nice, is it? The actual.
Nah,
whereas
so maybe that's
if you haven't got, like-
whenever you watch
because
videos
all
of
your
it-
like neck muscles are still like strained.
yeah, and you're like, and it's horrible taste.
Yeah.
And
Whereas if you're like just shitting,
and it ain't meant to come out that way.
if you're just shitting and you
So
haven't
it's
got
at
belly
least-
cramps or stomach cramps or anything,
Yeah,
then,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
not that bad.
At least that is an exit
Yeah.
generally.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh man.
Generally.
Well, I hope listener of the show. I mean, I'm sure they feel better by the time this comes out, but hopefully, hopefully the colonoscopy went okay.
hope you're feeling okay, Lawford.
Hope you enjoyed it. Yeah.
Do you remember? I mean, I'm sure he won't mind me mentioning it, but do you remember there was a period of time where he was drinking like a pint or like a couple of pints of salt water to
It's like a saltwater cleanse.
saltwater cleanse. So every
I
couple
don't
of
even
days.
know who we're talking about.
Talking
We're
about Lawford, yeah.
Lawford.
And I think there was a
he's
few
the
other people
wildest
that we
shit.
knew that were also doing it, but Lawford was obviously the main.
Lawford does like a little like fad diet type thing.
Yeah,
I think.
He did for a while. Yeah, he did. Went through a
Yeah.
few of them. Yeah, he was on the keto vibe, wasn't he? And he was on this, and then like wildest shit. It's a good way. I like the fact we had to get onto shits, didn't we? In episode 100, at least.
That'd be another good one, Tom, to see how many times it's been mentioned in episodes. Like shit.
Is just shit.
But then you'd also
That's quite hard because
Yeah.
if I like control F for shit,
Yeah.
then it comes up just the word shit.
Yeah, that's true.
It's different from actual shit.
When we've said, oh shit, yeah.
Yeah, I'll keep expanding the shit spreadsheet.
The shed.
As we, the spreadsheet as we go along. But
I'm very impressed with that spreadsheet, I have to say. Like,
I'm
very,
very impressed with that spreadsheet. Yeah, it's wild.
oh,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. It's mad that like we don't get paid for me to do this, or that I do this without getting paid is the mad thing. Yeah,
Yes, it's hilarious.
Because it's especially when I'm like trying to put together clips. Like I'm trying to, what like kind of clips can we upload to the thing? I'm like, it'd be so easy if I just had like a log of like everything.
Mm.
So it's as I'm editing the episode. I tried to get ChatGPT to do it. I said, hey, if I give you a transcript for a podcast, can you like summarize it for me with timestamps and everything? They were like, yeah, all right. And then I pasted the transcript in there. And it said, this is too long. I don't know what the character limit is on ChatGPT, but it was too long.
Mm.
So I need to maybe do it in like chunks or something. Need to figure my way around that. But
Interesting.
There must be some
need
AI
to use
software.
AI.
There must
to
be some way of
Yeah.
automating it. But
Have you seen this new AI pin badge thing?
no.
It looks like really dumb, but it was getting like loads of attention the other day. I've put a link in the chat. So it's a company called Humane, and they've launched something called an AI Pin, and it's got like ChatGPT built into it. But the whole idea is that like you pin this little badge to your chest, and it's a replacement for your phone, I think. So you can like call and text from it and stuff just by talking to it. But the little camera and sensor that it's got on it projects things to your hand. So if you get a text, for example, you just hold your hand in front of you and then it projects the text message onto your palm. So you don't even have to like, take your phone out of your pocket. You just like lift it up and it's there.
But then when you're calling, does it just come out of the microphone, or can it have like?
I guess so, or maybe you have like your headphones. Yeah.
Okay.
In the article, if you scroll down, there's like a video, and just like click through the video, and it shows you some highlights and stuff.
Oh yeah.
For the most part, it's just people talking, but you can see it like on the palm of your hand. But it got loads of attention because obviously it's like quite unique and cool. But then it also just got loads of attention for being stupid and like really expensive. It's like 800 quid or something.
So how does it attach? Is literally just a pin that you have to pin through your clothes, I guess, just a whole.
This is actually quite clever. It's a magnet, so you put like the one part on the inside of your shirt or jacket, and that sticks on the back.
Okay.
But the magnet is actually the battery as well. So if it runs out of battery, you can like change the battery, which is on the inside of your shirt. So I guess it's a bit bulky, but like I guess the whole idea is that in years to come, it won't be too bulky and shit.
It does look something like like a Star Trek thing, It looks like something that you would have seen in bad sci-fi in like the 60s, on like a TV show or something. Yeah, it's very sort of Star Trek-esque. Could be interesting. You never know. You never know what's going to happen, do you?
I think it's one of those things that like now looks stupid, but I reckon like you give it like 5-10 years and having like a little, you put like a tiny little pin there that can see. I think the idea is like it's watching everything you do, so you can like pick up a book and literally just say to it like, "Is this book any good?" And then it'll be like, "Reviews online say it's actually a bit shit," and okay, and like it's constantly watching like what you're eating, so it can give you all your fucking macros and shit, and
tell you're eating too many, drinking too many beers on the Curios Cast episode 100, for instance.
Oh yeah,
slow down, you can't.
The computers are taking over, man.
Or is it going to be like Google Glass? Because Google Glass hasn't really lived up to the hype, is it at all? We've died.
Google Glass didn't, but Google Glass was very early for what it was, and I think like obviously there's a lot more VR stuff coming out.
Like, some other people
Meta
trying to like do things.
Apple and stuff are like having it off, and I think it will get like when there's competition, that's when it gets good, right? It's like if Google's like just doing it on their own, and they're like, "Hey, look, we got this thing," and no one cares. But if there's like 2-3 companies all trying to do it at the same time, then it will hopefully get good. Yeah. I'd love some little glasses that like tell me shit.
Be cool. I don't like wearing shit on my face generally though.
Yeah.
Seems a matter of time before we do combine with some sort of AI in some way. That's the thing Elon Musk say. I'm sure he got it from somewhere else though, like rather than came up with this thought himself. But like, the interface between, we have access to all the knowledge in the world currently, basically almost, at the tip of our fingertips, but we have a slow bandwidth for accessing it. We've got have to get on our thumbs, do the thing, look the thing up. Whereas if you could have that, the Neuralink.
You could have a little, something like a
fireworks,
like a dread, Rob. You could have like a,
dread just like dipping in.
Yeah,
like Dr. Octopus.
Yeah, but just like,
you
have to just twist it in to connect to the back of your head.
Maybe we'll all have dreads in the future.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't think I'll have enough hair.
Inevitable dreadlock future.
I think I'd just have like one dread left.
Who was having to argue about this with the other day? Someone was I had to explain to someone about it being a Saxon thing.
Oh, did you really have to?
No, I didn't have to. No. Someone was being a cunt. Someone was being like trying to be argumentative on purpose. Can't remember who it was.
Oh, what about you appropriating a culture?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But they had no stake in the argument. They were just like,
Did they call you crusty?
No, it wasn't that person. No, it might as well have. Yeah. And I brought that up and was like, he was used to fucking say that. Yeah.
Do you reckon this is I think it's a good like hypothetical question.
Okay.
If you've done a testicle transplant, right? If you've done a testicle transplant and then had a baby, is that baby yours? Rob, if you needed my balls, right? Say you lost both your balls in a skateboard.
Is that a thing? Okay, and is that a thing though?
And it, and then I was like, you know what? I've got two. I'll give you one of mine. And I gave you a ball, and it worked fine, and you could produce and everything. And then you had a little baby. Does that baby get my genes? Does that baby come out with curly hair or dreadlocks? Like what?
Yeah, it'd be like your baby.
I think it depends how quick you had it, because surely like after a bit, whatever goes in from my body.
So if it's only been a couple months, it might be more my baby.
I think there'll be a cut-off, and I think you could test it with DNA profiling, sure.
And then as time goes on, it skews more you than me.
Yeah, because it doesn't just like your balls don't have like, as soon as your balls grow, there's not an infinite amount of sperm that they produce for the rest of their existence. Surely there must be some other bodily function that goes into producing sperm in your balls.
No, I think George, you do produce sperm for the rest of your whole life, don't you? That's the whole
That's what I mean. But it's not purely producing your balls. So, like, if you cut off your ball, it doesn't contain right now all the sperm you'll ever produce.
No.
So then,
but it's
therefore,
like a factory, isn't it? But
yeah, well, that's what I mean. But it's come from.
If you attached it to Tom, it's like on the back of his head or whatever, it wouldn't. It would still.
What?
I don't think it would then. I don't think it would then become Tom's seed.
Why? What you think? So what you're saying is you think it's got all the potential semen that you've ever going to produce in it. Is that what you're saying? And there's no other external factors that go into the producing the semen.
Maybe it's like hardwired to only produce, to create the DNA strand or whatever in the way that it's developed into. Because obviously it does.
No idea we have about this.
Yeah, but when you obviously you don't start producing spunk until you whatever. So it sort of like developed itself to produce it in a certain way, i.e. your DNA. So maybe it just, no matter where it, it's because all it will be is just like blood going through it to make the organ work, right?
So you think basically it's like a weapons factory that has all the separate, so it's like a bomb factory that has gunpowder, all the different things constituted to making a bomb in it, in the factory, and it's assembled regardless.
Yeah, it's like a ready to go thing. Like you could attach it to like a horse, and then you'd still produce little robs.
Oh, that's an even better question. So, like, if, say, I lost my balls and then they stuck some horse balls on me, and then I fucked a horse, would it have horse babies?
I'll have to ask Lynn.
Again, I think within a couple of weeks, or like some specified time frame, yes, you'd have horse babies. But where is there a line where they'd be horseman babies? Is there like a horseman
like
baby
little
cut-off?
centaurs coming out.
Yeah. I think there's a cut-off.
I'm sure that
and it would get more horse. If you kept having babies, if you kept fucking different horses, that's the only way to have to do it. You'd have to you have to keep impregnating different horses as the weeks went by, and to see how horse, from when they became horse to gradually horse man, to gradually just.
This, I'm sure I'm having deja vu of this conversation. Was this like has this been on something like talking about?
I'm so surprised that we spoke about this before, but I love the idea that we might have.
I'm sure I read like a.
I thought of it the other day when I was driving because I heard something about like heart transplants and stuff, and then I thought, is there, because it never used to be possible because people used to think like your soul was in your heart. And they thought if you transplanted a heart into someone else, then they would become that person because your soul is in there. And obviously they'd done that. It didn't happen. And then I thought, I wonder where your soul is. It's probably in your balls. So then I thought, if you transplant your balls into someone, does that person become you as well?
Well, I've just looked it up online. And apparently they don't do testicle transplants because they will only ever produce the DNA of the donor.
That's mad.
So then that's like a moral boundary, isn't it? You can't.
Oh,
so you.
That doesn't know, yeah.
Because I mean, when you think about it, it'll be attached up, it'll be all hooked up, and then the only thing that's going into it is blood to make it flow. Because it's like if you get a hand transplant, that hand, the cells might be replaced over time, but it's still really, when you think about it, someone else's hand, and it's just your blood going through it to make it live. So then the testicles, the actual cell that produces the DNA, I don't think that is going to be influenced by the blood that's powering it. It's just, that's what it has been created from the DNA of your parents or whoever. So it's only ever
I guess because that those balls have gone through like puberty and stuff like with that person and grown.
Yeah.
Like
you're right. You could have the horse balls, fuck a horse and have a horse kid.
Yes.
Well, I guess the problem would be is that your blood couldn't power a horse's cock and bollocks. I don't think. So you'd have to then hook up a whole system.
Yeah, maybe not. You've got like a smaller animal.
You've got a separate horse blood vein in your body that's just powering the bollocks. So you've got like a little intravenous.
No, I'll do it with a smaller animal. I'll do it with like a capybara or something. And then like.
I don't think it's the size that's the problem. It's not the size of the animal that's the problem.
But you just said like my blood wouldn't be able to.
but it's because
if it's the blood flow,
it's
problem.
human blood, isn't it? You can't put human blood in a horse and then the horse is still fine. Like if I put.
What if it was like really similar, like a monkey, like a chimp?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's like a limit. There's like a cut-off point. But then that's where you get AIDS from. I don't know. Maybe a new disease will appear if you start injecting people with monkey blood.
Yeah, maybe.
I think that is how it started, isn't it?
Well, I thought it was because people were eating monkeys. Like they legit were.
Yeah,
And,
I think that's
and then
true.
it was like a disease within the monkeys and it transferred blood. So
Yeah, I've heard like monkey brains, but I don't know if that's just like propaganda.
So I think that we should not endorse the putting of animals' blood into human bodies like we didn't endorse whatever the fuck we didn't endorse 10 minutes ago. What was it?
That's another takeaway from episode
I don't think we
100.
should take any harsh stances on anything. I think we're just on the fence with every scenario. We can never be wrong.
That is true. That is true.
And then we can always fall on the right side of history whenever the decision has been made.
Well, I think, how long have we been? Is my garage band correct on how long we've been recording? What are you guys making?
3 hours 46.
3 hours, 46 minutes.
yeah, me too. I didn't know whether it was 2 hours 46 because logic always sort of starts from like 1.
That's almost the
That's silly.
it's almost the extended edition of the Return of the King.
Yeah,
Yeah, you could have watched that instead.
it's almost a film I watched at. I went to see a Scorsese film, the new Scorsese film. The
Saw
other
that
day.
last week. Great.
Yeah, it's fucking long though. Wasn't it? It was good.
It's
Oh,
almost
is
4
that
hours long,
the-
isn't it?
What's it called?
Killers of the
Killers
Flower
of the Flower Moon.
That's
It's
it.
based on. It's a true story, which I didn't know going into
Yeah.
it. But it's
What
It's
is the
true
story?
stuff, isn't
it's
it?
mad.
Yeah, I don't know if the stories.
no,
yeah,
the
it
people.
is,
The people were real. At least the
The people I were.
the De Niro character was real.
Yeah.
So
you know,
it's supposed to be
they read it out
dramatised
like
a bit, I guess, but it's all true.
yeah.
Crazy.
But every time you have those based on a true story, that's the thing. It's like based on. It's not like this is a true
Yeah,
story.
but I think it
You
is.
can-
It is actually.
but
They're
it's,
all like Leo.
what
DiCaprio's
happens, yeah, it's
story,
quite
they're all the characters.
clear
are
what
real.
I don't even know what's the film about.
Yeah.
Well, it will ruin it. But
Yeah. You got to just watch it.
yeah, it's based on like
Fuck's sake.
the Native American.
It's basically like oil prospectors, like First Nation
Right.
people come across like an oil, the land that they've been sort of given by like this point. You know, even though it was all their land, but like at this point, it's like land that they've been allowed. That's their land reserve. It happens to spring oil, so then all of a sudden they're all minted. But then obviously the white man comes in and just
They're trying to get the rights
finds
to
a
their
way,
land.
finds
basically.
a way to fuck them over. It's fun.
But
It's horrible.
the actual story behind it
Yeah.
is actually it's interesting. Like, it's pretty savage, but it's an interesting little
Oh yeah, yeah.
bit of history I didn't know about. Had no idea. But yeah, so that's like 4 hours long. I think it might even be longer than 4 hours long. That film.
Nah, and it wasn't. It
The
was
fuck?
less than this. We have done more than that Scorsese film.
Really?
Jesus.
Yeah, I bet.
I
we
was
have,
going to
yeah.
say, we've only got 12 minutes until it's 4 hours.
Yeah, we might as well.
Let's
hit
Do you want to
4
do it? You
hours.
want to get in? You want to get in the 12-hour?
Might as well.
I've still got another couple beers.
I've got this much
So-
beer left.
3 hours 26. 3 hours 26. We've smashed the granny out of that.
That's a long film, though. Who do you think you are? What is with this Scorsese guy that he thinks he can make such long films,
Yeah.
man? Like, just because you've made some decent films. Taxi
Oh,
Driver,
excuse me.
good. Raging Bull, that was probably him. Or was that
That's good.
the other guy?
No, that was it.
That was
it.
Scorsese, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah, I think that was him. But I think
Yeah.
if I had known,
he did do
if I'd have known it was that long going into it, I would have been a bit put off by it. But the fact I didn't know, I think made it easier to watch.
Did you
I
go
didn't
to
look
see
up
it
the
in
runtime.
the cinema?
Yeah, I went IMAX, and I've not been IMAX before, and it was worth seeing at the
Ooh.
IMAX. It was far
Good
out,
music
yeah.
as well, Rob.
I
in
saw
the film.
Really good
Yeah.
music, and it sounded great. Really good soundtrack. Yeah.
Oh,
But
maybe I'll
also
go.
talking about long films, there's the new Ridley Scott film, Napoleon, is being released in like a couple of weeks. And I think the normal
You
film,
love history.
I love it, but the normal film is like maybe 3 hours, 20 minutes. But Ridley Scott announced a couple of weeks ago, he said, I've got an extended director's cut that's 4.5 hours long that I'm going to release on Apple TV Plus after the film's out. 4.5 hours long. It's insane.
Fuck
That's
you.
ridiculous. To what film, sorry?
Just
Napoleon.
make it a series.
Imagine the editing
Make
that
it-
goes into making something 4.5 hours long.
Oh.
Like,
the video I've been editing is like 25 minutes long, and it's taking me months. Like, it's so long.
Yeah, that's great.
Why not? If it's 4.5 hours long, why not just make it a series? Why not just make it like 10 episodes that are like, I don't know the maths, but like make it like 30, 40 minutes long.
I don't know, the maths impossible.
It's impossible. They'll need to hire someone to do all the dividing of like how many episodes.
But I guess it's just because some things they want it to be cinematic.
4 1 hours.
They want it to. It's designed to be seen in a one thing.
Well, the reason
That's
why you
crazy.
get films that are this long now is because
you pissed like 2-3 times.
Yeah, but it's because they're competing with like the Netflix series that can tell a whole. They got so much time to tell a story and to tell character stories and develop a character. They've got a whole season of it, and like
So
10 hours, 20 hours. Yeah, well, that's why the people say like the art form of cinema is harder, and now, but especially because you've got to try and develop a whole character base and story of these deep, complex characters people are used to from series, and you've got to try and fit that into a film. Series, see your series. So you've got to try and fit that into a film. So like the bare minimum runtime is like 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Now. Whereas remember like Hook is like under 90 minutes, I think.
Yeah, 78 minutes or something.
Really? Is that short?
I think so.
It's something short and it's great. You can watch it like just on a whim.
Are you sure? I think it might be longer than you think.
I might watch it after this, you know.
It's on Netflix. At least.
Of course, 2 hours 22.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think
it's 2 hours 22. No way. No
It's
way.
just so good. You think it's shorter.
Yeah, it is a great film.
I can't believe that. Right, what about Jumanji? I think Jumanji's a shorter runtime.
It's funny you said Jumanji because when I was younger,
1 hour 55 minutes.
We had Hook and Jumanji
1 hour 44
on a double.
Did you guess that? Did you guess that?
I said 155.
Yeah, was that a guess?
Yeah. Well,
that isn't.
good estimate. I've seen that film a lot.
Yeah, it's a great film.
Yeah.
We had Hook and Jumanji on a double feature VHS. And it was like, I think if we try to play that now, you know, the VHS is just fucked because it's been rewound and watched so many times.
I think I saw a video. I can't remember if it was either Brad Pitt or it was like Marky Mark or something. But one of them was talking about why DVDs aren't as like, or why the state of like filmmaking has changed. And he said like what you used to have is you'd put out a film, say it would cost you like 20 million to make it. And you might go into it knowing that it's not going to make that money back in the cinema, but in the DVDs, and it might become like a cult classic or whatever. So you'd still get the money back in DVDs and shit. But now that obviously doesn't happen because DVDs ain't a thing and people don't buy films anymore. It all just like, so it's either it has to make all its money in the cinema or it has to make, or like Netflix have to buy it for a ridiculous amount, and that's basically it. So you either get these like super cheap films that are just shit, or you get these massive blockbusters that they know are gonna make money, like all the Marvel shit and Scorsese and stuff. Like those things are gonna make money. You don't get those like real good films. Like if you look at like, I bet if you just look at like Clerks films like 2005. There's some like bangers on there that probably didn't do great in the cinema, but afterwards done really well on DVD.
Yeah.
And it's just because
cult classics is probably not a thing that happens, like Clerks.
Yeah.
With Now and I.
Yeah, With Now and I, that made like no money when it was first released.
Oh, cool. It's a cult classic,
You've mentioned With Now and I a few times, and I still don't know where the words end and begin. Like, what are you saying?
With Now is the name. Like
With Now is one of the characters, his surname, With Now and I.
That's one
So
word.
there's a character in the film that you actually, as far as the film goes, you don't know his name. He is the narrator of the story essentially, and his name is I.
Yeah.
So even in the script, he had no name, but like people now know his name. He like later, you know, there's some versions of the script where he sort of named him, but as like a first watcher of the film, you don't know his name.
It's a great film, Tom. You should watch it. Really, really funny.
Great film. Richard E. Grant's first film. The best time you'll ever see it is the next time you watch it.
Which is my first time.
Yeah. But then the next time you watch it after that will be your best time you've ever watched it. Like the next time I watch it will be my favourite time. It just gets better every time you watch it. The next time I watch it will be my favourite time I watched it.
Watch it continuously then. Like,
on loop.
It keeps getting better, yeah. Because if it only ever got better and better and better, then eventually like the billionth time you've watched it would be like reaching nirvana. Like you would be in insane.
I suppose I could try. Maybe I'll try it. Maybe I'll try
Give it a go. Yeah, prove it. Yeah. Do like
prove me wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, remember like Mr. Beast's old videos where he would watch.
I was going to say maybe we'll do a
watch
YouTube video.
Nyan Cat for like 100 hours straight or something. Like just watch watch with Now and I like 70 times in a row.
It must have been done before. I imagine it.
So I do it as a challenge.
Yeah, someone must have done it.
Or like watching The Wire without stopping from start to finish, things like that.
Mm.
Yeah,
is that even possible to like not sleep that whole time? I don't think it is.
Yeah,
for The Wire, no, probably
that's
not.
A lot.
That's
how many episodes?
Mad long.
Like 12 per season, 5 seasons.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Hour and a bit long. Yeah, that's too long.
Fuck it. Tom can't face watching a 3-hour film in the cinema, let alone.
Yeah, but is there like a world record for like, you know?
How could David Blaine could do it?
Yeah, what is the world record for someone staying awake?
I think it's insane. Because I've read about it. Some guy like tried to stay awake as long as possible. He was like some professor or something, and he
fucked him up.
After you are awake for like 4 or 5 days, even you start going you start hallucinating. You go like schizophrenic, like you're constantly thinking shit's going wrong.
Yeah.
And then eventually you start getting sick because your brain starts shutting down like major functions of your body, and you just get fucked.
It's mad.
Apparently, there's a guy 11 days and 25 minutes.
That's
11
crazy.
days.
It's crazy.
That's insane. He looks well tired in this photo.
He looks well tired in that photo.
With his cup of coffee.
I wonder how long he slept. Once he stopped, how long did he sleep for? You always think, did he sleep just like a normal night, like just 7 hours?
Catch up on,
or did he sleep for like 4 days? Just go into a coma.
Yeah, because even when you stay awake just like extra long, like you can stay awake for like, you can have like a 24-hour day, and when you sleep, you're like, you can sleep for like
probably
12,
17 at the time.
It's insane.
That's
17.
probably when I'd be able to stay awake the most, though.
Yeah, he stayed awake for 11 days, 24 minutes, breaking the previous record. So it was 264.4 hours, breaking the previous record of 260 hours held by Tom Rounds. Gardner's record was then broken multiple times until 1997, when Guinness World Records ceased accepting new record attempts for safety reasons. At that point, the record was held by Robert McDonald at 18 days and 21 hours.
Did you say Ronald McDonald?
450. Robert McDonald. 18 days and 21 hours. So why is that? So that must be, Gardner's record attempt was attended by Stanford sleep researcher while his health was monitored. A log was kept of Gardner classmates and medical while he on a sleep community. Extremely little effect other than the mood changes associated with tiredness. So I guess he was all right after. There was no long-term detriment according to this. Able to beat dement at pinball? What? Serious cognitive behavioural changes include moodiness, problems with concentration, short-term memory, paranoid hallucinations. On the 11th day, when he was asked to subtract 7, reportedly, starting with 100, he stopped at 65. When asked why he had stopped, he replied that he'd forgotten what he was doing. On his final day, Gardner presided over a press conference where he appeared to be in excellent health. I wanted to prove that bad things didn't happen when he went without sleep, Gardner said. I thought, I can break that record. I don't think it would be a negative experience. Gardner's sleep recovery was observed by sleep researchers who noted changes in sleep structure during post-deprivation recovery. After completing his record, Gardner slept for 14 hours and 46 minutes, awoke naturally around 8:40 p.m, stayed awake till about 7:30 p.m. the next day, when he slept an additional 10.5 hours. He appeared to have had full recovery from loss of sleep, with follow-up sleep recordings taken 1, 6, and 10 weeks after showing no significant differences. However, he later reported experiencing serious insomnia decades after his sleep experiment. But that could be...
Decades?
Yeah, that could be unrelated.
Yeah, that's unrelated. Stop being a bitch.
Imagine, so that was in like the 60s. Like, what did he do for 11 days? Like, obviously, at least now you've got, the internet, you've got other devices to try and keep yourself awake. And, back then, what was he doing? Just playing pinball, by the sounds of it.
Don't know. They still had drugs.
Yeah, that's a good question.
It's crazy. I think the longest. What's the longest you've stayed awake for? I reckon mine's like 20, just maybe like 26 hours or something.
Nah, it's got to be longer than that. I've done like, what would it be? I guess like 30 something. Like if you wake up at normal time, 7, 8 in the morning, and then just don't sleep at all that night, and then go to sleep normal time the next night, then what's that? That's probably like 36 hours or something.
I suppose so, yeah.
Basically, if you skipped a
Yeah, I might
night of
have done
sleep, that's just, that's like 36 hours, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah, probably with jet lag
Yeah.
in Australia.
Yeah. If you're fucking, flying about.
Yeah, so maybe it's 30.
That'll do you. Yeah. I remember one of the first times that I'd done an all-nighter. It was the first time I'd done an all-nighter. I was like 13 years old. No. What are you in year 9? Yeah, something like that. 13. Yeah.
14, maybe.
It was on a school trip to Normandy. And me and the guys I was sharing a room with just stayed up all night drinking Coke and eating crisps and like just fucking about. But we like stayed up all night and it was just cool to stay up all night as like a 13-year-old or whatever. And then the next day we had to go and do this fucking activity day with like rock climbing, archery, fucking trampoline, basketball, all this kind of weird shit. And I remember walking about and like I must have been like falling asleep while I was awake. I was like doing these weird. I specifically remember walking from like one activity to the other and like dreaming, but like while I was awake. It was mad. I was so fucking tired. And I looked over and there was this weird kid, Simon. Sorry, Simon. And he like, I remember I looked over and he was eating a banana. And I thought I was like lucid dreaming. And I remember thinking, this is a dream. I can do whatever I want. And I just grabbed his banana and threw it. And he looked at me and was like, why did you do that? And that's when I kind of like woke up and I was like, oh yeah. And I just said to him, I thought I was in a dream. And like for him, it must have been the maddest experience for like just some kid. I weren't even that close. I wasn't even mates with him. I just thought he was some kid. And I just like grabbed the banana and just threw it. And he's like, oh. He'd only taken like one bite and fucking lobbed it.
That's tragic.
He just, yeah.
That's really weird.
He was the same kid who ate that I don't know if you remember. I must have spoke about it. He ate this. It was on the same trip. He was on the coach on the way there. And we were like 10 hours into this coach journey. Oh no, it was a different trip. We were going to Austria. But we was like 10 hours into this coach journey. And he pulled out his lunchbox. And it was like Tupperware. Opened it up. And it was a cheese, ham, and apple sandwich. But there was no bread in the sandwich. The cheese was the bread. So it's like he got, imagine you get a fresh block of cheese and then you cut it down the middle like long ways. So now you've got like 2 really wide like flat bits of cheese. And then he just put the ham and apple in and apple slices in this block of cheese. And then just put that in his like Tupperware.
Brilliant.
And that was his sandwich.
It's like a Lunchable.
So he got it out.
Lunchable.
And the thing is, it was like cheap, like rubbery kind of cheese. And it obviously got all sweaty and stuff from like sitting in his bag for hours and hours. So like a half a day. So then he pulled it out and it was all this like sweaty, greasy, like smelly cheese. And it was like shit cheese. And he's like biting into it as like a whole thing. But like, and I remember we was all on a coach and we were like, what the fuck is Simon eating? Like, that's fucking mad. I remember one of the teachers got up and walked over and was like, what are you all, what's the fuss? What's going on? Calm down. We were like, look at what Simon is eating. And even the teacher was like, that is fucked, man. Like what? Like what is going on over here? Mad shit.
I wonder what he's doing now. He's a CEO. He works with Elon Musk.
I wonder what he's doing. I don't know. But that might be one of the weirdest sandwiches I've ever seen.
Weird sandwich special. We should do that.
Oh man, you make me hungry. I'm gonna have to go and eat.
Yeah, I haven't even eaten dinner yet.
I'm the only one that ate dinner before we started.
Yeah,
but I'm now also hungry again.
I'm gonna go and have a lovely
Yeah.
This has got to be a record longest episode.
It is the longest episode by a good like 40 minutes or so. Because
Reese is gonna love it.
Previous longest
There you go,
episode was
Reese.
3 hours 27 minutes.
Especially for you, Reese.
Yeah. So thanks to everyone who has listened. If you made it this far in the episode, then you're clearly a fan of the Curios Cast. Thanks for listening. If you've listened to any of the 99 previous episodes, then thank you as well.
Love it.
And there's a
Big
few
ups.
of you that
What
have
a journey.
listened to every single episode. There's who have we got? Thank you to Jimmy. Thank you to Mouse. Thank you to Jup. Inevitable Vegan Future. Turkish Glenn. Basie Josh. Reese. Sean.
Yeah, Sean.
Push Up Paul.
Push Up Paul.
Faz.
Regan. Faz. Rosie. Sam.
Luke.
Lucy.
Ziggy.
Lucy. Luke. Ziggy.
James West.
James West.
Lawford, of course.
Lawford don't listen.
No, Lawford doesn't get anything.
No, Lawford don't fucking listen.
No.
Yeah.
Lawford, if you listen. No, I'm not going to say it. I was going to say
that person that messaged on Instagram and was disappointed that we weren't doing more episodes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's shout that guy
was.
out. He would love it. I'd never seen him before, and he just messaged out of nowhere.
People just know that if you do post on our YouTube channel, we do look at the comments. We love it. We love it when you get involved, even if it's slagging us off, telling us that we're dicks.
Yeah.
Normally happens to me. But, it's good. It's just nice to know that people listen, and even if it brightens your day just for like a minute, then it's nice. So do let us know if you enjoy the episodes and the topics, and if you've got any ideas for topics or things you want us to do or talk about. Tom, I guess you'll share the number again, but you can email or text. Be involved.
Oh yeah, the phone number 07470184383 07470184383.
Nice.
I think that's
I was
right.
wondering if that was going to be a quiz question.
If you're calling from abroad or messaging from abroad, +44. Yeah, country.
+447. Yeah.
Nice.
I saw Jimmy did comment, I think, and said, "How do I text that number or whatever? Or is that a WhatsApp number?"
Yeah.
But yeah,
there you go, Jimbo.
+447, so on.
Yeah.
It's some guy on Instagram called itsato ___ said, such a potential and wasted 7 months. No more content. Get back. Hope health is okay. Not an issue. So he was like,
has it been 7 months?
Concerned. I don't know. He also
Has it
spelled
been 7 months since we
wrong.
posted on Instagram, maybe?
I think so, yeah. I think it's been a while.
We
But
like the Instagram content.
got a bunch of Instagram clips ready to go.
So Sato, we are coming
been
back.
waiting until we get started.
I think we should be transparent about the fact that the reason why maybe there was a bit of a dip is because we were trying to arrange an in-person 100th episode, so to make it a bit more of an extravaganza. But see, it's not been possible, so that's why we waited a little while to try and or to post something else. It would have been nice to have been in person, all together. It is what it is. But now, hopefully, we can get back to a slightly more frequent uploading schedule. So, if you are listening and you're up
I've got
for it-
loads of topics planned.
Have you? You're joking. Fucking hell.
I fucking haven't.
He didn't bring it tonight, but he's got them all planned.
Mate, I brought about 50 topics.
I'm always happy to talk about them. Them boys. Not like that. The cards.
It was good. It was good crack, lads.
Yeah, I'm going to go and have some lovely butter chicken.
Oh, nice. I think I got gammon.
Oh.
Yeah.
Typical.
Gammon and
Typical.
chips.
I haven't had gammon in years. That's a proper harvester lunch, that, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it is. All right.
Yeah. All right, that was episode 100 of the Curios Cast.
Wow.
Hope you enjoyed. Comment if you're still here. It's an achievement to listen to 4 hours of a fucking podcast.
Yeah.
Leave us a comment. Leave us a review on Spotify or Apple Music if you haven't.
You need to say like a word, didn't you? A comment.
Woodwouse.
Like testicle transplant.
Woodwouse.
Wood.
Yeah, comment Woodwouse if you're still here.
Woodwouse.
Secret
All right,
word.
Yeah. All
Comment Woodwouse. Spell Woodwouse.
And it's Wood, WOOD, WOSE. Mouse, okay? There you go.
All right,
Oh, is that a
peace.
shout out to Mouse?
Yeah,
All right.
shout out to Mouse.
Episode 100.
Peace.
Yo, we started with a fat burger and people drinking their piss. A man got shot for looking like Bigfoot, but does he even exist? When George says Bigfoot, you say shut up, Bigfoot, shut up, Bigfoot, shut up. When George suggests recording in a spooky house, Tom says no, I'm scared. It's the Curios Cast 100th episode. We talk a lot of shit, but you still listen though. Will we do 100 more, or will it take 100 years at the rate we record? Tom puts all of the effort in, lining up interviews with men that shag dolphins. One pound fish, naked attraction and sucking on a whisk. Here comes George, he's got another mystery. Only thing worse is when he talks about history. I'd rather shag a ghost than a robot. I said I'd rather shag a ghost than a robot. It's the Curios Cast 100th episode.